I wonder what they're like.
From our viewpoint, Professor, they're either suprahuman or subhuman.
Hello out there in the Twitchverse. Happy Saturday and happy charity stream day. We got the Pauper stream coming your way. We are going to do a Pauper tournament. You have me and Dan starting out on the mic, but there's going to be a whole lot more. Yeah, see, he's excited. There's going to be a whole lot more action coming your way. We have a whole bunch of competitors. We have a whole bunch of people who are going to jump on and say hi. Obviously, I'd be doing myself a disservice if I didn't talk about why we're here first and foremost, and that is the Child's Play charity, Gamers Giving Back. That's us. We're gamers. Well, ish.
It's also a very important anniversary today, Max.
It is an anniversary, Dan. It is the first time your face popped up on this stream, isn't it?
4 years ago today.
Crazy. Yeah, we were at back when there was conventions and like actual in-person paper magic events. We had those, and we were in one, and we were doing that.
That wasn't today, though.
Was that not today?
This was the first time you and I on a Thursday night.
Oh my gosh!
When the NDA dropped for Arena, got on and did the NDA drop. The CollectorCon was when we made affiliate, and that wasn't for 5 weeks, 6 weeks.
We made affiliate in 5 or 6 weeks. That's good.
Well, we made a push during that CollectorCon event to get people to get us to affiliate, that's where opening a pack for every follow and subscriber started.
Yeah,
was
yes, it did.
That day. That was one of our incentives to get people to follow the channel. Was
crazy.
That I would spend my, at that point, very precious currency in game to support the people that followed the channel.
Wow.
Yeah, if you remember, somebody followed with the username opening packs in 2018.
That's right. Because that's what we did.
Yeah, and yeah, that was 4 years ago. I believe it was 4 years ago. Yesterday was the last day of the NDA for Arena.
Wow.
And so 4 years ago today was the day the NDA dropped, and we had decided to stream it because you put out a video that you had recorded the night before with your thoughts about Arena and the economy and gameplay and everything.
Yeah.
Wherein you talked about how much you wanted there to be access to limited. And look at us now.
I know. I really wanted that limited, and we have it, and we stream it basically every Sunday.
How the changes have timed.
Yeah, I like it. So we definitely have been at this for a little while. We want to just take the time to thank everybody for their support. Right off the bat, you gotta say thanks, and we are here to try to pay it forward a little bit and help out Child's Play, who are doing a big old charity. So let me switch over to the screen here. It's got the bracket. It's got a link there. There is a little QR scanner code in the corner. As you can see, we're already underway now. We've raised a couple of bucks already right out of the jump, which I'm really happy about. Let me share because we did get one. It's not quite, of course, tech is not my thing, but I have a little button I can push whenever we get a donation. So there you go. You get a little bit of Ellie action.
Nice.
So very, very cool. So we are going to go through, this is a 6-player double elimination tournament. We are using a little bit of some stuff we did last time we did this, where we have Sam and Dan who will jump in after the initial round of games. So we got Paul versus our good friend Siege the Tank. Check him out there, Siege the Tank. another fellow streamer. And then in our second round, we're going to have Jared squaring off against Mediocre Matt, yet another streamer. So make sure if you're not following them, you please do. It's not hard, right? Their names are right there. Siege the Tank and Mediocre Matt. So definitely throw some love their way if you don't mind hitting that follow button. That's not hard, right?
They're good dudes.
They are. They make children happy, as you can hear.
Hey,
So
I will be a screaming child.
Oh, so Paul's here. He snuck in.
We're all here.
Oh yeah, everybody is sitting there quietly waiting for their games.
We're all float down here.
Yeah, pretty much.
We're all stream right here.
So we have quite a bit going on here. We're going to start off with Paul versus Siege the Tank. We're going to watch this first one from Siege the Tank's point of view because he is on what he's calling curvy crabs. So they're going to get excited about this one. And you guys can go ahead. You can send that challenge if you want there, Cooge. And then once it's accepted and you're playing, I'll swap over and we can take a look-see at that. It looks like that's where we're at, so let me hide this bracket stuff here. We'll get started with that particular match. So Siege the Tank's Curvy Crab deck is basically a control deck, and his kind of goal in the game here is going to be to try to hold down Paul, who is on, if you saw it, if you saw that, a little bit of mill question mark. He's leading off with a Wall of Runes, just going to help him scry a little bit here, get his defenses up so Cooch can't get right in there. Obviously, nobody really knows what each other is playing. We've kind of kept it hush-hush just because it's more exciting that way.
I don't even know what either of the players that I'm commenting for are playing.
Oh boy, this is a key play for Paul if he can land it, but we know Cooch has that Essence Scatter ready for him. And that's a good one from Cooge. Cooge drawing another pretty good one here with the other crab in the room. So it's just crab on crab action here. And Paul's going to he's got to work through a lot of counter magic, and he's got to try to mill Cooge out of the game. And really the key card in this matchup, I think, on both sides of the coin is going to be the card that's in Cooge's hand there, Serpentine Curve.
Yeah, I think the curve is... I think it's going to surprise Paul when it comes down.
Oh, it looks like we got a donation from Jared. I got to hit the button.
Yeah. You playing the game, Bug?
We got Christopher up on the commentating as well.
Yeah.
He likes crabs, and, Cooge played some hard evidence there.
Yep. I do think it's funny we have an 0-3 squaring off against an 0-4.
Interesting that he went for the dispute on the clue over the crab. Ooh, drawing that disruption protocol is pretty nice. Seeing they have Paul taking advantage of open treasure there. Just go ahead, use it. Do you have a single mana play? Unfortunately, Cooge gets to sack it, which negates the milling, but means that Cooge doesn't have the extra mana there. Cooge recognizing his role as the beatdown here, and 4's the key number, right? He's got to get past that Wall of Runes. Paul also recognizing that that is an important play here, and bubble snaring the Serpentine Curve. Well, the fractal, I suppose. So Paul's low on resources. Cooge up cards in hand. We'll see what Paul can cobble together here. It's kind of just a square off. This situation feels like it favors Siege here to me.
Well, I mean, just from a velocity standpoint, he has 5 cards in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that in and of itself is very real. Yes, 2 of them are reactive, but he has 5 cards in his hand. Paul has 2.
Mm-hmm. Paul's got some work to do. The good news is Paul didn't make his land drop there, and while I say the good news, I'm saying that because it means that likely Paul's holding some interaction here.
I want to hope that he is, because this debt to the Kami is interesting.
Yeah, after game 1 here, we'll do a little deck tekaroo for both of these players.
Okay, milling the Serpentine Curve there was nice.
That is a big hit for Paul here. If Paul can...
Admittedly, Cooch has the devious cover-up, so he can just shuffle both of them back in.
That is such a big deal in this match. You nailed it.
Oh, it's a fucking beating.
Luckily, I can't remember. I'm going to try
also fuck that card.
Yeah, that plus the devious is what makes things so tough.
Yeah, because now Paul is not going to be able to land a mill spell here that, is like... I hope he takes or doesn't take the obvious bait here and try to cast a mill spell without counterspell backup.
Let's see. He's going to try to grasp.
Yeah.
Grasping the hard evidence.
I think if I'm Cooge, I'm probably letting him... Well, no, you can't let him do that because of the Serpentine Curve on top. So...
Right.
Although that does leave him... No, we still got the Essence Scatter, so...
Yeah,
I was going to say that leaves him cold. He can't Devious, but...
He's going to get his crab token bounced, potentially.
Oh, it's target opponent, Cooge. You can't target yourself.
Yeah. That's a reasonable thought, and definitely shows you we've been playing Magic for too long.
Yeah.
They don't make cards flexible like that no more.
No. Nope. They don't make for accidental downsides that you can actually use as an upside if you know how to use them.
Yeah, and I think that this is... So far, I mean, it feels like Cooge has it. If he can land that cover up at the right time, it feels like it's going to be a hard road for Paul to hoe.
Yeah.
But so far, it's not. It's just we're squaring off exactly how you'd predict Mill v Control is going to go.
Yeah, what a nightmare for the Mill deck.
Right.
Admittedly, he is stranding cards in Cooge's hand, which is nice, but I don't necessarily know if that's good enough at this point.
Siege gonna cycle the Suffocating Fumes.
Draw the third Mystic Sanctuary.
Yeah, which I was gonna say. I was like, do you get the curve back here, or do you try to hold it and just go, you know what, we're just gonna Devious cover up our way through this game and let Paul try to kind of try to mill the mill player, which is an interesting strategy.
Yeah. Just, both live.
Here's a compelling argument from Paul.
Yeah.
And that is you should mill 5. Very clear stance in the argument.
Which Cooge is instead going to put 3 cards back in his library, probably. Crab people.
Giving Paul the option to pay off.
Tap down, I guess, if this was a bait spell.
Maybe he really wants that crab back in the deck. Did Cooge not... Oh, you elected to not shuffle because of the curve on top.
I don't know.
Paul.
All right. Paul got a Cankrix through.
Yeah. Good sequence.
Very good sequence. Leaving a land play left? Like, that was some solid sequencing, Paul. GJ.
No, CJ.
Well, yeah, that too. But I'm really impressed. Like, I don't know. Impressed is the wrong word because Paul is a good Magic player, but that was some really solid sequencing.
And that's what you got. This mill deck is hard to make work, and you have to kind of get... You have to get blood from every stone. You have to know exactly how much you can get.
I respect the hell out of Paul's commitment to this shit.
He really has a solid commitment. You know you're committed when you can attack with 2 creatures, but they're both 0 power.
Yeah. Actually, he can't attack with one of them. It's a wall.
That is a defender, yeah. I think the crab is not.
Yeah. Man, where's Evil Eye of Wormsbagor when I need him?
Oh,
Can't
wow.
be blocked by walls.
Look at this. Undercity Embrace, Undercity Embrace.
I mean, he's got to stop that Cankrix, right?
On the back of Teach by Example.
Every land play on that Cankrix is mill 2. That's actually big.
It is. I think it's a wise play by Siege. I'm wondering if that would if it would have been better served off when he found another curve.
Ooh, there goes another curve.
That curve's 19.
Yeah, but is that 3 curves in his bin now?
It is 3 curves in his bin. Little Secrets of the Key action here, allowing him to investigate. Secret of the Key is a really interesting card in this deck because it can use in the late game. It serves you so well.
Yeah.
Like here, he's going to be able to draw 2 cards.
There's real value in that.
Absolutely. Early game, it's not great, but there's the card. This is the fight now. The question is,
I feel great because Cooge doesn't have counter backup.
Yeah, I don't know if Cooge fires this off here. It feels like he really wants to hold.
I mean, you can't fire this off here because Paul has demonstrated bounce spells and tap down spells.
Ooh.
And that's your game winner right there. And now you have enough mana to... Yeah,
Can we draw something off of this clue? No, we cannot. We get another bite at the apple, but then we're tapped out.
No, you tap out.
Yep.
GG.
I wonder, I mean...
And he draws into a dead card, too.
Do we have a way to get this back? Do we have a way to fight through this? I mean, we have more crabs, I believe. I think we have 1 or 2 more crabs.
Yeah.
But, Siege needs to find action because he's down to 17 cards in deck.
Yeah. Oh, how exciting.
Very exciting.
Because the thing is, he has to dig for action, which is helping Paul.
Right, exactly. He needs... By doing this, I mean, Siege is identifying the fact that he can't win without something, and he needs to find it ASAP.
Siege is... I'm gonna make a reference that probably very few people in our audience will understand, but I play old school, so this is my frame of reference now. It's like when you're playing Burn and your opponent is using Greed to draw cards.
Here we go. Debt to the Kami going to pay off here in a big way for Siege the Tank.
Yeah, he either gets the crab or the 4/4 back.
Yes, yeah. And I don't know if that feels a little too late to me. Like, I don't think Paul really minds this.
No, because he probably has access to a bounce spell or another tap down spell.
Right, the fractals.
He could even have a "Did I do that?" here.
Yeah. What a throwback reference.
It's a stream reference.
It is a stream reference. That is, I didn't say please.
Didn't
I think.
Please.
Yeah.
Or he had an unsummon, and Cooge still doesn't have a counterspell for it, so that's great.
Yeah, this is
Just
tough.
making Siege waste actionable spells on, stuff that you can just bounce. Oh, another compelling argument. That's the 3rd one we've seen cast.
Yeah, really just hitting home really hard.
Gotta respect Paul's commitment to making his opponents lose the game because they can no longer draw cards from their library.
Yeah, this is tough. I think Siege's got to fire off that Deadly Dispute here. He's not interested.
Sadly, he has to keep drawing cards so that he can gain access.
Right. Yeah, that's rough. Disruption Protocol not going to do it here, so he's going for some more hard evidence. And Paul's just content. He doesn't have to do anything. He can just chill.
At this point, he just has to draw cards and not lose.
Yep.
And, I think, sadly, that's going to be, easier done than said.
Yeah.
Because he's milled so many of Siege's action spells.
Right. Yeah, Davriel's Withering.
This is where you want to be as a mill deck, right? Like, your opponent has no real action left in their library, and they're just drawing dead cards. Every time I watch this man draw cards, it hurts my brain.
There's the Mystic Sanctuary.
I mean, talk about too little too late.
I'm curious if there's anything he can do here. He could, devious his own spell to put cards back on. He could put all 4. So if he devious his own spell, he could put curve back. And then if Paul does not have... Right? That's the way, right? Is you devious your own spell so that you can put back curves and just keep enough up for protocol, and then you hope that Paul doesn't have more than one counter spell.
I mean, that is definitely an option, I think, but it's also... No, we're getting a concession.
Okay. Interesting.
I mean, I don't know if I concede there, though, because Paul only has 4 cards in hand, so a 5th card on his draw step, and he needs to have an answer for that 29-29.
Well, that was out of cards in deck, right?
Oh, it was?
Yeah, it was out of cards in deck.
I thought he still had.
No, No. So,
that
let's
was
take
on
a
me, sorry.
No worries. Let's take a look at some decks here. I have some little slides made up for each of these decks. So if you're not familiar, we can talk about it a little bit, and then we'll get into another game because these are going to be best of threes because we love it around here. So if you guys can just hold for just a minute, we'll go through this, and then I'll kick it back over to you, gentlemen.
Should we remute?
Yeah, you can. You don't have to right now. You can certainly unmute and talk a little bit about that first game one. So Paul's deck is the mill deck. So I've brought up the kind of the deck's goal in case you're newer to Magic and you're not sure what this all means. Paul is trying to run the opponent out of cards in their
It's a
deck.
good looking slides, my dude.
Thank you. So what you're trying to do is essentially, if you can't draw a card if there's for any reason you need to draw a card and you cannot draw that card, you lose in Magic. And that is what Paul's trying to do here. Is he's not attacking your life total, he is attacking your deck itself. So he's trying to run you out of resources. And that is what he's up to. So the key cards in this matchup to me feel like the Cantrix. And we say it's so cheap and it can mill so much. Just playing his lands mills you. Playing additional crabs mill you. It's really quite good, as is the Merfolk Secret Keeper. And then I want to highlight Runaway Together, but kind of at all Paul's tempo package. And he's returning cards to hand, so he can, you think, so it's like, oh, he buys himself time, which he absolutely can if he's under pressure. But he can also bounce his own permanents back to his hand, and then recast them to mill again. So, like, the Secret Keeper's great, because it mills so many cards for so little, and then he can put it on the battlefield, bounce it, and keep doing that. So it's really a smart little package, and we saw Runaway Together and Merfolk Secret Keeper back in the Eldraine Limited. There was a point where the meta was into that line of play. Secret Keepers were very much a near first pickable card at a point in that Limited.
Good God, do not remind me.
So I think that was pretty good. Let me kick it over to the next slide here, which is Siege the Tanks deck, which is this Curvy Crabs. And I think he had a shot. I think the line there at the very end was him to cast a cheap spell, devious it, so he could make a pile of like all Serpentine curves, and then try to win with a Serpentine. Try to win that way. I think that was
basically
the line.
make the pile and then hope.
Make the pile and hope. Yeah, hope that Paul didn't have it. He had double Disruption Protocol, so if he had done like a Davriel's Withering on one of the creatures on the board, and then just countered it with the Devious, I think he would have had enough mana to be able to fight a counter battle against Paul. But it's close. It depends on the texture of Paul's hand, for sure. But that's just the hope.
Yeah.
Like, when you're at that point, you're just high risk, high reward plays because you have no choice.
We only saw one unsummon from Paul, right? Maybe two?
I think one. One specifically unsummon, yeah. I think we saw Winds of Rebuke and things like that. So, Curvy Crabs is definitely a traditional style control deck. Kuj is trying to counter. He's trying to answer permanents on the board, run you out of resources, and then he's trying to win with the card Serpentine Curve. And when he casts the Serpentine Curve, we saw, what did we see, a 20-something come down there at the very end? 29-29. So that gives you an idea of what Kuj is trying to do to kind of clean the game up here. So very traditional control. I think one of the cards to highlight, and Siege and I talked about a bunch about this deck, and I think one of the cards to highlight that ended up being very good, and this was a find on Siege's part, was Hard Evidence. It makes a creature token that kind of blunts aggro decks, but it also makes an additional artifact on one so he can go turn 2 and have his Disruption Protocols ready.
It's the same as the Blood Fountain situation for making an artifact on turn 1.
Exactly, and he does that really well, and adds a sorcery to the yard for his Serpentine Curve. So really flexible Magic card in this deck. Like, this is probably the best Hard Evidence deck.
And I want to say the wall there as a speed bump that both he and Paul are doing that's real, right? Like, against the aggro decks, that's very real. Having to take extra turns to kill them is all they might need.
Absolutely agree with you there. So, very traditional control deck. It's a very interesting matchup. So I'm anxious to see kind of how this next one goes. So you guys can go ahead and get started, and we'll kick it your way. And it was a really cool one, and we'll see if Kuj can. Now he's got his he's all stretched out, right? He's limber, he's ready to go. So you know what I mean. We'll see what.
Taking off the weight belts around the ankles.
That's right. So we'll see what he can do here in the second one. And again, if you're just joining us, we are doing a fantastic little donation thing. Jared, thank you for popping that link into chat.
Clickable link for charity.
Yeah. And Sam's keeping me aware if anybody donates. We're just doing a little manual donate button action, but I think it's working all right so far. So big thanks to everybody for hanging out with us tonight. Appreciate it. Hope you enjoy some arena paupering, because we love it. We're looking at Siege the Tank's hand here. I think that is a correct mulligan here. I think you got to keep this next one, though. I really don't think there's much you can do here. There's easily either like Embrace or Withering go back. It's not a big deal. They're in the bottom of your library for now, so you don't have to worry about it. Just got to keep it on your mind for shuffling purposes. Just hoping to draw lands like the control deck always is.
Yep. Oh boy, that was 2 good hits and some lands.
Hey, the lands might be the most important thing here.
Very true.
There's the Cantrix. I like
I gotta know how you pronounce that word actually, if it's Cancrix or Can.
I say Cantrix, but it absolutely could be Cancrix. Cancrix sounds painful, like a canker sore, so I just don't even like saying it. I appreciate Paul getting down the crab pre the opportunity to Essence Scatter here, which is really smart. Cancer, like the zodiac sign that is crab. That's true. So we'll go with Cancerix. We'll go with the zodiac. So getting the mill on this is just so free for Paul to do. Granted, we do know that one crab can counter another, but I don't think it's worth an entire mirror shell crab to try to make Paul just pay 3 more to mill. Though, ironically, the Cancerix did get another mirror shell crab.
So it appears to be a word that Wizards made up.
That sounds about right.
So I have no idea.
So in short, I have no idea.
Yeah, pretty much.
I think that's the right call on Paul's part. Obviously, he knows the deck well. He built it, but selecting the card that has no real good effective ETB is the way to go here. Here comes the crab mill again. I don't think that's a road you want to hoe. He's giving it some thought, though. Every mill's going to look good, right? That's the thing. Mill's a tough thing for people to take early on. Like, it's really hard to analyze in limited and formats like Pauper when you're supposed to be milling yourself versus the opponent. And it's always just like, but I might mill a good card. Remember, if you built the deck well,
really annoying.
It is. And if you built the deck well, your deck is going to have good cards in it. So you're going to see good cards get milled. That's just how it works. You just got to know. It's all random chance, right? Like, that's the thing about mills. It's a random chance. Sometimes it's double hard evidence. Sometimes it's double land. It's just about keeping an idea of what's what. Let's see. Yep. No. Surprised that instant didn't get fired off there at the end of turn. No real way to draw cards here. Yeah, Kuja's in a bit of a tough spot here. But not anything impossible to deal with. Gonna get some withering action going on. This Perpetual's really interesting. Even if this card leaves the battlefield and comes back, it will come back with those stats.
I'm gonna, in service of we're supporting a charity this evening, I'm going to step down off of my digital-only card soapbox for the evening.
Yeah, and it was weird. I found this out during testing. The card that gives perpetually a base power of 0, the white card, kind of effed me over because I didn't realize that leaving the battlefield and coming back, it would still have that.
Yeah, perpetually. Yep.
Yeah, wild. I was just like, okay.
As though it's printed on the physical card now.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. It actually changes the print of the card, which is a really good way to think about it, Dan. Good shortcut.
Yeah, that's how I've been thinking about it mentally.
Yeah, I like that.
This is a rough matchup for Siege because so much of his deck relies on being able to manipulate the cards in it. You know, putting cards back on top of his library, digging deeper into financiers, and Paul is just constantly removing his ability to do that.
I agree. It's also really a tough position he's in terms of amount of mana. He can't get to the point where he can pressure Paul with an end of the turn counter, like an end of the turn spell into hold up counter spell or something like that. Like the position just doesn't favor him from a mana standpoint either. And the negative is his deck is full of land because he only milled like 3-4.
Yeah, he's been starved of resources by Arena and also by Paul.
Yeah, so we'll see if Paul has an answer for this devious cover-up. If he does, it's kind of, this is kind of a disaster.
Ow,
Ooh.
and also
That's a good way to put it. Ooh, another donation. Thank you so much. Coming in from Ron B. Really appreciate that.
Boom. Thanks, Ron.
Very awesome. And we will definitely keep highlighting everybody. Thanks, Sam, for keeping me abreast of the donations. Siege willing to go crab for crab here. Paul just willing to go, sure. You don't know if I agree with that play there for sure. Just for the reason I don't know if Paul cares. Yeah, I think I'm with Siege on this one. I think we just got to start firing stuff off. If we can get through a turn where one of these survives, it's such a big deal. That's all right. Paul's running out of resources. That's an important thing to note for Siege is he's running Paul low on resources.
And hey, this is a double elim event, so
that's right.
Siege is not out. He's just on the ropes.
That's a great way to put it too.
I've played a lot of double elim events. I haven't won any of them, but I played a lot of old school double elim brackets where I lose the first round and then you rattle off a couple of wins and you start to feel better.
Absolutely. And I think I'm 100% on with Siege's play here of just make a 17-17 and just let Paul find an answer.
Yeah, what's Paul going to do? We're at that place now where Paul was, oh, damn it, he always has an answer. But we're at that place now where Paul was in the first game where he has so few cards in his hand that finding an answer might be difficult.
This is okay. We have debt to the Kami here. We can debt our bubble snare or debt Paul's bubble snare here, yep. And then we have disruption protocol. We don't have it back after we fire off the debt, but we're in good shape here. This isn't as bad as it may look. And that 17-17 can take it home. Paul with one card in hand. This is definitely really interesting. Yeah, good, very good plays here. This is definitely more competitive than it looked like it was going to be a few turns ago. Siege identifying his role as the strange role for a control deck as the beatdown here. And running that through, so that's great.
Look, that article didn't say define your deck archetype and then figure out what role you are. It just said observe the game as it's going and figure out what role you are.
That's right.
So the role here for Siege is the beatdown. Oh, Paul.
That's okay. That's probably the least of the bad things. That's probably the least of the bad.
It's still another turn that Siege can't attack, though.
Right, and that's exactly...
It's another turn for Paul to find an answer.
That's what Paul wants to do. He just kind of wants to rope-a-dope this away. Like, what can I do? How can I maneuver this?
Here it is. The Merfolk Seeker Keeper run away together tech.
Yep. Let's see if other Disruption Protocol lands. Siege still in this.
Yeah.
Bubble Snare coming down. That's okay. That's not a big deal.
There's the other debt to the Kami. So.
That's right. He just needs to let this resolve.
No, you have a debt to the Kami.
Yeah, I'm not precisely sure what we're going.
What does that do other than gain you life?
Yeah, he wanted the debt end a turn there, so he got the untap. That was definitely a big misstep there from Siege.
Yeah. Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah. I don't know what
I feel like that is a misplay.
That was definitely the biggest misplay we've seen out of Siege so far.
Now, admittedly, Paul did draw a land, so
it's just a mill two.
Maybe two counter spells, which is nice, but maybe Siege doesn't get mega punished here.
No, I think he can work back from this. He does need to work through the blockers. He's absolutely right about that. So it's not a completely damning move, but it was definitely a tough spot. I was curious if Paul would be interested in taking this hit or blocking.
Yeah, because you can survive one of these hits.
Right, exactly. All right, there's the Cantrix. I don't know what the deck count is. but it is certainly close. I don't know if I'm interested in drawing cards from Siege's position. I think I'm just interested in battling. I think you want to preserve every card you can. It kind of stinks because I'm also interested in the Disruption Protocol or something. But, it's a tough situation.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a game 3.
I like the hard evidence play there, just in case there's some kind of... I mean, you're not going to really see any kind of sack effect out of a blue deck, but...
Yeah. But it's a safe play.
This
Son, you don't have 4 mana.
There's a little bit of a ballsy play here.
Yeah.
Oh, so close on that Favor. I wonder if Favor should have just went on the crab and he got into battle as well. Or it got into battle. Yep, there's the... Okay. Yeah, I see no reason not to make a 2/2 crab here.
Agreed. Because if he finds a way to answer the one thing, you're still a 2-turn clock on the crab. And,
yeah.
We don't have a counterspell, so...
Yeah, I'm not sure a deck count here. I don't know what the right answer is, whether it's drawing the card or not.
All right.
Wow. Okay. This is real. Paul buying himself the time he needs.
Well, the debt is gonna... Yeah. That takes it back to a 2-turn clock.
Mm-hmm. I like this. Everything's now a threat. I think there's one card left in deck.
One-ish, yeah.
Based on the way the things like... Good game.
Oh, drew a land.
Wow, so tight. That was second to last.
There was one unknown. Yeah, one unknown.
Second last, because that was what he put back from his mulligan.
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
Almost got... All right, we get a game 3. This is a fucking Donnybrook here.
Wow, that's super exciting.
It is.
Very cool stuff. So I kicked it back to the booth so you guys can go ahead right into your game. That was a crazy game too, Mediocre Matt. It absolutely was.
Wholly agreed.
Yeah, very cool. So again, just want to shout out Child's Play, Gamers Give Back charity right now. Thank you so much to them for everything they do. And we are happy to be a part of giving them a boost. And thank you all for watching. We super duper appreciate it.
Oh man, close. My damn thing. Grab a stall.
It was a very tight one. Very tight.
That's what I was hoping. It's like, man, if only I'll draw a land. And then I kill my thing. I was like, no more land. And then I draw that.
Let's be honest with ourselves, Paul. You're playing Mill just so you could, just for these battle stories here. That's what you're doing.
Also, I didn't notice before you could set match types to best of 3, so I didn't know that. So
that's okay. It was actually worked out really well because it let us do the deck tech right in the middle of the match. So in case somebody watching like, oh, this is interesting. What are they playing? We could catch them right up. So I think you're.
So technically, I won that match, and then you lost. Disco. I'll set it to you. Get to go first next game. Because you can do that.
Oh, that's cool. Appreciate that. You can go ahead and get started, guys, and we'll I'll flip over to you once you're battling. But yeah, definitely appreciate the all the support everybody's throwing out to us. We've already raised a little bit of money, and we haven't been on very long, so appreciate that. We're going to get back over to it. Game 3. Man, what an exciting one right out of the gate. I'm loving it. Oh, this is a toughie. I think I'm on the keep for this one.
You may need to press the manual donation button.
Oh, what do we got here? Champ Blankman. That sounds like a real upstanding citizen here.
Oh, he's an asshole, but he donated $20 to charities.
Woo! We got Give Ellie a Treat. Bill W coming in with the thumbs up. Hey, thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, hey, Bill. Thanks.
Appreciate that. Let me turn on the Ellie cam here while we're playing through this. She's laying there like the lump she is. Here's a treat for Matt. He needs you to wish him good luck. Oh, it's crab on crab action already out here on the battlefield. I'm loving it. I'm loving this crab matchup. Tastes like crab, talk like people. Already seeing some fast mills. See this hand developing in a pretty decent way. It's not like that was a good draw there. Not optimal, but still not bad. Not bad. I like it. I mean, just settle in, take a minute, figure things out. The crab is an annoyance. There's no doubt about that, but you have options to work through it. I think you're in good shape here. Okay. I think, yeah, that's exactly... It's not exactly the card I want. I mean, I definitely would prefer Island in this situation, but I'm not sad to be drawing my land here. This is how...
Right. We'll take land, even if they're not the most efficient lands.
Right. We can Scattered Thoughts here. We can investigate. There's a lot of options. They might not be
best now, but they're good later.
I think Scattered's very good here over the investigate, because I want that clue for my disruption protocol pretty badly. So I'm way more interested in using Scattered Thoughts here. Okay. So now Kuj is to the point where I think he needs to play his Sanctuary, unfortunately. No? Okay. Yeah, see, I don't think I want to discard here. Like, it's probably just discarding Undercity's Embrace, but I still don't know if I want to discard over just play a tap land and lose some value. I mean, I think Kuj definitely has the right point that Mystic Sanctuary is so important in this matchup for him to get back key cards, for him to put pressure on Paul. So I don't think that part of it's a misstep, but I just think this deck needs land so badly. I think I'm firing off Debt here. I have two in my hand.
I agree. I mean, we have to, right? Like,
it feels like that's definitely the way we want to go, but Paul's not making land drops, so it's not the most important thing, but I don't want to get...
You know he's going to draw them.
I don't want to lose with spells in my hand, and so casting Debt there means I don't do that. But I know Kuj is sitting comfortably because of the fact that he has the counterspell backup. And this feels great end of turn. It just puts Paul in a position where if he didn't say pleased, then that's fine with you because you get to untap and do something proactive, and that is definitely scary for Paul because untap into curve just feels awful. But I do think Paul identifying the fact that he needs the crab down pretty badly is an important one, and here's where things can get a little rough for Paul because Mystic Sanctuary gets to fire here. Do we just get back?
That is rough.
Feels like Debt is the right card to get back here.
Even with a Debt in hand, I still agree with you.
It's a key. We saw how important it was. Yeah, those bubble snares are some of the best removal in Paul's deck. So being able to deal with that is super duper important. Okay. Looks like we're trying to crab that triggered ability here from the other crab. Quality commentary. The crab on crab.
Miserable crab on crab action.
None of these crabs look happy, I can tell you that much. None of these arts are happy crabs.
You wouldn't be happy if you were a crab either.
I don't know if that's true.
Well, if you were like a crab made of ice crab,
I definitely would be cold.
Crab made of ice crab.
Ice crab. Quite crabby crabs. I agree with that. Couple crabby crabs. Unsummoning. I like that. I like that. A good way to invalidate the spell without committing a hard counter is quite nice.
It is. It's smart play.
And Siege again heavily valuing the Debt Takami here. I like this play too. Get the damage in where you can.
I mean, we saw the last game came down to like
a turn.
There were what? Yeah, there were 2 total more turns Kuj could have taken that game.
Mm-hmm.
At absolute maximum, he could have taken 2 more turns. So that's a big difference. Like if Paul finds a way to answer that, the big fractal,
yeah,
and then maybe just finds a way to live 1 more turn.
Absolutely.
The game does not end the way that it did.
Right.
So,
yep.
Poking when you can poke is important here.
Right. We talk about on the limited side of things on Sundays during the stream. We talk about missing a point of damage all the time. The old Shadow Scythe, right? Like you got to get those points in. Losing a point of damage is possibly game losing.
Yeah. If I beat you when I'm at 1, I still beat you. I know that sounds like a real John Maddenism, but it's very true.
Got another donation there from Sam.
The donations are coming from inside your house.
They are. Thank you, Sam. She's ready to kick some more butt at this Pauper tournament.
I'm just ready to support Child's Play.
Yeah.
One of the main reasons I wanted to do this was because I donate to Child's Play every year already anyway.
Yeah.
So this is just me getting an early jump. Normally I do it all in November, but getting a bit of an earlier jump this year.
That's right. I've definitely donated to them myself. A great charity.
Yeah,
great cause.
I absolutely support, doubly now as a person with a child, a charity that supports children's hospitals.
It's a good counter here
I hope
out
to
of
never
Cooge.
need one. Oh, absolutely. Like, that was another very well-timed counterspell.
We need to draw something.
Yeah, not having any action is rough.
Yeah, it puts him in a tough spot, but it's not.
It's not even a good reactive hand, right? Like, this is an active hand with no trigger.
Yep. I'm curious if the play here is, once this Cantrix is in play, if we try to teach and wither the crab out.
Yeah. Be interesting, because then it cannot come back.
Paul passes priority there before he plays land. Oh, just going for a single withering. Oh, that was a good draw. That was a good draw.
That's a very good draw. This is a bad matchup for Paul.
I don't know who this is a worse matchup for.
I guess it does strand a ton of bad cards in Siege's hand. Like, any removal or anything like that just gets absolutely stranded.
Right, like, Cooge's deck is, like, so many bad
bad.
cards in this matchup. Like,
Yeah.
there's so many dead draws.
So, I mean, he ripped that Crab People right out there, and if Paul has an answer, yeah, the Bubble Snare, taps him out, but what do we care?
Yeah, Cooge has to find something here. Gosh.
I don't want to see him deadly dispute this away, but I think he's going to have to.
It feels like that may be the case. Again, I don't know cards in deck for certain at the moment, but it really feels like that's kind of what the direction I'd be going, because I just don't... Oh, this is a good one.
Yeah.
This is an interesting spot to pick. I don't know if I would let this... I might let this resolve and see if Paul goes for something else and then go this route.
If this was the bait spell, I'll be, like, very sad for Siege.
Yeah. Looks like valuing the debt to commies pretty highly. That resolves. Yeah, 4 more cards into the deck.
I mean, that's an entire Merfolk mill, you know?
Absolutely. Here we go.
Okay, gonna get pokey.
Mogus's favor. Finding some favor with Mogus. Feels like a Cards Against Humanity card, doesn't it? Like finding favor with Mogus.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of fine. You're cool with it. Yeah, no reason not to investigate here, I don't think. Again, I don't know the exact deck count, so I don't want to speak to as though that's absolutely the right thing. No, what? I don't necessarily...
You shuffled 3 debts of your deck. Whoa, okay.
Well, I mean...
Well, shit. Better lucky than good.
What do I know about Magic? Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, we don't know a goddamn thing about Magic. This kid's playing 4D fucking chess over here.
That's not true, Dan. We don't know anything about being lucky.
That is a solid point.
Let's call a spade here. We don't know anything about being lucky.
Nope.
Dear Lord, this is a lot of pressure here. I'm just running out the next one, too. If it were me, I'm just putting 3 21-21s on the battlefield right now.
It would be 2 21-21s at 22-22.
Oh, yes, thank you. I'm doing that. Thank you, Jared, for the charity link and the link tree. Appreciate that. And thank you, everybody who's watching. We're having a blast here playing Pauper, and you're seeing what the format is all about. This format's so rad. If you like to build decks...
It really is.
And you like to experiment, definitely follow the link tree. Jump into our Discord. we're going to try to make that even more of a home for Arena Pauper because it's such a cool format.
Yeah, this is the second night in a row that I have played Pauper of some kind because I was able to finish my old school Pauper event last night.
Just get rid of that Bajuka Bog, like Swamp Bajuka Bog or something. Don't get rid of I mean, it doesn't matter in terms of fractals. It doesn't really matter because they count exile and not exile. Excuse me, everybody, for the weird chair noise. I tried to adjust my butt and move the chair arm. Oh, thank you, Bill. Let me blow that up. I don't know why it didn't take. Bill, I think it's our Twitch just hates you. But I will I'll throw the donation up here. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I don't know. It's gonna be hard to beat. I'll tell you one thing. This probably will be our most charitable money making match of the night.
Yeah. Well, it's also going to be our longest.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Any match I play in going this long. If I'm still playing at this point.
Oh man, this is quite the back and forth here. Paul with that really key runaway together. Oh, that's cool, Bill. Appreciate the support. And there we go.
Any money that goes to Child's Play is good money, so even if it didn't show up for us, it's still good.
Quiet little win for Siege the Tank there, who takes it down. I'm going to fix the bracket real quick while everybody here takes a look at what I'm up to.
Paul, what was the oops?
Gamers Give Back. I misplayed on stream.
Well, good news is we couldn't see your hand, so we didn't know for sure.
Yeah, I had a counter spell. I meant to counter that one, but I got overzealous. I was like, I can bounce that thing. Wah! I was supposed to counter that spell, and then when he attacked, block and bounce.
Okay.
So I would take no damage.
Right. I got you.
I did it dumb.
It's okay. It's a double elim for a reason, Paul.
Yeah.
Good game, Paul. You had me sweating there both games, man. That was super tough.
You were sweating in the booth because Paul was giving you a run for your fucking money, kid.
That game, too, does not get much closer than that. Gets specifically one card closer than that, and that's it.
Don't worry,
I would have had to draw something
good
next turn, but then I would have been...
I was making so many mistakes. I was like, I don't know what I gotta do. You're milling me. I don't want to draw any cards. I had so many card draws. Like, I don't want to draw cards.
And that first game, you kept drawing cards. Like, yeah, draw those cards.
Okay, so let me cut back over to the bracket, in case I wasn't already. I did have the donate stuff up. But yeah, so we move along here. Siege, the tank with the curvy crabs, is going to play Sam coming up, but not at the moment. First,
I definitely lose to that deck.
We're far more interested in our next matchup because it's the one that comes next. Then we'll get to that one because that's how that works. But we're going to have Jared, who's going to play against Mediocre Matt, and that's going to be a real exciting one. So if let's watch this. I can probably call this a little bit better from Jared's direction to start. So we'll have Jared share his screen with us, and we'll follow this from Jared's deck, which he calls Max Rules with a Z. We'll watch this from his perspective. And
deck named Max Rules. I have a gut shot somewhere around here that says Max Rules.
That is my personal Twitch handle, but it's you gotta have it. But I call the deck Cold Off the Boros, and it is quite the spicy one. So we'll get to calling it after. Let's do it the same exact way, Jared. Just issue a 1-game challenge, and then we'll do a deck tech in the middle of it because that worked pretty well for us. So
yeah, I like that one. So we could come in after the game and be like, this thing.
Yeah, exactly. It gives us a little bit more to talk about. So
we're not really talking during the games,
right? Exactly. All right, sounds great.
All right, let's get it.
Do it, you guys. It's going to be exciting.
Just best of 1, 60-card deck.
Yep.
Okay. You can do best of 3.
Well,
well, best of 1, so we can do the deck in the middle. Yep.
Exactly. Nailed it. So we're going to kick this off. And again, thanks to Child's Play for being awesome. We're happy to be a part of this event of Gamers Giving Back, as you can see there at the bottom of the bracket. And we are doing a little Arena Pauper tournament, hoping to show everybody how awesome we already know the format is. And we got Jared, the Tribal Golems, with his Koldatha Boros deck, and Mediocre Matt with his very cool Golgari Yard deck. I don't know who is going to win this. A lot of it is dependent on the texture of Mediocre Matt's hand. So we shall see. Couple of life gain lands to start things out from both sides. Forest for Mediocre Matt. Oh, Sinister Starfish, a very marquee 2-drop for this deck. A little surveil action.
Starfish?
Yeah.
It's the chocolate starfish of the hot dog flavored water.
It is, sadly.
Also, I love J-Rod's deck already. I haven't looked at any of the deck lists, but I love this deck already.
This deck is so cool.
Archer and Synthesizer, I am in.
Yeah, this deck is sweet. Mediocre Matt, no stop on the upkeep for the Starfish is an interesting one. But he had the Eccentric Farmer, so I can see why. If he had the Farmer in hand, I could see why he wasn't really too concerned with that.
Yeah, I guess. And
this is Jared getting ready to cast kind of the marquee card for this deck, the Starnheim Courser. So this card makes artifacts and enchantments cost 1 colorless less. So it can really go off. You can see the Pacifism and the Prism both went down by a generic mana. Mediocre Matt making his 4th land drop, the most important one. This is where he can start to double spell. Grasp of Darkness for that Courser is a huge deal.
Ouch, this is going quite well for Matt.
Yeah, Jared's going to be able to do some pretty nice ones here. I think he can go Archer into Prophetic Prism, and that is a pretty good sequence for him.
Oh yeah, that's a really solid sequence. And having the Synthesizer, like having 4 mana and having the Synthesizer around seems good.
I appreciate Jared ordering his trigger.
Why he changed the order on that.
He could just want a mental note of how they go on to resolve in what order, because I always forget on Arena.
Well, because it's very unintuitive.
It is.
Especially if you've been playing Magic for 1,000 years like we all have.
I think specifically that, because I think for a newer player, it's not as bad as it is for us.
But for us, the triggers are backwards to the way they should resolve.
Correct.
At least in my head, they appear backwards to the way they should resolve. And
I agree completely. As an old school Magic player, that is not how the stack works. In my head,
I am an old school Magic player. You are an old school Magic player.
Yes.
Maybe I'm an old school Magic player, and I'm a capital O, capital S Magic.
I was going to say,
you're a lowercase O, lowercase S.
Tell me where the commas go or whatever. Give me some lead in here.
You could be an old school Magic player because I think you would enjoy the format.
Yeah.
It is dumb fun.
It is. I'm going to hit the donate button because I just donated. Woo! Try to get these guys some money during their match because they coming in way underneath of the money that was earned during that first match. Man, was that a good one.
Well, yeah. So, if you're out there in Chatland, just a little reminder, we are raising some money for Child's Play charity here this evening.
Yes.
This is part of their Gamers Give Back Day. It's also our 4th stream anniversary. And we are... so we set the goal at $250 because it's a good amount of money. But anything we can make is more than appreciated. We love all of you very much and are very excited for the opportunity to give back to a really great charity. It's
super... We can't... we've already got a lot of money donated. That's awesome, you guys. Just appreciate you being out there. All the viewers we're getting tonight. Super, super awesome to see. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for stopping in and checking out what is rapidly becoming my favorite format on Arena.
Yep. Listen, you know how the song goes. If you're playing some Magic, oh yes, you're playing some Magic, but you have no funds, tune into us. This is Pauper Goodness. We're going to have some fun.
Sure.
See? That's the old podcast intro.
Approximately.
Yeah, approximately. We should go back and if anybody wants to listen to that, I'll put up the sound file.
We should just put it on the YouTube for posterity.
I should.
The old poor man's process theme and crunchy guitars.
That's so crunchy. That's the only guitar I can play. Crunchy or poor. Another Flame Breather here for Jared puts him in a pretty good position if he can hit decent off this Investigate from Mr. Raven Inspector. I think he has to play. I know he's holding it for the Reckless Fire Weaver, But I feel like we just need cards here. He gets to get in for 2 in the air, which is great. I think the card is just so important to him here, though. I'd almost be willing to go crack my sphere for a white just to draw a card, 3 of an Inspector for the clue, just because I think I want cards that badly here. The longer the game goes and the more cards that Mediocre Matt gets put in the yard, the worse things kind of get. And he didn't put one in the yard, so you know things are terrible. Mogus's Favor going to do a little bit of work on that Firebrand Archer. Not the biggest of deals for Jared, but that was nice getting that for 1 mana here. Can't do anything else with it, but being able to claim a critter is not a bad thing at all. Crow Forager's definitely Mediocre Matt saying, I don't need the life, but I do need the beatdown here. And I think he's correct. I think that is the spot. He needs to do something. He can't just let Jared do what Jared's doing there. Mountain, not a stellar draw. Turns that into a forest, though. Just showcasing what the cards can do. Synthesizer was quite a nice draw for him here.
Especially if it gets him more action.
Absolutely agree. And Jared properly sequencing the Synthesizer, not making his land drop in case he does get a land here. That's a really good draw. I like my pacifisms with a side of shock. I don't think
pacifism with a side of shock is rad.
I don't know if we're cracking the Synthesizer here.
Feels rough with only 1 mana available to us.
Yeah. Okay. Got the Windscarred Crag out there. Yeah. No harm, no foul. Up to over starting life total.
It was already over starting life total.
Yeah.
Flyer.
Cores are still cracking in. Mediocre Matt needs some help. He's got the.
At the very least, he needs to get those flame breakers out of the way.
We got the Cadaver Imp here, and still castable after this tapping. That was nice. That was nice. Getting that Vulture here was a nice pull.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. 3 creatures off that mill too. Very good deal.
That's solid.
Yeah, that was a big help there for him. He can slow down that air beats.
Ooh, supplies.
Supplies is a great draw for Jared here. This deck is all about cantripping.
Slobber knockers, dude.
Yeah. I'm loving it. Showcasing some of the cooler decks in the format. I'm really, really happy with everybody's deck choice so far. It's very exciting.
Kind of glutted on land here.
A little bit. He's got... The nice thing is this deck can really use... Look at what he's doing with all this mana.
That's true. Oh, another supplies. Wow.
Look how efficient he's being with this mana. And then next turn, he already has the ability to spend 4 mana with just the set of spare supplies here.
Yep.
Into another Inspector, into make a untapped land and crack Clue.
Yeah. All right. I take it back. He's doing a lot of shit here, putting a lot of cards on the board.
Yeah, this deck really has impressed me at how well it uses its mana through the life of the game.
I fucking phoned it in for this event, man. I'll tell you what.
You're playing probably the most streamlined deck. Like Dan's deck of all the decks.
Straightforward deck.
Yeah, of all the decks you're gonna you would see at an Arena Pauper event, Dan's is the most likely you're gonna come up against when you're playing when an event fires. Sam's is probably the second most likely because they're 2 of the most streamlined. Like in terms of time efficiency on Arena, they're 2 of the most well placed aggressive decks of the 6 we're seeing here.
This water to vomit. I will not be finishing this bottle.
Don't finish that bottle. There you go. He figured out the mute button. The child wanted his water, I guarantee it. I think kids are just backwash machines. Ooh, that was quite a good draw for Mediocre Matt.
Yeah, wow. Okay. Catoblepus.
I'm not sure. Deck count looked like around 20 for Mediocre Matt, so I think he's still fine in terms of deck volume.
He can self-mill all he wants and still be fine.
Right. He's not in any kind of concern about it. He does have to figure out how he's winning this game with Jared at 22. But
Fireweaver.
Matt's deck. There's the marquee card of the deck, and Jared holding it up for us. The Reckless Fireweaver. This is kind of what we built the deck around. The Flame Breathers and the Archers are just kind of extra.
Yeah.
Because that that Fireweaver will trigger just off of the...
Egg!
Yes. All 3 will trigger off this egg. Flame Breather and the Fireweaver when it ETBs.
Yeah.
There it is. That's game. Boom, boom. ETBs. Boom.
Boom goes the dynamite.
Boom goes the dynamite.
Oh, that was fun to watch.
That was really cool.
Thank you, Jared. That was fun to watch.
A very, very good win there. Yeah, you got oofa-doofed, my friend.
I got oofa-doofa-doofed.
So let's take a look at the deck that did the oofa-doofing, and that was the Koldatha Boros deck in the hands of Jared. Very cool. So this deck, it's a synergy-based deck. It's trying to deal damage by casting cheap artifacts, made cheaper, hopefully, by Starnheim Courser. And Jared displayed perfectly exactly what the deck does. It's going to get down these 2 drops that deal damage, and then you're going to start playing all these little cantrip artifacts. And the hope is to keep drawing more and more cantrip artifacts and snowball your damage through. So, really, really good. Obviously, Reckless Fireweaver and the team of archers and fire breathers are the damage dealing engine. And then the Courser is kind of the unsung hero of the deck. It's really super important. It can lead to the most busted draws the deck's capable of, because you can just start doing things for 1 to no mana. And you can just, like, if you draw right, you can just go no mana into no mana into no mana. Meanwhile, you're dealt like 6-8 points of damage.
So it's good to know that I at least made the right choice with the removal spell that I cast.
The removals, and I think that was, and we were saying that as you were starting the match.
Drawing any.
Yep. The big hallmark of the deck is how much interaction do you draw, and that kind of dictates the pace of the game. Because I think you win a longer game, but I think that you have to have the interaction to get you into a longer game. So let's talk about your deck. I'll pull it up here for everybody to take a look at that particular slide. This deck is a really cool one. When Mediocre Matt sent me the list, it was 4,000 cards long. And
that was I knew one.
And it was, I was like, at its core, he's trying to do some interesting stuff here. And he and I workshopped it a bunch to get it down to this version here. We found out how important tapping at the window was for the deck. And the whole point of this game, or the whole point of this deck, its game plan in the long haul, is to put a bunch of cards into its graveyard, which is great news for Paul, because that's also what he wants to be doing during this tournament.
Yeah, I'm not too happy about that.
And what Matt's trying to do is use the cards in his graveyard as additional options to do things. So many cards have flashback, escape, all kinds of different abilities that work out of the graveyard. There's also payoffs like the Kroll Foragers we saw in the last game, Moodmark Painter, and
the saddest Kroll Foragers I've ever cast in my life.
Yeah, I saw that. Your casting of it was so smart though, because you recognized immediately at that point you need to be the beatdown. You can't give Jared a lot of time.
That, and I realized that my life total was abnormally low. So I was like, 2 sounds really good right here.
Yeah. Sometimes you just need that too, and I think you nailed the exact moment when you're like, you know what? There was a couple other plays you could make, but I think that the one you made was the right one, because it's like, I gotta establish myself as the beatdown, or else I'm gonna get nickel and dimed out of this game. And I think that was, and that pacifism off the synthesizer was just, it was clutch. Me and Dan were like, oh my god, what a good rip there.
So
it was very, very well played on the control end on his part, for sure.
Yeah, very cool. So let's get into game 2. You guys go ahead and get started, and I'll flip over to you once you're starting it up.
All right.
So very cool game 1 from them. Let's see if we can get a full 3 like we did for the last guys. It was pretty exciting. So very interested to see if Matt can draw a little bit more interaction and hold Jared at bay a little bit longer. So it'd be very, very exciting to find out how this one plays out. So let's kick it over that direction right now. Here we go. Jared on a very acceptable start. Not sad at all to see a hand like this. Yeah, just passing. Not interested in doing that. Definitely, if you're newer to Magic and you don't quite understand the new red ability of exiling cards, this one's on the synthesizers just till the end of turn. So you want to, if he's going to do it, he wants to do it now before he makes a land drop. Still don't necessarily think that's correct when he can start to gain value from something like the Fire Weaver here. Mediocre Matt getting a nice little card here with the Land Pad. And identifying right away how important it is to keep Jared's board clean. I think that's correct. It's an interesting question I think Jared's right here. I would go with the Archer too. I'd rather get a little bit of incremental value off of my cards by playing the Archer than just playing the Synthesizer to try to make my land drop here. Mediocre Matt's deck is a little slower, so I have time. I need to get my points in where I can. And Matt getting one of the key cards of the deck on 3 is this Eccentric Farmer. It keeps him able to make land drops. It does really cool stuff, like if you can discard those cycling lands, it gets them back late game and lets you draw cards. It's a really, really neat deck. Some really cool little value plays you can get. This is a very good sequence of draws for Jared here. The question is, does he want to pacify? I wonder if he wants to pacify the farm or get in for 2 here. That's a really good question. Alrighty. So he goes ahead and plays the Witherbloom Camp, a second one so far, of 2. Gets down the Land Pad, and another Feed the Swarm. So a little bit of damage there. The Land Pad is kind of big trouble because of the fact it can gain life. I think Jared's play is the correct one here. I think Synthesizer's probably the way to go. It sucks to have to play it with no value, but just playing a Courser into what would be nothing feels kind of terrible. Getting lands out of the way so you can then do this feels a little bit better. He still has the ability to crack those Synthesizers, still has the ability to use the spare supplies on top of all of that. So, no real problems for him. Cadaver Imp here. This card is very good in this deck. Just getting back the 4/4 Krull Foragers is really good. Mediocre Matt even sending in the Land Pad, just kind of saying to Jared, like, hey, don't forget I run Mogus's Favor in here. If you block and I have Mogus's Favor, that's a huge blowout. So I really like that attack. Very spicy from Mediocre Matt here. Back to Jared here. He actually has the ability to do some stuff now. He drew that Flame Breather for turn, and I think that's certainly this way to start the turn off. This into Courser into Egg feels fantastic. If he can just start to draw some cantrippy artifacts, this is when the deck really starts to hum. Another Courser's interesting. He can get in here. It doesn't matter about that Mogus's Favor. And I totally agree with Jared's attack here. He knows he's not going to block and risk Mogus's Favor. So there's no reason not to attack here and get the point in. Mediocre Matt, I think, probably wants to tap before he's interested in those Foragers again. But seeing the double Courser plus Flame Breather is a little scary for sure. Gaining a little bit of life. Another tapping's nice. Yep, and that's exact. I agree with this line completely. I think tapping's so important when you have that Foragers as your key life gain card. And now he's got the Rhizome Lurcher in hand to also be a big beater. He's got a lot going on here, so Matt just needs time. And this is exactly what we talked about in the last one. Jared does not want to give him time. A hell of a draw there with the Reckless Fireweaver. We just need to draw. We need to be able to draw into something here. Question is, does he want that third Courser, or does he just want to, like, he could swing, trade the Vulture, get in 2 damage, and then play another Courser and just pass the turn. But I don't know as though that's the right play here. The Thraben Inspector into being able to sack supplies or a clue feels fine to me. It gets in a free point, lets you potentially draw a 0-cost artifact. There's a lot to like here about Jared's position. I would save the Golden Egg for last because you may need to gain that life, depending on how mediocre Matt's doing in the game. Okay, I like this. He's going to use it to filter mana to be able to pacify the Vulture to allow for an attack here. So 2 Coursers coming into the red zone, just one 1/1 flyer to block means that 4 damage comes across for mediocre Matt. We'll see what this starfish has to say. He says, hey, free cards. Free spells, everybody. Foragers gain 5 life. Undoes a lot of what Jared did there last turn. I'm going to sack the pacified creature to gain yet another life. Lampad's super good in this deck. A nice one-of here. These kind of toolbox decks get to run these neat little one-of packages because he's milling so many cards that he's going to be able to just grab up whatever he wants over the course of a longer game like this. Jared using the synthesizer, I think correctly identifying now's the time. Makes that land drop. I think the Firebrand is, yeah, spot on. It's exactly what I would do. Kind of sucks we're down a mana, but I think the Archer's the way to go. Just get it down. You still get the attack in for 4 in the air, so you can kind of mitigate a little bit of the life gain. The Foragers is a problem, but you have the Thraven Inspector as a free blocker. No big deal. Mediocre Matt valuing his life total here. I think correctly as well. Starfish milling a Starfish. No upkeep stops. No. That Foragers was big. Back up to 19 life after that one. That was a really nice hit. I think I agree with this block here. Just want to be able to save some time. Not lose resources. We also have the Vigilance 2/2 that can block. And Mediocre Matt has 2 mana to follow up with. So let's see what the follow-up here is. Possibly a Grasp of Darkness? Feed the Swarm. Okay. Chromatic Sphere is a nice one. Play that and draw a card right away. That's a Lightning Bolt. Pretty good for 0 mana. Replays the Courser. I'm thinking maybe draw a card here is correct over using the synthesizer because you don't want to strand. There's so few spells that get stranded, but if it were like another Flame Breather at all, that would suck. And there's just no reason to run that risk when you can just cleanly draw a card. See, if that were the synthesizer there, that would have been a disaster for Jared. The crazy thing Mediocre Matt can do here is he can even go as far as to Lampad away a Foragers to then get it back with the Rise from the Cellar or whatever it's called, and then recast it and gain a bunch more life. So Jared's definitely a little back-footed here, but a good set of draws from Jared could just put him immediately back in this game. Jared taking the safe block here. 2/2 Vigilance could step in front. That's a very nice block from Jared. Mogus's Favor could be a pain in the butt if Mediocre Matt was representing that earlier. But this is a good, only taking 4 damage. This is a good set of blocks here for Jared, I think. Nope, willing to take 8. And goes for the, just the even blocks. Let's see if... No Mogus's Favor in hand because we know that the last card is the Rhizome Lurcher. So I'm going to tap at the window here. Maybe we can hit the escape, or the Mogus's Favor escape off of the tapping at the window. Mediocre Matt's got quite a choice, it seems. Took him a little while to make that choice. Puts the Typhon in the yard. And here comes 12/12 Rhizome Lurcher. Jared needs to rattle off. Jared can win the game here. That's 4 damage per artifact. So, he's got a lot of bites at the apple here. He gets a draw right now. He can synthesize. He can crack a clue. So there's a lot of chances for him to win the game here. Yep, synthesize. I agree with this completely. And then after that, it still leaves you the chance. And the reason he's doing this first is because, again, if he hits that land drop, he hits a 2-drop, he wants to be able to cast it. Ooh, that's interesting. I don't know if you're interested in that. You could do it. You get 2 triggers off this. This is a shock. And now we get to crack a clue for a card. This is an artifact. very close to game over. Oof, another mountain. So 2 Starnheim coursers get in. Can he just attack all here? He's got... Mediocre Matt has 3 ground blockers. Jared has 4 ground attackers. So that should be game? 1 3 blocks, 1 3. Okay, yep. Good blocks, good blocks. He takes 5 here on this one. Oh, goes to 1. Holy cow. Can the Lampad get Mediocre Matt back into this? Mediocre Matt has 3, 5, 6, 7, 8 mana. Needs a 9th mana to Lampad, sell or recast. No, needs a lot more than that, actually. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, he would need 4, 9, 10 mana to do all that. So a little back-footed on mana here, unfortunately, for Mediocre Matt. He can't use the Foragers to go to... He can't loop a Forager off the board, get it back. But he can swing for a whole heck of a lot of damage here. Jared does, unfortunately, have a pretty good blocking force of 3 creatures that he just does not care about even a little bit. The only creatures that matter here are the Fire Weavers. They're the only things. So what do we got here? What's Mediocre Matt up to? He's probably going through his graveyard trying to figure out what he wants to bring back with that crawl. Really needs something that gains life.
Ooh, rough spot for Mediocre Matt here.
Yeah, it's really interesting. He's short on being able to loop a Krull Forager with the Lampad.
Mm-hmm.
So he's right now getting back. Okay, 3/2 Lampad. Trying to go for forcing Jared to have to block all. Wow. Okay, I like this line.
Yeah.
Five coming in here. Free block on the eccentric farmer. 3 damage.
He's still dead on the crackback, though.
Well, Mediocre Matt has Lampad activations.
Right.
He can activate not enough times to kill Jared, though. So he's got to hope here that Jared can't draw enough to go crazy. Oh, he's going to tap out for the Vulture. Okay. Looks like he hit 1 creature only.
Oof.
Yeah, not good. I don't know about tapping that Starfish now. That would have been a decent blocker. It doesn't matter. No, it matters because we're down a Reckless Fireweaver.
Yeah.
So this is
But
1
we also
damage.
don't know what Jared could draw. He's got a lot of ways to draw cards here.
Starnheim Courser's attack, and that's it. Pacifism.
Also, pacifism
Just kills him on the cast. Wow.
Yep.
Very close one. Very, very close one.
You know what's really terrible about that match is that after I cast the spell, I realized my punt. After I crawl from the cellar just now, I realized my punt. I had 7 mana up. I had 7 creatures out. All I had to do was Lampad 7 times, and I would have been able to win. Swing in, Lampad, done.
So we got a donation. I'm going to flip over and do that once we flip back over to the other screen because I don't have the donation little boppy on this one. I don't think. Let me see if I have it here over my head.
Good game, Gerard. Good, well played. Good
that
game.
Was really good.
Sorry I wasn't a better opponent for you there, but that was
GG's to the both of you. It was fun to watch.
Yeah.
I was worried. Are you kidding me?
Big thank you to that newest donator. But yes, no, it was an exciting game for sure. Let me fix our bracket here, and I will I'll flip over to that. Let me bracket info here. Very cool, and we will move some things around for the new bracket information we had. Mediocre Matt. Gonna play against the worst matchup for him probably here.
It's by far the worst matchup.
With Paul.
This is an 0-2 double elimination game for me.
And Jared.
Somebody has to go 0-2.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
Is going to be squaring off against.
At least it's mediocrity. Then you know that the whole thing is above mediocrity.
So for this next one, it's going to be Sam playing for her first time entering the tournament with the Sky Ninjas. And she's going to be playing against Siege the Tank with his Curvy Crab. So we'll follow Sam this time. She can share her screen with us. And we'll watch her She is the big winner from the last time we did a tournament like this. So her deck is a pretty cool one. So we'll get all that squared away. And she can go ahead and challenge just a best of one game if you want to challenge Siege the Tank to a best of one game. And we'll watch game one, then we'll go ahead and do a deck tech, and then we'll get into the next one. So if you guys want to, you can go ahead and do your thing and mute us and whatnot. And we'll get started here. All right, cool. They are beginning, so let me close up this bracket for everybody so you can get into the actual matchup.
I'm real excited for this matchup, actually.
Me too. So we can see things from Sam's side. This feels like it's a potential keep. There's so many cheap flyers. The Fairy Serum one just feels like you're going to get your best draw on two.
That's definitely a risk it for the biscuit hand.
I think so. I think it's fairly safe play with that Fairy Serum. Just this deck does not want to give up any resources if it can help it. Like, this is a pretty easy one, right? Like, there's our land. No worries. Easy game, easy life. Valuing that pacifism higher than I predicted against a control deck.
Agreed.
But here comes Plains. I think he's going to play the pre-combat Fairy Miscreant just to assert her dominance, I guess. Siege a Tank into tapland, hard evidence. Sam draws that pacifism she wanted so badly. She's got a target for it. I don't think it's much of a target. I think I'm probably just more interested in I-Kite, attack, and move along.
Okay.
I-Kite. So Siege. Oh, no land pass. That's such good news for Sam.
Yeah, that's rough.
Probably most interested in that Silver Raven because that Scry is somewhat helpful here. We'll see if Siege just says no thank you. Missing land drops means there's got to be a spell in here. Essence Scatter, yeah. I mean, that helps, but it doesn't help.
You want to believe, right?
It doesn't help a whole lot when she's just cracking in for 3 uncontested every turn. Land here, though, isn't the worst thing ever as long as Siege can make a land drop here. Does not look like it, unfortunately. It's an interesting proposition here. I'm not sure what the right play is. Probably just lead on a network disruptor, so when you go into combat, you don't have to worry about 2 mana spells interrupting you. I think is probably the right way to go.
Probably. I don't actually know what the.
I would also like to
answer
make
is there.
I was about to say, I'd also like to make the comment that you could tap down the clue token, forcing him, if he wants to crack the clue, to crack it now.
Yeah, that or a land puts him in the same position, right? If that's what Siege wants to do, is try to make the land drop, he has to just do it and let her know that everything's clear for combat. She's tapping the crab to assert her dominance, though. Deadly Dispute's rough there. I mean, the mana replaces itself, so he's ahead. Especially if he can do an untap land, he can get to 4. But that's still, yeah, see, the draws must not have been very good if Mystic Sanctuary's coming down there. And he's got a lot of room to make up. I mean, it only takes one Suffocating Fumes to get back into this. And notice he went for the I-Kite here because that may be what he's setting up for. So that's got to be on Sam's mind here, I think. And I think of all the cards in this tournament, that card is probably the most on Sam's mind. Because that card is one of the only cards in the format that can go multiple for 1. Oh boy, Ninja the Deep Hour says, yeah, let me get a 1/1 back in my hand so your fumes ain't that bad.
And let me draw a card.
Yeah, and then if you don't have the fumes, we'll just we'll do a little Scry 2 action again.
Sam doing a ton of work here on 2 mana.
Yeah, this deck is a beating. And we tested this deck a bunch too. We tested a version that was just blue that leaned more on ninjas that I thought was going to completely wreck and just didn't. Like, this version's just better. So the Fortify is fine, but not great here. I think she's going to go for it anyway. Forces Kuj to have to block with that hard evidence token if he doesn't have a counter spell. I probably would have just Network Disrupted, I think, and then seen if Kuj had a counter spell. If he did, then we would have just pacified the crab and attacked. So now it's just kind of like you don't want to attack with that ninja because he's just going to block, so you only get in 2 damage here. So I think spreading out the spells is probably a little bit better for her there, but it's less, you're less prone to a suffocating fumes with this line. Yeah, I think I'm still doing the same thing. Network Disruptor into Pacifism still feels like the right line to me. No way to get in lethal here, so it don't much matter. Making CJ use cards without getting ahead feels really good. Just tap that. Yeah, now's the time to tap that crab. Poor crab just keeps getting tapped. It's like, what'd you want me out here for? Like, just keep getting tapped? Is it another crab to back up this crab? It is another crab to back up this crab. It counters the
crab
tap.
On crab action.
The crab on crab. But now we have the pacifism.
We had crab on crab crime in the first round, and we have crab on crab action here.
I see. Now that was the power of that, and Sam found that line pretty well. Like, that's the 1-2 punch here when CJ's so choked on mana is really hard for him to overcome. So I think she found that here. Got to be suffocating fumes into something, crack clue into nothing.
Yeah, I don't know that there's any actual real answer here.
No,
we might just be in Scoopsville.
Yeah, we're just turning them sideways here. Let's just get some damage in and call it a day. Boom, 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 boom. That's how you do it.
Boom goes the dynamite.
Down in Beat Town. So before they get started in their next one, we'll take a look at the deck list for Sam because we already saw Siege the Tanks. We'll take a brief look at it, though, because you might not have been here for that, and you may be missing out on what sweet crabness is going on over in Coogeville. We have...
Old Cooge down in Coogeville.
That's right. We have Sam's deck is the Flying Ninjas. It is a tempo-based aggressive deck, obviously using flyers and ninja creatures to generate a board and card advantage. Like, we saw Sam finish with 4 cards in hand or something, like,
yeah,
and she had 5 permanents out on the board plus lands. Like, it's just like, oh my gosh, like, the deck just never runs out of cards. It's really ridiculous. And her key cards, obviously, we saw Ninja the Deep Hours, Cloudkin Seer being a flyer that also draws a card, and then one that has surprised me at how much it's kind of been a role player in the deck, and the thing the deck was missing the most when we moved to Mono Blue was Fairy Guide Mother. Being able to pick up the ninjas that are already on the board and let them get in for additional damage is a really big deal. Plus those kind of extra 2 to 4 points of damage over the course of the game. They take a turn or two off of the actual, like, total length of the game.
That is fascinating.
I was really surprised. I just thought for sure this was like, this deck becomes Mono Blue, you run 8 ninjas, and you never lose a game. Mm-hmm. And I was just like, well, I am wrong, because this deck is significantly worse than the white version was somehow.
Wow.
Yeah, and Sam's deck still, I think, is a little bit, she's still, and if you're out there and you're kind of new to Arena, Sam's deck is a good example of what you can do when you don't have a ton of wild cards. She kind of built this core out of a collection she had, the free cards she had gotten, and the little bit she earned playing, and then she slowly just here and there used wild cards to get the cards she needed and tested and tuned and made sure she didn't just overspend wild cards where she didn't need to.
We love that.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll let them go ahead and get started, and we'll talk a little bit about the Cooge deck here as well. Again, the Crab deck is a traditional control deck, and we're trying to win with Serpentine Curve. So that's pretty much the crux of the deck there. So that is exactly what we're trying to do. And big delayed thanks to Dan's wife for the donation. That's who gave us the donate there. All right, and we are on to the second game. Siege the Tank on the play here. Sam going to do the same keep with the single mana Fairy Seer trick.
Yep, I love that.
Yeah.
Just feels really powerful.
Does. So we're going to see her lead off, I'm sure, Island into Fairy Seer. I think really all she's interested in is land at this point, right? Like, who cares?
Yeah.
Plenty of power in the air, plenty of card advantage with that double winged words. Nothing much matters but land here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Siege Tank with that little 1 mana Mogus's favor. Feels kind of nice to buy him a little bit of time. No Ninja the Deep Hours here is a nice sigh of relief for Kuj after having played that favor.
Yeah.
I feel great about that. I'm just like, oh, thank God.
That could have been so much worse.
Yeah, I agree with that. So it looks like Sam scripting her next turn will probably end up being Winged Words into Silver Raven would be my guess, based on the way she kept that scry. Bashes in for 1 and plays her Raven, gets the scry on. I think all she's interested in at this point is Plains, really.
Mm-hmm.
Fortify is a tempting one to see on top. See what she does with it.
You love Fortify in this format.
It's the best, like, what do you, like, best, is it Rally the Peasants? Right? The one that gives everything and then flashes back?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's our Rally the Peasants. And it can save you from a Suffocating Fumes.
It can.
Ooh, Crab in that card draw. I think that's probably the way to go here because...
I mean, you wanna hit her resources, right?
Right. Keep a manageable amount of board presence for yourself to kind of get over, I think is the right choice. She gets to bash here. So can Siege Suffocating Fumes? Is that something that interests him? Gosh, if there's Suffocating Fumes coming, this could be an absolute blowout. Oh, escaping the Mogus's favor on a Silver Raven, though. Probably should have went for a Fairy Seer at that point, I think. Just Scry 1, obviously much worse than Scry 2.
Yeah.
Sam's got a pretty easy turn here. Pick up her Fairy Seer and put the Ninja into play, and then recast the Fairy Seer. Classic. That's a Paper Pauper line of play there.
Draw a card and then scry 2 for 3 mana seems good after you've also dealt 2 damage to your opponent.
Yeah, this feels like a bottom.
I'm bottoming the Ninja there because I have guaranteed.
It's a tough one. Yeah, with double, that also gives double Ninja in play, so it's just like hard evidence, single hard evidence Crab can't block both Ninjas. Mm-hmm. So there's some validity there, but I think her next turn's almost certainly Cloud Concealer anyway. But
I guess that's true. She's on 3 mana.
We'll see. You never know. I was going to say Plains could change that, right? Because Stalwart Valkyrie is in hand. She could go like Pacifism, swing all 4 creatures, second main phase. Or I guess she can't second main phase the Valkyrie. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. I don't think there's a right or a wrong. Cloud Concealer is good. And if Kuj counters it here, that's kind of a big win because you know there's no Suffocating Fumes in hand.
Yep.
And we just swing our flyers and call it good enough. Debt to the Kami. What creature do you exile here? Do you just get rid of the Ninja for now? I don't know. The pacifism in hand's hard to say when there's just 2 little turd flyers. She elects to give...
I think I would have done what she did, but...
I think with Fortify in hand, her line is the right one.
Mm-hmm.
Because that represents a ton of damage. Next turn you can just make a Valkyrie, and then the following turn you Fortify for the win.
Agreed.
But of course, with the counter magic that Siege has available, makes it hard. But cheap Valkyrie here means she gets to hold up. You see a guard approach for any targeted removal. Feels really nice. See if there's a counter spell. Mirror Shell Crab, pay 3. Okay. It's fine. We're still getting in 2 damage. It's not the most, and it gives Siege the chance to kind of come back here. It's not the most amount of damage.
That's what I don't like, is giving his deck time.
Right, and that's what Siege is trying to do, right? This is the whole thing's just been a fight to try to get enough time to start to do more impressive things than Sam's deck can handle.
Tempo fight.
It is. It is. That Fortify is going to make all the difference. So Sam's scrying that to the top instead of the bottom, like I said she should. Well, not should have, but suggested she might have. Might end up being the difference maker here. Mm-hmm. Looks like it's going to be another Escape Amogus' favor. Card's doing work.
Yeah, I've been really impressed by it in this list.
But Sam can see a guard approach when Siege does this and just flip the script on who's countering whose spells here.
Yeah. Rock and roll our way across the cosmos.
That's right. Big thanks again to everybody who's watching tonight. We are doing a charity stream for the Child's Play charity, and they are doing a Gamers Give Back event. If you have the means, we'd appreciate any donations you can give. If you can't, you being here is enough. Don't feel bad. Nothing to feel bad about. We appreciate all the support. Anything you can do to support us, just being here, saying hey, say hi in chat, just hanging out, giving us a view is tremendous for more eyes to get on this. We really, really appreciate it.
Any amount of money raised is great. Child's Play is great. Any amount of money raised by us is great. Everything's great.
And you are all great.
Yep.
So thank you so much. We love being able to bring some Arena Pauper to everybody's eyes because it's a cool format. It really is. It's a brewer's paradise. It's a ton of fun. Siege here looking to slow the clock down. We'll cut the clock in half, really, if you think about it. Mediocre, Matt, we know you're here. Appreciate you chatting us here.
He's in chat and he's playing. The chats are coming from inside the tournament.
They are. When a stranger chats.
When you sit on your hand till it goes numb and type.
Mm-mm. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I love to use a crab pun, but we'll see if Siege the Tank has clawed his way back from the brink here. Fortified not going to do it because for Mogis' favor will stick on the Fairy Seer, unfortunately for Sam. Mm-hmm. And now Siege putting his foot down. I am the beats. But little does he know, Sam actually does have an answer with that pacifism in hand, so she can keep that fractal at bay for now.
People just doing bad stuff to Siege's fractals.
They are vulnerable. That's why my control deck, I play Serpentine Curve, not as many as Siege does, but I also play IGI because it's still just such a workhorse. Mm. Question is, if you're in Sam's seat, do you want to try to just jam that Fairy Seer and see what happens, or do you want to hold it until you get 2 cards? Deadly Dispute, sacking a crab. It's just going to draw 2 cards and make a mana. I mean, I say just, but that card does everything.
Yeah.
That card, I consider it.
Paper copies of that card are actually expensive, despite it being a common.
Yeah, they are, and I know the Pauper Format League has or panel PFP has that on their radar as a possible ban. Just crazy. Siege Tank just happy to pass turn here. It's like, I got Serpentine Curves. Don't really care what you're up to.
Have to do anything. I'm good, y'all.
Yeah, the onus is really on Sam here to try to find something to end this game.
I wish her the best.
Yeah, Siege has such inevitability in this match. At this point, it feels really hard for Sam to win. But it really only takes a Mole Drifter that resolves to get Sam back in this game. Like, Mole Drifter into a Winged Words is just like, out of nowhere, her hand's full, and Siege has to worry again.
True.
So, a very close one. Mystic Sanctuary back the Serpentine Curves is what we were talking about. Inevitability. Oh my goodness. Okay. And I think this is the right play from Siege. Obviously, you want to minimize the amount of turns for Sam to find something like a Mole Drifter. The scary part is he's representing a counterspell, despite all the things that just happened.
He did a lot of things and still has counter magic.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a really rough place for Sam. And the draws aren't cooperating too well either. She can, at the beginning of Siege's combat step, if she feels she needs to, use the UC a guard approach. But we'll see. A guard approach, maybe. I don't know if she has to right this second, but if she takes this hit here and there's 2 tokens, but 2 tokens kill her no matter what, so I don't know as though she really has to use this here. I don't think it makes a difference. Yeah, and she elects to just take the hit for 12. I mean, if Siege is holding counterspell, it's just kind of like if he serpentines into counterspell, it doesn't elects to not serpentine, which means possibly that's a GG right there.
Yep, that'll do it.
Yeah, it's not great, but it happens. She can tap the token here. I mean, it's not going to resolve, but she just needs to make sure she taps it right before combat here. And I'm sure Siege will just counter this. Put it this way, be surprised if it wasn't a counter. Whoa! I'm surprised.
Yeah.
Wow, so we're really looking for... I mean, it could be an essence scatter, right? Like, just because that didn't get countered doesn't mean there's not an essence scatter. We'd have seen that out of Siege's list. Of course, Skyfisher here is a creature, but it's not a good enough creature.
Yeah.
It's just bounce a land. Could bounce the pacifism. Yeah, there's the essence scatter I was talking about. Could pick up the pacifism, put it on a 13/13, block the 12/12, take 6, but then what are we doing? Spinning our wheels, really.
Not really doing enough.
No, not that Siege was, just, yeah, I have an essence scatter, what of it. Okay, that will do it for game 2, and then we'll get right into game 3 here. We'll just have to give it a minute for Sam and Siege to do the challenging bits of business. But yeah, two very close games so far. We saw Sam kind of do her thing, and Siege couldn't quite keep up, and then we got to see Siege stop the pendulum and push it back on her. So... exactly, we've seen both sides. Both Siege and Sam have accomplished the exact thing their deck has set out to do. So, very cool. Let's get into this next one here. Sam on the play. And she's going to keep. This looks like a solid keep here.
I mean, it casts most of the spells in the hand. I think we're good.
That's... yep, part of the reason why this deck is so good. It's crazy. Yeah, there's enough to cast the Cloud Concealer as things progress. I wonder if is it Winged Words or Network Disruptor here? She goes for Winged Words. I think that's probably correct. Gets her closer, chance...
cards is more cards.
Yeah, that's why this deck is so hard to beat. Sam's saying, if you want to take no damage... counter my Seer. CJ said, I will absolutely counter that Seer. And she says, okay, take 1 then. Siege says, I will hold up 3 mana. That's what this deck is built to do. So the question is, if you're Sam, do you want to go to combat, try to get in network? You could push the envelope here and try to Network Disruptor, tap a land, see if Siege is interested. And if he floats the mana, move into your combat step. Looks like she just wants to be efficient with her mana and make a 3-drop here.
Also good.
Yeah. Mana efficiency is very important. She's already up on cards on CJ though, having the Winged Words. CJ countering these in a 1-for-1 fashion actually kind of favors Sam. So she can attack. Again, she can use Network Disruptor and tap a mana. Probably like doing that in the face of the possible Frost Trickster. Just being pushing the envelope, go, hey, how about me tapping your mana here? Essence Scatter, not even interested. Okay, well, get a clean combat step if we want it. Ooh, Sam going with a mana inefficient route, but a card positive route. Don't think there's any world we want Island. I don't know about that Fairy Guide Mother for sure. I think we're more interested in just getting to White Source.
Yeah, Pacifism and Skyfisher seem really solid here.
Yeah. She needs to get more pressure on the board for sure. Or else Siege is going to be able to do... okay, this is an opening. Can probably just Frost Trickster, tap that Fractal, take a turn off from having to worry about damage getting in, and just get in for 2 here. Sam's deck is able to fight a creature v creature matchup pretty effectively. It's the control style fight that Siege brings that makes it hard. He can double favor here. Always going to debt, but I kind of just like favor instead there, right? Just get rid of the Miscreant, not give Sam the choice to get rid of the Miscreant. Then she obviously gets rid of the Miscreant, and then the favor doesn't do anything for a while. I mean, obviously there's still going to be a target based on the construction of her deck after a little while, but I'd rather just get it there and then use debt to get 2 things that possibly my favor could not. Right now, we're in that situation, right? That debt would look so much better right now. So I think a very minor misstep from Siege there, but not anything that's going to... it's not a game-losing maneuver by any stretch of the imagination.
I also think it's probably recoverable.
Definitely.
And his deck is strong enough to make that recovery, too. Especially with her stumbling on white mana.
Her stumbling on white mana, her not drawing any blue flyers, drawing white spells. The worst. White spells and islands.
No
are
white lands and white spells.
Yeah, are just the... Doesn't want to draw white spells, doesn't want to draw island. Is not a great spot to be in. But a lot of the deck is blue. They're blue spells, right? So it shouldn't be that big of a deal, but when it's not, Siege can take advantage of little windows like this. Like, because something's going to get taught by example. What is it? Nothing. Interesting. Is that just to strengthen a serpentine curve here? Nothing. Interesting. Okay. White mana. We accept white mana. I think probably just combat step, right? Like, just get in there and then pick up a flyer and recast it or something. That's probably...
Start there.
Yeah. Yeah, let
I think
Siege...
we still need to string together a couple of better turns in a row, but that's a good start.
Absolutely. Question is, yeah, I think it's got to be Skyfisher, right? Like, Pacifism's cool on a 4/4, but we still take 3 hits from a 4 before we die. The Skyfisher picking up something like the Frost Trickster and then tapping the Fractal is very powerful. Odds of it resolving seem low, but resolving any spell against Siege here is kind of low odds. They get higher every card he burns. You can see how... And that typifies my point exactly, right? CJ values that card draw so highly, willing to get rid of his onboard threat. That's how important the cards are here to this fight.
Especially given how few they have.
Right.
They're important in every fight, like we talked about in the first round, because the card draw is so bad in this format. But it's even worse here in the All Commons format.
Jamming that Mishgrain, I don't. If I'm Siege, I do not care about this. I'm actually very surprised to see a protocol here. That's a big win for Sam. Anything Mogus's favor can take care of should not be interacted with any other card at this point. Siege is so low on resources, he can't afford to throw them away.
I mean, I want to see her pinch him for the win here because I think that's exciting, but it's just tough.
It's a very precarious situation.
Any turn that he has extra time to build up resources is so damaging for her.
It is. You see a guard approach is a decent enough draw. She can protect the Eye Kite in future turns, and especially if it's... She needs 2 attacks with this Eye Kite, right? That's really what we're looking for. Is 2 cracks with the Eye Kite, and then we can fortify on the 3rd swing. Mm-hmm. So, being able to protect the Eye Kite in the interim is actually quite important here. Siege the tank doing what Siege does, putting cards in his hand and passing the turn. Second white source isn't horrible here. This isn't bad, and again, this is an important attack step here, but we'll see what Siege says. Deadly Dispute, I think. So, sure. Let's see what else comes of this. Looks like the Eye Kite's going to get in.
This is a down to the wire match, man.
It is. That was the important one. So we'll see if Siege taps out for like a Serpentine Curve here. That's a potential insane blowout for Sam.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's interesting. Just like what? Like wow, that's really interesting. Wow. I'm not sure. I think the plan's probably just still go for the win and then use Muldrifter as a backup plan.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see what Siege does here.
Go for the win part is working.
Siege is interacting. Ob Nixilis' Cruelty. Yeah, this is nice because Siege is acting before Sam is using the Fortify. So if Siege counters the UC Guard approach. Okay. Sam's going for it. She's playing around Mirror Shell Crab here with 3 mana up. Ooh, it's close. It's a sweat. Siege holding priority here.
Fingers crossed.
So if Siege deals with this Eye Kite or this Fortify at all, Disruption Protocol on the Fortify. Interesting you didn't counter the use of a guard approach. So the question is, do we want to... I think now with mana, it's a tough one. Do you want to evoke the Muldrifter, or do you just wait till next turn and hardcast that guy? Sam says, I want cards, and I want them now.
Yep. She has a structured settlement. She wants cards now.
That's right. Okay. There's a pretty bad set of draws. Probably just hold the land here. There's no reason to play it out. Let Siege think that you have lots and lots of cards you can cast next turn.
This Ikite could go the distance.
Ikite looking good here.
I want to scream on the inside for you saying that, guys, because all I want to do is sing the song. But I can't.
Oh, Moon Circuit Hacker is a win.
Sing the song, boys. Sing the song.
All right. She's going to ninjutsu the hacker. Again, playing around Crab. Can't Mogus his favorite instant speed. Will the ninja win? Suffocating Fumes. Okay, that's kind of a win. She gets to then free Ikite into Fairy Miscreant, into Pacifism. That's a pretty good sequence here. And Siege really can't say much about it with one treasure available. Yeah, that's again, I present lethal. What say you?
Showing you my lethal, please respond.
Yeah, we know that Mogus's favor can chip away at a Fairy Miscreant, but can't chip away that just unrelenting Ikite. And if she has any card draw, the Ikite... Oh, nope. Siege of Tank manages to weave one through here, up to 6 life now. This is really rough. You're going to lose the Fairy Seer to the Mogus's favor, but I do think the Scry 2... That was quite a Scry 2. Cloud Concealer on top was... Oh, she ordered it wrong. That was a big misplay there. Yeah, that's a big problem. Her not being able to put 2 creatures down. I mean, the Stalwart Valkyrie's harder for Siege to deal with, but not being able to go creature into creature and choke him on mana is really rough.
Mm-hmm.
Mediocre Matt saying this might be the best match of the night. It's definitely a close one. It's a very classic aggro versus control style matchup. Mogus's favor just showing off how good it is. Mediocre Matt also playing that card. Siege of Tank saying, I would like to gain more life, please.
Get me out of the way.
I think that Valkyrie stays in your hand at this point because you know that Embrace is coming and he just insta-plays it on you. I think you just got to wait and go like Seer into Valkyrie into something else. I just don't think you can afford to jam that here. Milady, how are you this evening? We're doing really well. We've actually gotten quite a bit of charitable donations. We are having a blast. We are still early into the proceedings for the tournament, so it's going really well. Everything's working out swimmingly. How are you? Siege going to Undercity Embrace. And I think it's just a matter of a Serpentine Curve here. I feel like Sam's really going to struggle. She has to have a good rip off this Cloud Concealer if it resolves. I don't think anything that's Mogus is favorable should be dealt with any other card. Pacifism is good for later.
Bite.
Hey, that's good. Glad to hear you're doing well. Thank you, of course, for hanging out with us. Appreciate it. Mogus's favor is going to see that that Cloud Concealer is a non-entity here. I wonder if he'll want to put it on the Crab token. I don't think that's a good play because I think you want to keep using it. Ooh, that was a hell of a draw. If this resolves, there's a game again. For what, the 4th time or something? This particular third game?
Really back and forth. We'll give you the whole seat, but you're only going to need the edge.
Seriously. Mirashell Crab! Oh no! She didn't play around at the land sitting in her hand!
Crab people. People.
That was the second Muldrifter. There's no more 2s. There's no more draw 2s outside of Winged Words here for Sam. That's rough. Never show the opponent that land ever. What land? I didn't do that. Cooge, see if he can. Yep, there's that 18/18 serpent. Fractal, I guess. And Sam draws land. She can pacify here. So, still in the game, but we need this to resolve, and we need a Winged Words ASAP. They play a land here without much harm. No need to sandbag 2 of them. Summer's a monster. First time chat says, hey, go Sam.
Woo!
Sam's going somewhere. It's probably going to be the loser's bracket. But we'll see. Again, Winged Words changes a lot.
Really does.
One card can get her back into this game. Obviously, that is really dependent on the texture of Siege the Tank's hand.
Oh, God.
Which seems to be non-stop crabs all day, and that is it.
Land. Yeah.
Corsico, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you to Summer for the first-time chat.
To those of you who are just joining us in the chat, please remember we are doing a charity stream this evening in support of Child's Play Charity's Gamers Give Back. There is a link that Jared can drop into the chat that will allow you to go directly to our donate page at Tiltify to donate directly to Gamers Give Back. We greatly, greatly, greatly appreciate it.
We do. We appreciate you guys hanging out. We appreciate you watching. We appreciate it a lot.
Good game, Sam. You had...
I think that said it all. I think Mediocre Matt said in chat it was the best match of the night he felt.
It was frustrating.
Rope the dope back and forth.
Yeah. Between that match and game 2, match 1, were probably the best.
So you probably were wondering what that teach was about. I misplayed my mistake. I was thinking I could double the sacrifice, draw 2 cards. But I didn't have 2 things to sacrifice.
Understood. I thought you were doing it just to. I thought for sure we were going to see teach there at the end of turn, and then just an immediate serpentine for 1 more. That's what I thought you were doing.
No, unfortunately, it was not as good as that.
That's all right. It happens, right? Like there was a. I guess I'll kind of out Sam to you with that. The turn where you crabbed her on the Mole Drifter, she had a 3rd land in her hand she could have played before the Mole Drifter to play around the crab.
What?
Yeah.
So we were all making mistakes.
Yeah, she did. And
he had the moments.
But that's, and I think, a good thing to highlight, right? If you're new to the format, and Sam's pretty new to the format, she's not super familiar with the card pool. So she's like, let me hold this card to represent another spell that CJ might have to worry about, which is completely valid at the point she was playing. But not thinking about, oh crap, there's a thing that counters unless I pay 3 mana specifically that might be in his hand. So I can totally see where that happened. I think it's a great point to highlight for anybody who's new. Yeah, it's all right. You're gonna see cards you've never seen before. That's the nature of Magic when you're new. Hell, it's the nature of Magic for me, especially with like the Historic Horizons cards they added. It's just like, whoa, what do all these cards do exactly?
Man, I told Max Storm, he's like, no, they're uncommons. No, they're not.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know everything that's in the format. That's the nature of the format. Why it's a brewer's paradise. So
it's great.
We're gonna have Dan playing against Jared next. So Siege, if you want to hang out with me in the booth, Paul, you can jump in too if you want to.
Yeah, man.
We will we'll commentate that match if we'll watch this from Dan's side. So Dan, if you want to screen share with me.
Sorry, who's screen sharing?
Thanks for the invite there, man.
Screen sharing.
Yeah.
You are, Jared, or I am?
You are, Dan.
Dan is.
Sorry.
It's okay, Dan. I will deafen.
I am also going to deafen, and I will give Jared a challenge.
Perfect. And then we'll jump over to between games 1 and 2. We'll do a little deck tech for Dan's deck, and we'll do a reminder deck tech for Jared's deck. And big thanks to everybody. Again, we're doing this for the Child's Play Charity Gamers Give Back event. You can see it there at the bottom of the bracket, and you can see the Child's Play logo and all our very, very kind contributors to that particular cause. Right there. And I'll close this and we'll get started with this match. So big thanks to everybody who's hanging out with us. Big thanks to everybody who's donating. Much, much appreciated.
I'm super excited to see Jared on this deck. Like, I was brewing with this deck for a while because I know it exists in actual Pauper, with like Kadoltha, Galvanic Blast, like artifact lanes and all that good stuff.
Absolutely.
I was like, I don't know if you can make this work in Arena Pauper, but he has, and it's amazing. I wish I thought up of this like he did.
It's a very cool deck. He and I built this a while back and have been tinkering with it and have gotten some cool toys since we built the deck the first time.
The version I think I was working on was with Lampad and had some Goblin tokens, so you could sack them.
That's kind of interesting. I like that. Dan has the Lightning Visionary, which is one of the prowess creatures, and you can see he's holding 3 Warlord's Fury and a Crash Through to pay that Lightning Visionary off. So Jared's going to have some ouchies coming in, I think, next turn, unless he goes for a simple start with an Impulse, which is possible as well.
Ouchies indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. Paul, you ain't got time for all this damage nonsense. That's for chumps.
Who's dealing damage? Gain life, lose life, I don't care.
That's right. That's all just...
cards, great.
Yeah, it's all just technical BS. Not worried about that. Kiln Fiend, kind of the signature card from Dan's deck. Jared's deck does not really have much in the way of interaction outside of pacifism. So we'll see if Jared can cobble together a way to hold that Kiln Fiend down on this next turn. But Dan leading off with Impulse is potentially very good. If he draws Mountain and is able to go Impulse kind of freely without the need to get a Mountain off the Impulse, he's in very good shape because the Warlord's Fury giving First Strike makes blocking the Kiln Fiend an absolute nightmare for Jared. I mean, he can just chump with the Thraben Inspector, obviously, but it still just is a very big headache.
Well, like you said before, Max, like people are new to the format, so they're not going to know what a lot of cards do. I especially don't know. What's Warlord's Fury do?
Warlord's Fury gives all of your creatures First Strike until end of turn and draws a card.
Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that card before.
Yeah, it's very good in these red spells decks. I do agree with Dan wanting to use the shock here. Putting it on the card he does not want to block. Probably just send Visionary here is correct. Oh, he's offering the Kiln Fiend up. I think Jared has to. Whoa! I think
he's using his life as the resource there.
Yeah, the entire thought of that combat step was the opposite of what happened.
See, I think Dan was okay with him losing a Firebrand Archer there, trying to get some of that combo off the thing, and Jared just didn't want to lose those pieces.
I don't know the texture of Jared's hand. That might be the absolute correct play, but man, just anytime that my opponent is offering a Kiln Fiend, I want to get rid of it. But this pacifism may have been lurking, so... Getting the nice out of Dan there on that pacifism. My goodness. This is a tight race. I think Dan has this locked up here. He's got a lot of work to do. Maximize velocity doesn't help a ton. Dan probably has run the math and thinks he has it here. I can't be right, though, right? Maximize velocity.
+1/+1.
So +2/+2 here?
Maybe he's just trying to get in for as much damage as he can.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. They're both just punching each other in the face and not trying to defend themselves at all.
Maybe he's worried about another pacifism, so he's trying to push as much damage as he can.
It's like Foreman versus Tyson. They're just punching each other in the face. Holy cow. Let me pull up.
That was not a rope-a-dope match. That was in your face, both all
2 points off.
Wow. You guys were punching each other in the face with no regard to your life total.
We have a life total?
Why were either of those decks going to be concerned about their life total? Come on, sir.
Holy cow. That combat step, Dan, where I was like, all right, so Dan's going to hold back the Kiln Fiend and just attack with the other creature. And then I was like, and Jared probably just either takes it or maybe just chumps. And then you swung the Kiln Fiend. I'm like, oh, never mind. So maybe Jared blocks an Archer on the Kiln Fiend just to get rid of it. And I'm like, wait, he's not blocking either. So that whole combat step, exactly the opposite of what I would have called.
So that is us playing Magic.
That's right. So
for the entirety of our time.
Blitz. No fear blitz.
Summer's a monster. Thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it.
Woo.
So let's take a look at Dan's deck here. Dan's deck is mono red prowess. So what Dan is trying to do is cast a creature or two, as we just saw, and then, as we just saw, cast a ton of spells to deal a giant burst of damage.
Yeah, I think we just saw exactly what that deck is supposed to do.
That's right.
Yep, 2 points off.
Yeah, The key cards in the deck, Kiln Fiend, obviously, we saw that already. Festival Crasher, very similar to the Kiln Fiend, just kind of a slightly more powered down version. And Reckless Impulse, one of the new additions, being able to just give Dan tons of cards out of nowhere. So
many a card out of nowhere spell.
Many. And Jared, if you hadn't seen it when we were doing it last time, is on this sweet Koldatha Boros deck. Jared was praising, or CJ was praising how neat he thought it was a little bit ago. So we have the deck kind of as a synergy-based deck, and it is putting down some creatures that deal damage when non-creature spells are cast, and then it casts said non-creature spells. The kind of the key card, the Reckless Fireweaver, matters and counts artifacts specifically, so you get a little bit of extra synergy with Thraben Inspector, which is really cool. Deck does a whole lot of damage and can do a whole lot with very little mana. It's a very cool deck when it goes off. So both of these decks looking to quote-unquote pop off at each other. So it's just shaking champagne bottles and seeing who gets wetter.
Yep.
There's an analogy for you.
And challenge it for
yes, please do.
you here, and
stay on the other side, Ray.
and I will win the coin flip. Remember to do that part.
Coin flip, coin flip, coin flip. Flip the coin. And we'll get back over to this game number 2 against these two very fast synergy decks.
We're spending your paying like 30 minutes to match. These two guys are finishing under a minute.
Yeah, they're really averaging out like the length of the stream, aren't they? These guys would finish 3 matches before you and Paul are done game 1.
Yep. It's always those like 2 guys in the back playing control in a draft. Like, is everyone done yet? No, it's just 2 guys over there playing control.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to wait for them to finish to see who goes to Taki.
That's right. Okay, Kiln Fiend into Kiln Fiend is a heck of a good start for Dan. Holding up a shock in case of Jared playing a Firebrand Archer or similar. Whoa, really?
Nope, right to the face, man. He's not holding back.
Oh my. Well, I guess if his next turn is going to be Reckless Impulse anyway, he might as well get in his 7 points of damage while he can.
Yep.
So that's fair. Dan
He's
does...
not...
Sorry, go ahead.
He's not, doesn't want to get pacified at all.
No. And Jared doing a similar thing with the synthesizer here. Hope he's got a land in hand to allow for a follow-up here. It went right to combat after the synthesizer, so I don't believe that he does. That could be big trouble. Could be in game 3. That's, yeah. So, Dan wants to start off with this Impulse, grow both the Kiln Fiends here. My goodness. Okay, so he's going to get to Mountain off of the Impulse into Impulse. Holy cow. Yeah, and there's just casual lethal coming in, by the way. Just for those of you playing at home, casual lethal there on turn 4.
Come on, Jared.
I don't know.
I don't want to play against King. Come on, Jared.
You right? Pretty easy turn for Dan. Just Warlord's Fury into see what you draw. Spellgorger Weird, not a bad card here. He can go weird. He can't go weird into Festival Crasher, so he probably has to go Crasher plus Visionary. This gives Jared a shot. But it's not a very good one against the fact that Dan's going to be able to double spell right here. Double creature, no less. Oh, right, they had first strike. It's not even a trade. Yeah, that's it, I think. I can't imagine Jared having a way to get back into this.
He needs something. A miracle.
All he needs is a miracle.
Oh, wait. Nope. There's a rare and not in this format.
That's right. Yeah, he would need, like, multiple blazing volleys to get back into this one. 3 of them, to be exact.
Aha! It worked that time.
It did. It worked like a charm. Casual lethal on turn 4.
I mean, what did I say during the first match? If I was still playing by the point the game had gone that far, I was, it was over, basically.
Right, absolutely.
Actively trying to remember what it was I had said at that point. So, not much else to say there other than I got to go first and I did the things that the deck does.
Yeah, I mean, it just showcases the power of Reckless Impulse, right? Like, what a gift that was to that particular deck. Like, holy cow, that card is so powerful.
Yeah.
And even the hits themselves were a little underwhelming, but just the overall power of what it did, adding to the Kiln Fiends and being able to get you cards to add to the board, was just... and absolutely spoke for itself. Mm-hmm. Absolutely spoke for itself. And big thanks again to everybody who's hanging out with us for this charity stream. We're going to get into Game 3 of this particular match here between the Mono Red Prowess and Koldatha Boros decks. So big thanks to everybody who's watching here. Again, you can see right on the screen, this is the bracket we're working through and all of the information about the Child's Play Gamers Give Back event they are running and we are participating in. So thank you all for being a part of it as well. Really appreciate that. We're going to get into this Game 3 here. Dan's on the draw, very important to note, with still a very keepable hand here. Plenty of mana. Doesn't want to see any more mountains, but very good otherwise. And shock's not bad. If Jared plays a Firebrand Archer and Dan's able to just kind of shock that and then land a Kiln Fiend, that's a really nice tempo play for him. Not going to get that lucky, but that's okay. Probably just a Kiln Fiend here is nice and easy. The trickier part becomes what is turn 3? Do we establish another 2-drop creature to try to overwhelm Jared, or do we just try to crash in really hard with that Kiln Fiend? I think a lot of that depends on what Jared's turn is here. Interesting, into Synthesizer, huh? No reason not to. It's unfortunate, but if you hit a land here and you don't need it, that's a pretty big win. Yeah, like that Windscarred Crag.
Yeah.
That's not a... I think that's kind of a win for him. Like, likely doesn't need that land. So
nice for the life game, though.
That's all right.
1 point's a point.
A point's a point. But it's out of his way if he himself can go off here.
Yes.
So Dan is going to go for the more setup-y style turn, which I think is good, because then he can impulse and then go into like Shock plus Warlord's Fury or whatever the best play for him at that point is.
Yeah, if he just draws more spells here and not lands, I think he'd be okay.
Agreed. Thraven Inspector coming in, getting a Clue token, which is going to allow the Fireweaver to crack Dan for 1. And he's going to cast some Spare Supplies, again allowing Dan to crack in for 1 damage off the Reckless Fireweaver.
Does Dan shock the Inspector so he can get through with both of them?
I probably would myself, because I just, like you said, I'm just interested in getting things off the board.
Getting the damage.
Yeah. Yeah, so Dan's going to do it here to get... He's going to do it to get the triggers as opposed to EOT, and it's basically a question of, do you want to be more mana efficient, or do you value the triggers higher?
Oh, no, he definitely wants the triggers. I just don't... Yeah, if he didn't want to go face with that or get the blocker off the board.
Crash through off of this Reckless Impulse would be insane. Land Crasher. Here's a Warlord's Fury for him. This is a lot of damage. It's a 17 that he can come in for here, off of first striking creatures. I don't know what Jared does here.
Does he take it or block?
It really depends on the texture of his hand.
Yeah.
Dan's at 15. The odds of Jared dealing 15 damage off of 1 Reckless Fireweaver is pretty non-existent, so...
Yeah, block the 10 too, at least there's no trample.
Yeah. Exactly. Soak up that 10 damage without trample while you can.
He can make a token? It's, 3 to make a token?
He can make a token for 3.
Make 2 tokens. No, still 1.
He can still make 1 here and make a blocker if he needs it. He's going to draw a card instead. That's also logical. And Dan drawing the creature side of his deck. Look at that. 5 creatures available to cast here.
Yeah.
No additional damage. It's a good thing for Jared, but it's also just inevitable that Dan's going to draw a spell.
Yes.
Like, it's really a rough place to be. It was kind of like when you had the game handled against Sam. It's like, it's inevitable he's going to find a Serpentine Curve or a Mystic Sanctuary to get back a Serpentine Curve. It's just what the deck's designed to do.
It's just when am I going to get there? Until then, it's all board control.
Cancel that for sure and play a creature first. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It means you're not going to draw another card this turn, so just discard something and give another creature a bump is...
He's just looking to make his creatures get wide at this point.
Absolutely. Yeah, just get big.
Do you see any blockers he has?
Jared's got 1 blocker he cares not at all about. But there's 15 other damage, so he has to block 2 and then hope that he can rattle off 15 damage somewhere is just such a big ask.
Those spell gorger weirds are pretty big now. It's gonna be hard to remove.
Yeah, they're permanently that size. And Jared still, even if he pacifies on the weirds, he still has to try to figure out a way to deal with the Festival Crashers, because even with no spells, those are lethal. You can't crack that golden egg for life. So, yep, he egged off, but there was nothing to give him any value. Oh, Dan, no, Dan! Had to still have all these? Jared, give him the hello.
That's the Dan way.
Yeah, it was the Dan way. My goodness. Wow.
Well, that was quick.
Yeah, that was a bit of a browning in that third one.
Yeah.
It happens, my friend. It happens.
Oh God.
It happens.
Sometimes they hit hard.
This is the truth. Let me pop us over to our bracket here. Do a little bit of fixing on that. So we have Jared coming over to play against Sam.
God.
And then we have Dan, who is looking to move on up.
Against them curvy cat crabs.
That's right. Against curvy crabs in the hands of CJ. Whoa, did not mean to make that size different. There we go.
Murder. Milady. I don't know that was necessarily a
Murder. That's what the deck does, unfortunately, for Jared.
It's a murder.
So the next match we're going to see will be our first. We'll hop over to the... well, actually, let's finish up. Keep going down the winner's bracket, I think, is probably the best way to handle it, and then we'll pick up with losers from there is usually the way we do it.
You want it from my angle or Cooge?
Let's watch this from Cooge's angle, because yours is very, very much a linear approach. So, Jared, if you want to hang out in the booth with us for this one, we haven't gotten to hear you for a minute.
I will be right back. I actually just typed AFK in the chat. But
did you?
I'll be back in a few minutes, yeah.
Okay. Well, then come back in the booth when you're done.
I'll hop on in the booth.
That sounds good to me. But that's all right. We got other people here. I just didn't want him to think he wasn't invited. So we got some other streamers with us, if you're not aware. Of course, we have Milady out there in the chat, Murder by Double Strike. So do feel free to follow her if you're getting into Magic. We talked about this a lot when Sam was playing. Some good lessons to learn about maximizing your arena economy, being able to get the most out of your cards and learn the game. Her stream is absolutely a clinic for that. And we have Siege the Tank on with us, variety streamer. So do check him out when he is on playing some usually brand new game. He's like, I'm going to play this brand new game for like 4 days and then play this other brand new game for 4 days. And sure. Mediocre Matt coming on. I know he's big into Magic, big into Diablo, and was streaming one of my favorites, Tony Hawk Pro Skater, there for a while. So
that was fun to watch.
That was a ton of fun to watch. It's definitely very cool. So we are going to have Siege play Dan, so you guys can go ahead and get started, and I'll jump over from Siege's side when we are ready. And again, can't thank everybody enough for being with us on this stream. We've had some really generous donations. We've had everybody hanging out with us. It is just awesome to see. It's definitely heartwarming. The charity we're trying to raise money for, Child's Play, is a great charity. Really cool stuff, and we appreciate being able to be a part of it, and we appreciate all of you being a part of it as well. So thank you so much.
Sorry, I heard you mention my name, and I was grabbing a bottle of water.
That's okay.
Really quickly to wash the salt out of my mouth from my pairings.
I see.
A little salty.
The salt water's coming with the.
This is good. This is just going to be torture.
The ice crabs are coming. They're covered in salt water.
I'm excited to see how poorly this matchup is for me, because I look at it, I'm like, ugh. I mean, there is some benefit to him milling me, but it's, I'm just milling myself even faster, so I'm speeding up his clock as well.
I think Cooge is happy to take one here. No, he's not.
But I appreciate the shout out there, Max.
Absolutely, buddy. I appreciate you being here.
It's been a while since I've streamed, but I do plan on getting back into it. I've been really, 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 really busy with life stuff, so.
That happens to all of us, friend. There are 4 of us, and we stream approximately 1 to 2 times a week because there's just always so much going on in life.
That is accurate.
Festival Crasher seems fine here. I don't think we care about that too much, unless he wants to debt underneath of that or Undercity's Embrace, which I see the value in, but I don't think he gets punished anyway for that, so it's just kind of like a too bad for us, for Dan situation. Double Festival Crasher here is pretty nice. Hard Evidence helps. Hard Evidence into Hold Up, Protocol plus and or Debt is really nice here. Siege, I know, was in the bane of every Magic player, no matter what format you play, if it's constructed in the not enough wildcard camp, so I know he's on the Scattered Thoughts over something like a Behold the Multiverse. Okay, a couple 3/3s. Will that Hard Evidence get cashed in for just saving 3 life? Now 5 life? Probably. That's what the crab's in here for, I think. Wowie zowie, never mind. Crab's getting skewered.
We should do something like this with Brawl too.
I'd be happy to do this with anything. I'm happy
Fun. That'd be a fun time.
Happy to play. It's great that we have some charitable venture to jump in on, which is great, helping people out.
Absolutely. Yeah, anytime we can. That's awesome.
Kugeling himself dead to virtually any shock. Yeah, I think tapping the artifact's really important here because now you can also use that as a... Oh, he's going to draw a card. I figured he'd use the Debt to Kami here to just remove one of the Festival Crashers.
I thought that's the line I thought he was going to go with as well.
Gotta hope for a dead draw from Dan here.
Yeah, if it's relevant, he's in some serious trouble.
Yeah, he has to debt here, and then Dan can just be like, yep, sack a creature or grow my creatures, and that's GG. Looks like he's selecting just a Festival Crasher here. Kuj goes to 1, dead to any shock. Or skewer the critics.
Skewer the critics, that'll do it.
Everybody's a critic.
Everyone's a critic.
He almost leveled things off against you there.
Uh-huh.
He really did. That was impressive.
Like twice.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at that Krabby Crab Curve Crab deck that Siege the Tank is playing, in case you weren't around for when he played previous. So this is a traditional style control deck leveraging Serpentine Curve as the win condition. And his key cards include, obviously, Serpentine Curve, Disruption Protocol, which we saw, and Hard Evidence, which ties the room together so well between the Curve and the Disruption Protocol. Really nice mid-ground out of him. So very cool stuff. So you can go ahead and start, and we'll jump in whenever you are ready. We saw the red deck kind of do its thing there pretty effectively. So pretty nice one there.
It's so funny. I remember this time, roughly about last year, we had the same discussion about Pauper decks, and we were discussing how black, blue, like Dimir control just wouldn't stack up in comparison, and it looks like he's really seemed to hone it in and made it like a really nice deck.
Yes, yeah.
With the past, I don't know, maybe 2 sets that came out, looks like it really added some flavor to this still, right? Like
absolutely. I agree. It's Serpentine Curve was a huge get for these control decks. A really nice, clean way to answer a game and end it. And I think some of the tools that black has gotten just make it the best color to pair with blue. I was talking about this a lot and trying to figure out, like, there's some cool cards in green, there's some cool cards in red, but they just don't have the flex space that black does, being able to feed the swarm and blow up enchantments like you have in your deck, being able to...
I was going to say, black is by far the best splash color.
It really is.
If you're tying your deck together, if you're on 2 or even 3 colors, I guarantee you that black is going to be one of them.
It's so good. Its ability to effectively deal with enchantments in Pauper is important. Its ability to be able to edict and make an opponent sacrifice a creature with hexproof is pivotal.
It does exactly what it wants to do, which is everything that all the other colors can do, just a little bit worse.
I agree.
So it gives you the flexibility of playing 5-color Magic.
Yes, that's a good way to put it. It's just very, very powerful. I wonder if Siege wanted to cycle Suffocating Fumes there, but there are some X1s in Dan's deck. So I can definitely see wanting to take care of this Burning Prophet here, though. But now with Mogus's favor, it feels like he probably can get away with cycling that Suffocating Fumes.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Yeah, it seems like the way. Once Mogus's favor comes out, he can deal with the X1 that way. He doesn't have to deal with a bunch of them at once. Obviously, the texture of Dan's hand probably isn't going to be playing X1, playing X1, playing X1 or something.
And he's still able to hold up the Kami. So, okay. So he's going for... It's interesting to see what he's doing here.
He's going to hold the Undercity Embrace till after he Serpentine curves.
I get that. He went with the Kami to get rid of that. Now,
yeah, it's gonna be a curve.
So he's gonna go for a curve.
He'll take probably whatever Dan gives him off this Kiln Fiend, and then embrace. He can't embrace no matter what, but
I mean, it's a good play for him.
Holy crap! I didn't expect an attack.
Neither did I. That was, I think, really bold.
It is bold.
That's asserting. It's asserting dominance, and I don't know if that's the right move.
He definitely fancies himself the beatdown.
I think he's mistaken.
We'll see. That Kiln Fiend can do a lot of work, but he did just more than halve the damage coming through this turn, potentially. So we'll see. Dan can do a lot, though. He can do just 9 damage off burn from here with Skewer the Critics exclusively.
Mm-hmm. Now, he did fluff his life total to a nice, healthy 24.
Yes.
Which is excellent against this deck. And so pivotal against any of these red decks going forward is, really just because they have access to so many burn spells.
Mm-hmm.
Where, every 2 to 3 damage really matters.
Here, Siege gets to do a really nice setup of just sitting on the Undercity Embrace and using the Hard Evidence to block and kind of forcing Dan to... He doesn't have to act until Dan does something with Trample, basically.
Yeah, I think playing out that crab was really pivotal for him.
He's not interested. He's just going to play it safe.
Not a bad move.
It's all right. I just feel like now, because Dan could have went Skewer the Critics on that crab, right? Instead of the weird there. And then Siege could have been like, oh, gotcha, with the Undercity Embrace.
Yeah, but Cooge can see he's going to... If it were me, I'd swing in the 6/6. He's going to elect to block with the weird, and then I'd jam a curve. And then you really put him on his back foot. Oh, okay.
Yeah, now Dan wants
Even still curving after he just elected not to block.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all right, so now I have a 10-10 on board to block whatever you decide to do.
Yeah, Dan's really got a lot to...
He's got a big uphill battle.
He does.
How is this game not done yet? Or this match not done yet with Dan deck playing?
Siege has mounted a 6/6 and a 10-10, and Dan...
They're going to game 3, too.
Yeah, they're going to game 3. That's impressive.
That was a really well played match by Cooge.
I agree with you. So, taking a look at Dan's deck there while they get ready for their next game is very straightforward what we saw, trying to make creatures big and kill in one big turn. So that is exactly what Dan is trying to do on his side of the match, and we'll see if he can do it. He's on the play for this game, so they can go ahead and get started, and we'll see if it is in fact just when Dan's on the play, he wins games. Dot party.
I mean, the deck is built to win on the play. It's like it's funny when you guys said Kadoltha earlier. I could only think of Kadoltha Rebirth, and that deck. If it was on the play, it was like an 85% probability you were going to win until Timely Reinforcements came out in, wasn't World Week. What was the set after World Week?
I believe Timely Reinforcements was M12 or 13, depending on what core set it was that year.
Yeah, it was right as the sets were cycling, and Callblade was still a thing. Timely Reinforcements was brought in, sideboard on Callblade against...
This is a rough hand for Siege.
Yeah.
Got a lot better with that Withering, though.
Oof.
So you can go Hard Evidence into Withering feels really nice. Though Festival Crasher was the worst possible creature for Dan to play against him. That's a tough one. Question is, do you hold up Scatter or do you just play the Hard Evidence out? And got lucky here with the Lightning Visionary being the play. That's an easy one to snipe.
Yeah, this will be nice.
The velocity still gets to jumpstart potentially, so that's... And Siege going to turn in the crab for 3 life, so there you go.
Yeah.
And now Siege has the ability to Deadly Dispute or Essence Scatter, depending on what he feels he needs. I don't think you want to dispute yet. I think you're just going to kind of take your licks from this Festival Crashers, what you signed up for.
He needs to hope he plays out a creature. Oh, there it is.
Okay. So you just got some wiggle room here. Got the ability to Deadly Dispute. Got the ability to just crack a clue. Essence Scatter. He's fighting through the resources. That impending maximized velocity, that was always a scary one.
This is clutch for him right here.
He's managed to... we'll see what the draw is, but if it's like Kiln Fiend plus velocity, it's a tough road to hoe. And Siege really showing off the power of those... Ooh, that was nice. Teach by example into Deadly Dispute. Very nice.
That's probably what I would have done.
That's sacrifice a clue to draw 4 cards. Oh, he's not going to elect to draw 4 cards here.
Yeah, I think... Well, that's the play he made before where he thought you had to sacrifice something twice.
Ah.
And I believe Teach is just... I'm not going to look it up in chat because they might be looking at it, but I think it's only copy. And you don't have to cast the copy, so that's why... Well, actually, let me look it up.
Yeah.
On my own.
Yeah, let me know what you think. Because I think Teach gets around that additional cost, right?
It depends on how it's worded.
Right, that's exactly yep, you nailed it. It's exactly the word in question there. If anybody knows in chat, feel free to shout it out.
Yeah, when you cast your next instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy that spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. Yeah, it doesn't say you may cast the copy. So you don't have to pay additional costs to cast it. So yeah, the misplay wasn't in fact thinking he couldn't do it. It was the fact... Well, no, it was thinking he couldn't do it when in fact he could.
Right. Undercity Embrace here coming back for...
So now he's being doubly cautious because he doesn't think he can.
Well, the only counterspell he's on is Devious Cover-Up, so the question is, if he deviouses, does he shuffle? I think he can let this Visionary land. He's going to cover up. He loses the Embrace, but I don't know if that matters. I think I just take my Embrace, I take my Withering, I take my Dispute, and I just shuffle them back in and don't care.
Yeah, they're all very important.
Yeah. Oh, going for Hard Evidence. The deck is called Curvy Crab, so I'll give him a break. Gosh, do you Amogus' Favor plus Suffocating Fumes here? I think that's what he's going to do. I kind of would. It's a potentially huge blowout if Dan had a last card in hand be an instant.
Mm-hmm.
But desperate times. Now you can kind of safely put Dan on holding a land to discard to the velocity when he gets a chance to play it.
I probably would have Mobius's favored the crab because Dan's playing a bunch of 1/3s and 1/2s.
I think
Mobius's favor isn't a favorable.
Are you scared of the velocity in his hand though, giving whatever he puts down haste?
It wouldn't matter. All of his creature bases are 2-butts, and Mobius's favor only does a -1, so
it's only Kiln Fiend. The Festival Crasher's a 1/3, and then as soon as you cast anything, the Elemental's becomes a 3/3 base.
Yeah, so no matter what, he's above a 1-butt.
Well, I'm just concerned. I'm just scared of using the favor on my own crab and not having the crab up to block in case he gives something haste.
Yeah, but
favor is very good against the
3 turns deep. He would be 6 damage in on champ.
Right. You're right. The question is how important is the clock here?
Yeah, it's definitely risky. But the Mogus's favors are so good against the prowess Minotaur.
He can teach by example Withering here with that trigger on the stack.
I probably would.
I think you have to.
It's really working in Dan's favor how CJ has to double spell removal every single time.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Scry to top's always scary.
That's not a good thing.
No. That's not a bad draw, but with 6 mana up, Dan's deck's so cheap that kind of doesn't matter. I think I just pass.
I was going to say, I think I would probably jam that crab.
Yeah, play it as a creature.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I would have played as a creature and held up the Withering.
Mediocre Match just wants to end this game.
You kind of have to. At some point, CJ has to decide, I am no longer being the beaten down, but I am now the beat down. And he has to kind of pivot.
Right.
And while Dan has no cards in hand, is the time to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Because the more time he gives Dan to get back on his toes, it takes away CJ's time to advance his position.
Right.
So it's, that's the way that I see it.
Sure. Whoa, scoop.
It's a scoop.
I had enough.
Wow. Scry to
I
top
wasn't
scoop.
coming back from that.
He had a crab in hand he was waiting for. I was not expecting the concession there.
I just was like almost entirely out. I would have to have gone like runner on impulse to actually like have anything at that point.
Yeah, you were pretty gassed out by the end there.
Yeah, the deck does not have staying power.
So let's go.
So my mindset there is I just thought I had all the time in the world. I could just keep removing creatures and just keep returning those things back to my deck.
Uh-huh.
It's a fair. I think you and I were approximately on the same page. Matt was all for getting it done. He's just like, get this done, man. What are you doing?
I was. There
were so many times I was tempted to put the favor or the Mog's favor on the crab and attack. I was like, no, I can't do it. I got to save it for removal. I got curves. I can wait.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, that was. I freaking loved it though, because
it was well played on both games, or both players. Both
it's
games.
like CJ's 2 for 1ing himself for removal, but he's just like, I'll get it back later. It's fine, whatever.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Devious Cover House has been more of a power than I thought, and I kind of think next time building this deck, I want another one.
The fact
I'm also calling it Devious Cover House from now on.
The fact you can cover house a cover house to put it back into your card house is very, very good.
Yeah, it's almost as good as that. What was the creature, the 2/2 that puts instant sorcerers from your graveyard back in your deck? Arcanomancer?
Oh, the 1/2 for 4 that does that? Let you put a card back in hand, yeah.
It kind of reminds me of that.
So, next we'll have Paul versus Mediocre Matt. That will be, we'll do that from Paul's side because we haven't gotten to do that yet. And if you could, I think I'm following Siege the Tank. Could you end your stream for me?
Oh, yep.
Appreciate you. And we'll get this from the mill side of things, which is very exciting. Let me see here. All right, so we have that up, and you guys are good to you're good to challenge as soon as you are able to. So in the meantime, I will do what Jared's doing down there. We are here every Sunday streaming. We are on YouTube every Thursday. So do check us out. It's not always for charity like it is today, but, it's still always a good time.
They're into their match.
Yes, they are.
Paul playing my favorite kind of deck.
Oh, I know, buddy. I couldn't get this deck to work, so we'll see if Paul can take it the distance in this match.
I'm so happy he's playing Mill. Like, yeah. It just makes my heart happy.
Mediocre Matt is not happy he is playing Mill.
No, he is... As a self-mill deck, playing against Mill is really cool for like 3 turns, and then you're like, wait, no, stop, not like that.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Oh no.
Crying. I haven't done any of that.
Immediately grasped. Wonder if he divination there, but I think Paul's more interested in the didn't say please on Matt's 3rd turn play. I think you kind of have to. You signed up for this, but I don't know for sure.
I mean, there's also a compelling argument. Yes.
Yeah, compelling art. Is that an instant?
I highlighted.
I think because it can cycle.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know why I guess tapping at the window mills more cards, so he just let him do it for him.
Yeah, I think that's the fair way to run it. I mean, if you divination and don't draw a land there, it's kind of a disaster, so being able to just hold up a counterspell is at least an option. I think when he gets to the point where he's going to have to discard no matter what, it's kind of like whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You have to do something, but hopefully he draws a land here. He's ranked 24 land. I think that's the most land. I think Siege is playing around that many, and they're by far the most lands in any of the decks tonight.
Oh, yeah.
That's the way I play. Wait, stop. No, not like that. Milady says that's the way she feels when she's up against any mill deck, and I tend to agree with her.
That's the way I feel a lot of the time in my life. That's fine. I'm sure that's a completely common feeling of impending doom.
I'm going to step out for just a second. I'll let you guys cover this one for a moment, and I'll be right back.
Alrighty. So, yeah, Paul getting into the compelling argument stage of the game while leaving up the didn't say please, because Paul's played Mill longer than most people I know have played Magic in general. I think I play it the second most, and it's still not anywhere near as much. Like, he's played it in just about every format you possibly could play it in. Even Commander, where it doesn't really work.
No, I gave up on Mill and Commander. I made everyone draw cards in Commander and take damage.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's a way to do it. Like, if you're gonna build a Mill deck, you want to put in the, like, force everyone to draw cards shell and just add in Mill cards to it. But even then, it can be pretty wild, because you're just doing your best to, you know, slowly get people down. So here's the didn't say please he's been waiting on. Run away together, not too great here, so this is a perfect divination time. I'll be honest, if I was Paul, I'd probably be holding on the lands for when you get the
yeah, sometimes I feel like he doesn't really need the lands as much anymore, because I don't think he's really looking to double spell a lot.
I believe once he got to 6, because then he can play a spell and then also leave up a counter spell if it so happened to be a need.
So is he going to Glacial Grasp or Bubble Snare here?
I think he tends to use the snares first.
I think so, but I don't know if he wants the card draw.
I think at this point,
he's got Bubble Snares to spare.
I will say, I always tended to use my sorcery speed options first. Well, feed the swarm. That's pretty good against all here. But then can bubble snare again. For literally both of his creatures. Yeah, I would be holding. I mean, he is using most of his mana. And still leaving up a bit of mana available. I don't know.
It's hard to tell. Is he having having more cards in hand? Is he top decking here?
You're looking at Gimbal, Matt. If you look on the screen share, you can actually see it's blocked by the overlay at the top. He's still got 4 cards in hand. And 3 available to play from the graveyard. Okay.
He's got a blocker for that 9/9.
Yeah, and he's got he has the ability to bounce it too.
Incoming donation.
Max rules with an actual Z. I don't understand. Why is it spelled that way?
That's how I spell it.
Oh. I spell Max rules with a Z. All one word.
You do. Mediocre Matt lining up the threats and Paul just bubbling them up.
Oh, this has been quite a bubbly experience.
Mediocre Matt getting low on cards, I am sure. Oh, unsummon here. Absolute brutal. I think Paul's got this, yeah?
It's going to be very close, I believe.
It's a 2-turn clock off that Rhizome Lurcher.
Yeah, he's got 7 cards left in his deck.
Wow. I think Paul's got this. So, swing with Rhizome, block with Secret Keepers, 1 turn. Oh, yeah, unfortunate. Let that resolve, Paul. Let that resolve, Paul. Good job. That was pivotal if he made an error there. You just bounce that right back to his hand. Block with the Secret Keeper or take the 10 off the Lurcher. Sure. This changes nothing.
He can tap down the creature.
Yeah,
with the Glacial Grasp, so...
I liked bouncing the Vulture just because then he has to recast it, mill for 4. Which I think with 7 cards would have been 4 plus the 2 there would have been just basically can't cast it again. Yeah, granted, 6 one way, half a dozen the other. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, drawing the unsummon there. It's pretty much I think it.
Mm-hmm.
Mediocre Matt, very little mana, I will say.
Yeah, for what he needs to do.
Yeah.
We did bring up the point that Paul maybe should have been holding a land or two.
Mm-hmm.
But
didn't see any eccentric farmers, so they might have gotten milled.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, you just take 4 here.
4 life, you got it. I was gonna say if I may have been tempted to unsummon my own Secret Keeper, and that might be what Paul's thinking is I just unsummon my own Secret Keeper here.
Yep.
Good game. Good game.
He attacks with an 0-4 to send a message. Paul was just trying to... Actually, it looks like he was trying to click through his turn and attacked anyway.
He was just trying to get through the... I was like,
click on the little button
man,
just passes.
What a bad matchup for me.
So let's take a little quick look at the mill deck since Paul hasn't been up on the screen in quite some time in this tournament. So the mill deck, if you're not familiar, you're trying to not affect your opponent's life total, but actually the number of cards in their deck. If you need to draw a card at any time and cannot do so because there are not enough cards in your deck, you do lose the game, as we just saw right then. And that is what Paul's trying to take advantage of. His key cards, obviously the Cantrix there that gets to mill every time basically he plays a land or another one. The Secret Keeper, getting to do double duty there as both a mill card and a blocker to preserve his life total. And then cool cards like Runaway Together and the other bounce spells to bring them back to his hand and allow him to recast them again because of the ETBs, or in the case of the Secret Keeper, the Adventure mode, to mill the opponent for those last few precious cards. So a very, very cool deck. To be sure, Mediocre Matt's deck, also very cool, wants to be milled, but not quite as much as Paul wants to mill him.
Not like that.
So he's taking advantage of... Yeah, pretty much. He's taking advantage of cards in his deck and having more options, basically building a gigantic hand because of all the cards that can come back from the graveyard. So it's going to be an uphill battle for Matt, but he gets to be on the play here. So make sure, whoever's sending the challenge, make sure to set the coin flip in favor of Mediocre Matt going first. And we can get started whenever you gentlemen are ready to rumble for game 2.
Let's get ready to rumble.
We will kick it on over to them. Big thanks to everybody who's hanging out with us this evening. We again are collecting money for the Child's Play charity and their Gamers Give Back event. So if you can donate, we are nearly halfway. I think my $5 donation there kicked us up to halfway to our goal because one of the donations didn't trigger through the Tiltify there. So we're up to $125, halfway to goal, which is awesome. You guys are the best. We really appreciate it.
Really
halfway there. Oh, whoa.
Living on a prayer.
Yep. Wow, 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 wow.
Thank you, Jared, for dropping the link in chat.
But glad Dan's back on coverage with his whoa, 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 whoa.
And we are saying that Dan is worse than Bon Jovi.
Yeah.
At least at doing those noises, yes.
I'm no talk box.
Same opening. Crab got grasp.
Crab got grass, but crab.
Crabgrass.
Mediocre Matt says, hang on.
Hold on, I'm gonna limit for myself.
Yeah.
Lots of crabs tonight.
It is a crab. It is an under the sea kind of night here with the starfish and the crabs.
Is it the enchantment under the sea dance?
It basically is.
Gotta get back in time. Save Clock House.
Mm-hmm.
Clock house.
The clock house.
The clock tower.
The clock house. The cover house.
I did use the clock tower gif as my tweet because that was a charity. So that's all coming back around.
Save the clock tower. Save the clock tower.
Save the clock house.
Crab crackers and melted butter. Now we're talking.
Yeah, yes, please.
Yeah, that sounds amazing right now. Cadaver Imp coming down for Mediocre Matt. Needs to bring back one of these creatures matter creatures. And there is one. Good old Rhizome Lurcher.
Rhizome Lurcher. Lurcher?
Rhizome
Luchador.
Yep, Rhizome Luchador. He looks like he could be wearing a mask. He's got the big horns and everything. Like, there's no way he's not a Mexican wrestler, right?
You know what I like about this match or arena pauper format? There's no fog. Hey, fog.
You know what I have to try to build for next time?
Turbo Fog.
There is one fog and it's uncommon in arena
I don't think that's correct. I think the majority of the fogs are just terrible.
Oh yeah.
They all cost like 2 and 3 mana. They're awful.
Really? Because I tried to look them up and I typed in fog and only one fog came up.
Oh, there's
not all called fog, bud.
Just type in prevent all combat damage or something. You should find it with that string.
Yeah, I'm about to advanced search. Formats. Historic. Common.
Donation.
Alright, so there's...
Thank you for the $6.
Thank you, Sum Sum.
Yeah, thank you very much. Blinding Fog, commence the festivities.
Pause for reflection, root snare.
Haze of Pollen.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
Man, you found ones I didn't even see.
Yeah, you have to click on historic and search that way.
Eyes hit direct game.
Oh, why I actually just went on Scryfall. There's...
Yeah, Haze of Pollen's good because that's the one that cycles, I believe.
Yep.
Oh, I gotta switch craft. There's things I don't have.
Thwart the enemy's fun. Prevent all damage that would be dealt this turn by creatures your opponents control.
Oh, that's pretty good. What's the mana cost on that one?
3.
A little pricey.
Yeah,
3 mana fogs are sort of common at this point.
There's a pause. Yeah, pause for reflection.
Well, it wouldn't be legal if it weren't common.
Har and also har.
Well, my thing still stands. Fog is still uncommon. If you want to read a pauper.
Root snare.
Yeah, so your original statement that fog isn't uncommon was correct. It's just that
there's other things that prevent combat damage, unfortunately.
Run away together here. At a pretty pivotal moment, we'll see if Matt has a response here. Maybe a grasp. Grasp here, pretty nice. That will still resolve as much as possible, so he takes 1 damage off the Cadaver Imp here. Mediocre Matt doing a nice job of presenting threats that are very hard for Paul to block.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if that... Would you guys have cycled that compelling argument there?
Probably.
I want to hit that land drop pretty desperately, I think.
Yeah.
What's compelling argument do?
It mills for 5 if you pay 2, or it cycles for a single blue. I think he just really needed... He got lucky and hit the land drop, so it's kind of a moot point, but I think I really want to hit that land drop.
Yeah, but if he cycled it, he drew the land, he could draw another bubble thing.
It feels like
better off.
It feels like that compelling argument's not getting cast until it's for the win.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mediocre Matt Cadaver Imp here is very nice. Really showcasing the power of this card in this stack. It's very good. Paul realizing the power level of the Cadaver Imp and just saying, you know what? You didn't say please. Or as we like to call it, did I do that?
I don't even know why you started calling it that.
I have no idea.
Probably best we don't think about it too much. Because then we might get back into a hamburger meeting.
Beef huddle.
Good old beef huddle. At least that one you can track backwards, and it's sort of like you track it back and you're like, you guys are idiots, but at least it kind of makes sense, you know.
We're idiots, but it's funny.
Yeah.
There's a compelling argument.
He's
going for the mill.
He's got a compelling argument to make. Grasp to keep him alive. It's gonna be a close one. I don't know what the deck count is for mediocre right now, but it is a close one.
13, if that hover was just accurate.
Okay, good. That's enough, I think, to get him by. The Vulture gets him in... Vulture and Imp get him in 3. So, if he can present another good threat... I don't know if he can cast that Vulture out of his hand. The problem is he's still light on mana. Very light on mana. Like Kuj said earlier, didn't hit those eccentric farmers. It's just kind of costing him a little bit.
Farmer really seems to be a very important card in this format.
Gets back Catabalipus. That's going to be a tough one for him to overcome. Paul gets to Argument, plus Hold Up Didn't Say Please, and Grasp here.
He's got 9 cards left in his deck.
So, oh my gosh. Yeah, this is down to the wire here. Paul running through the math in his head. Matt, oops, I don't know if he meant to bring back Catabalipus or not.
He's down to 4.
And the Grasp takes care of 2 of them. I think you're just looking at the top card of your library here, right? No, he's ditching it. Wow, that's bold.
That is extremely bold.
2 cards left, yep.
Blight Breath Catabalipus. Did not say please. Yeah, he can get in for 3 damage here. It's not enough. Wow.
Mill.
Wow.
Matt called it.
He did.
Matt did call it.
He did. He said it was a disaster for him. And
I told you. I told you it was going to be. My matchups were all full.
That game was so close, though. So,
yeah, I didn't get land for a while. I'm scared.
You made a match out of it, Matt. There's no doubt.
I tried my best to make a match out of both matches that I was in with what I was given. But, that's magic sometimes. You know what I mean? I came in second the last Pauper thing we did. Came in dead last this time. So
that's right. So, Jared, if you want to do your screen share...
Yes.
I will, and Paul, if you would end yours, if you'd be so kind.
I'm actually going to bump off for the night, if that's cool with you guys. It's 11 o'clock. I am pretty bushed.
No, you are more than welcome to do as you please. We appreciate you hanging out with us and playing some Magic.
I had a great time. I really did. And I think that the deck actually has legs. I genuinely think that my matchups weren't that great. I still, to this minute, think that the best games that I've seen so far were Game 2, Match 2, and Game 1, Match 2.
There's been some fun ones, and I think this next one's going to be pretty interesting. I've played this one before.
It's going to be rough. I'm terrified.
From Jared's side of things, I've played this one.
But all right, have a good night, Matt. I'm going to deafen myself and challenge Sam. So
good luck.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Good luck to
man,
both participants.
Cool deck. I love those graveyard decks.
It's definitely got legs, and the nice thing about what Matt's done that's really good is he has created a foundation, and as cards come out, he can start to strengthen the deck more and more. Jared and I did this with the deck we're about to watch. So that's the important thing. Sometimes the deck isn't quite there. You get the pieces as they come out to make it better and better. And I think the mill deck is one of those as well. I think Paul's got a really solid foundation built, and the deck just gets better and better as the key pieces come out.
Jared's works a lot better.
Yeah. Jared's hand looks pretty solid. He's definitely got the ability to race Sam here, which is important. He's just got to set it up in a meaningful way and hope that if Sam has the nut hand, it's just hard to beat, period. But we'll see what she can do. Like, if this is Miscreant into Ninja, that's potentially pretty damaging, but Ninja's kind of like not that bad because 1/3s block it so easily. but drawing cards for her is really good. So I mean, we'll see what the order of the day is. Miscreant followed. Probably the worst line for Jared would be Miscreant into... This is actually kind of pretty bad. Worse than Ninja of the Deep Hours, because she gets to recast that fairy Miscreant minimally. She may have drawn a better single blue drop, so... Minimally, he knows another creature's coming back down. The nice thing is here, though, the hacker can be blocked by a 1/3 profitably.
Yeah, it's on Deep Hours, which is a 2/2, which could survive if it had to.
And now it can't because of double block scenario. So Jared's ground game's great, but Sam can just kind of go, shrug, don't care, keep smashing him in the air.
Flyers are the issue, not necessarily whatever else she's doing.
That's right. It's a great way to put it.
That's the great thing about these burn decks like Dan's and Jared's here. Their creatures are kind of big. They're 1/3s. Kind of hard to deal with like our 1/2 removal spells.
Oh yeah, we talked about that a lot in the primer. Because that 3 butt is so significant in Pauper. The only removal spell that's really efficient that deals with it is Frostbite, and there still hasn't been a good home for like a red control deck that's not interested in dealing face damage. So,
yep.
I hope that we're very close, I think, to what could be like a Rakdos control deck, and Lord knows I've been tooling with it for a long time, since Adventures in the Forgotten Realms came out, when I was just like, ooh, these treasure cards are really good. We'll see. I just don't know. Blue's a nice... It's such a nice color pair, and we were talking a lot about the flexibility of black during your most recent match, Cooj. Black just does so much in the format. I really think black is... It's the best color, I think, in the format.
Yeah, I think that black right now is the most powerful color in Pauper. It just has so much removal and card draw.
And it can interact with enchantments now because of Feed the Swarm and the Det Takami.
Oh man, it's just like against Paul. I was like, I can either sacrifice a creature or get rid of your enchantments.
Mm-hmm.
Get my guys back.
That's right.
And no one's playing it here tonight, but green white auras.
Jared, interesting attack here. Willing to go.
Focus as many points as possible.
I agree. Yeah, and he's got a blocker back for the hacker unless Sam has like Plains Pacifism or something. Or maybe she sees a guard approach so she can get the hacker swing in or something. But I like the attack there saying, hey, listen, if you want to trade me like a flyer for these ground creatures, they're not going to get it any other way. So I'll take what I can get. Cloud Concealer into Island, not bad. And just look at the number of cards Sam has still in her hand.
Somehow she has 6 cards in her hand.
It's crazy. And there's the use of guard approach. She's going to loot with that hacker now. Try to get rid of something that she's seeing a bit too much of. And this is going to tell us a lot about the texture of her hand. And she's looking for white. She's got plenty of blue sources. She needs white. Jared going to keep things very real with this race and play out a Reckless Fireweaver. Every one of these artifacts is now a lightning bolt.
Yeah, love that.
Yeah, so crazy. Lightning bolt that draws a card. He gets free attacks with those Flame Breathers here, and he's willing to trade off the Thraben Inspector.
Yeah, I think it's a race, right? Like, you got to put it out there.
Mediocre Matt from chat. Holy moly, did you know there's a Rice Krispie Treat Lucky Charms cereal? And it's amazing as it sounds. I did not, but I don't like Lucky Charms.
Blasphemy.
Magically delicious.
I don't like those marshmallows. And I know. I'm your best friend. I'm the guy who will go through and I'll take out all the rice bits and I'll let you have the whole bowl of marshmallows.
No, I wouldn't go that far.
Marshmallows are great.
You need that crunchy there to balance the sweetness.
I don't know. Paul sounds like he's all in on the marshmallows.
And if you eat it while it's still fresh and you don't want to get soggy, get those crunchy marshmallows.
Oh, okay.
Name brand Lucky Charm.
This is lethal.
Brand Lucky Charm.
She's got a
Their
block.
marshmallows bad.
That's not a bad deal from Sam here. She forces Jared to trade off that Fireweaver.
Yeah, because that was Xaxes if he didn't.
Milady's down for the Lucky Charms.
Now, not bad tasting, off-brand ones, but bad for the body.
Still got lethal next turn.
Paul also liquefies apples before he consumes them. I can attest to this.
Yes.
I don't like that he capitalized liquefies.
So Sam's going to go to 1, and then Jared's going to die? Am I
Yep.
following that all right?
Yeah, because he can't block the flyers.
Wow. That's as close as it gets.
Off by 1.
Wow.
Fortify was literally the difference, as it seems to be often in her deck.
Yep. So Sam just needs to attack for 4 here. Wow. 1-0. Holy crap.
You can't get closer than that.
That's, yeah, no, that is correct.
I think well played from both of them, too.
Dinger.
Yeah, holy cow.
Shouldn't have played the Threadman Inspector. I had it mixed up in my head as to which one died.
Gotcha.
So.
Most of these matches tonight have been real close.
Very close. There's been very few blowouts.
Good to go right back in it?
Yeah.
Did you want to... Yeah, I think we've covered these decks enough, probably.
We have. I'm just flashing them up on screen as we go, so as I see you guys get ready, I'll flip on over.
Sorry.
Again, big thanks to everybody who's been hanging out with us tonight. We've had a great group of folks on who have been extremely generous, both with their time and with their money. I love it. Yeah, it's really awesome. We're halfway to our goal. Really, really appreciate everybody helping us get there. It's just tremendous. For these kids, it means everything. So that's awesome.
Yeah, if you're not familiar, Child's Play Charity provides predominantly video game consoles and access to video games and the tech required to run them to children's hospitals. And in the last few years, they've also begun adding staff and hospitals that they pay for that are designed to know how these video game systems work if anything goes wrong, and know how to help children engage with them as well.
Very cool. Apparently also very cool, Marshmallow Mateys. That's the general consensus from chat.
That's like what, off-brand Lucky Charms?
That is off-brand Lucky Charms. They say better, superior to Lucky Charms.
The taste is fine. It makes bathroom time unpleasant.
Yeah?
Yes.
Was there something in there that doesn't agree with you, or just like some questionable kind of thing in general for the body?
I don't know. I'm assuming me.
Okay, I was going to say, because that's my assumption as well. Your body is just, at any time about to fall apart.
Does not react well to off-brand products.
Paul's body does not react well to product.
Yeah. Not like this, Jared.
Did you get stumped on land this turn?
Yes.
Yep.
They use more rice. Okay, they use more rice than wheat. Off-brand Cookie Crisp?
Paul eat lots of rice before.
Now, that's a cereal I won't get down on, this Cookie Crisp. I don't like it.
I don't like it either.
Cookie Crisp.
They have just like a...
Honey Bunch of Oats.
They just have a weird taste.
Yeah.
It ain't right.
I know cookies milk would be a great thing, but it's not. It's got a weird film on it.
Yeah, it's because they want it to stay, not just turn into an immediate dissolved mush, and that's where my problem, and that's where the problem lies there.
Delicious mush.
Had some great mush today.
That you did.
Waffle Crisp, yeah, Waffle Crisp, good. Can't cast that Prism here, but he can Thraben.
Still want him to bring back FT Crunch again.
I've been mostly on Special K's and the boring, air quotes, boring cereals, just because of the amount of sugar in these fantastic cereals.
Honey Nut Cheerios and fucking almond honey bunches of oats. The only thing I'll eat anymore.
Have you tried the cinnamon Cheerios?
Yeah, they're pretty good.
I mix them with the Honey Nut Cheerios.
Oh man.
Have you tried the new strawberry Cheerios?
They're in the strawberry banana ones, because those are in my cupboard. I haven't tried them yet, though.
Oh, big W.
Oh, that's good. I'm excited. I'm excited to try them out.
Because they had that and they had regular strawberry Cheerios, and both were just good.
Strawberry sounds good. I mean, strawberry banana is always that's a good flavor combo.
Before they had the strawberry banana, I was just cutting up fresh bananas and putting them in there.
Oh, I assume I'll do that anyway. That's just a win right there.
Yeah, I do that too. We go through so many bananas because Kit loves them, and Nat and I will both put them in a protein shake if we do that for breakfast, or I'll eat them in a bowl of cereal.
Nice. Yeah, milady. I like that. That Cinnamon Life is one of my faves.
Jared has drawn so many extra cards this game. For him to still be on 2 land is literally criminal.
Yeah, it's brutal. This is a pretty easy one for Sam. Hence the cereal talk.
That's a shame.
Yes. Yeah, mediocre Matt, I'm with you. There's a lot of times where it's like, I need dessert. Just going to have cereal. I think that's lethal in the air right there. 4 flyers.
Christopher and I were sitting on the couch earlier today eating handfuls of Honey Nut Cheerios right out of the bag before lunch.
And there's a Fortify game for you. That's what Fortify looks like in that deck.
Disgusting.
That's what 2 lands look like in this deck.
It does. We were talking about that.
My God.
We were talking about that until it got so bad that we just started talking about cereal.
I appreciate you not talking about what you're saying.
all I'll say, Jared, is you drew so many extra cards. For you to end that game on 2 lands was criminal.
Yeah.
That is what Dan said during the game, yeah.
Ooh. Thornheim Courser would have looked really good that game.
So it is Sam with the little flyers against Paul with the not flying crabs. So we did just watch. We'll watch this from Sam's side of things here, because we did just watch this, but we did watch from Paul's side in the last one. So as these two square off,
Got me loose.
let's see here, Sam. So whenever you're ready, you can. Just remember, Sam, after the first one, to make sure you're watching, you go up and adjust your coin flip based on who won or who lost. So if you win, Paul should go first. So you should force Paul to win the coin flip. Okay. We are off to the races.
I tell you, Sam's successes in this format are
They're real.
quite impressive.
Like, I was worried about that match. Because even if I lands, that deck just it flies over you.
It does. Whenever we have to, this is always like the first deck I have to play against when I play a real deck. So I'm like, hey, can you play a couple games against me? I'm trying this deck out. And it's just like, so I know I'm going to have to play against this Flyers deck every time I play a deck. Paul's saying, 4 cards in your bin, please.
It really makes you want to have Suffocating Fuse in every deck you play that's black.
Pretty much.
I'm thinking about putting in that friggin' was it Cosmotronic Wave? It costs 4.
Yeah.
Deals 1 damage to everything.
Yep. You have Blazing Volley too. That's 1 single red, deal 1 to everything.
That's not bad.
Isn't there one to those 1 to the opponent and 1 to each creature they control?
Maybe.
And the Festivities, maybe.
Yeah, something like that.
That's also valid, yeah. And the Festivities is actually just the strictly better one, because there's nothing that gives you hexproof, I think, at common. So you will not be the only one off tonight, Mediocre Matt. Everybody but one person will be off tonight.
Yep, and the Festivities, 1 red sorcery at 1 damage to each opponent and each creature and planeswalker they control.
There you go.
Wild that that's a common.
Paul can just turbo every mill spell out at Sam. It's just, if he doesn't have to get cute and hold a counter spell because he knows she's going to be double spelling, and double spelling plus, I guess is a good way to put it. But if he has it, and he doesn't have anything else to do, he definitely should keep it up. But it doesn't much matter. He can just like smash right at her. Just if I have a mill card, I'm using it. Evoked Muldrifter here.
Maybe.
Into Fairy Seer?
Or could just see her. And no, I wouldn't get aggressive with Fortify, I guess.
It's seen a lot of this deck, though. Tons of card draw.
Oh, yeah. The card advantage this deck can generate is infuriating. I mean, Paul's throwing the heavy. He's getting the cards he needs to in this matchup, right? He's getting the mill 4s and the mill 5s. He has to deal 60 before Sam has to deal 20. And that's what makes this match. That's the You know this, Cooge. It's kind of the bane of the mill deck, because you have to do 3 times as much.
Yeah.
And your cards don't do 3 times the amount.
Those 04s on the ground not really going to help you either.
No. It's a nice defense against the ninjas, so he can be mana efficient. He doesn't lose a lot, but oh my goodness. Of course, Skyfisher was a hell of a draw. So next turn, she can just pick up the Cloud Concealer and recast it. Just completely negate the Bubble Snare. Or are we to the point where Fortify is just lethal? It's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, Windsor Rebuke on the Mole Drifter. Wow. Paul says, draw your cards.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, Fortify plans out, so the question is, do we Skyfisher pick up the Cloud Concealer? This is
I don't know. Do you still Fortify here and send him to 1?
All good questions. I mean, she has 5 mana. Fortify takes 3 of it, right? So it's 3, 6, 9 coming in.
You can Fortify in Ninjutsu.
Yeah, I think Fortify Ninjutsu does it.
Oh, like...
And Fortify gets played as an instant instead of a sorcery, like it has been.
Yeah. Yeah, just attack, then Ninja. After the Ninja's on the battlefield, Fortify. Good call.
Yeah, that does it.
That looks like she's
she
trying
sees
to...
it.
Yeah, it looks like she's at least working through something like that. Taking her
2
time.
mana up means that he could
Watch that auto tap.
run away together.
Could run away together.
Auto tap always scares me.
Auto tap, yes. I am in 100% the same boat as you.
I always look over my mana to see which one's being tapped before it's like, oh no.
Let's
Wrong one, back it up.
see if Paul's got that runaway. This is the moment. He's got something. It's holding control. Any bounce spell keeps lethal off the table. There's Windsor Rebuke.
Yep.
Nice. He mills the other Fortify. Still takes 6, though, down to 4.
Yeah.
I mean, it
Island
wasn't
1-drop
nothing
his thing.
yet.
No, he's still got work to do, because Sam just jams another 1-drop flyer on top of that, so it's just very nearly lethal here. All over again. I mean, we know and Paul knows she's holding at least 1 ninja, so this is lethal. So he's got to figure something out here with this last card in hand. She attacks and ninjas, and that's just game over.
Game.
And with 2 ninjas, that's really good.
Yeah. Showing the power of the ninjas here. The ninjas are so good in these decks. And
The bounce would have had to happen before, but then you could just ninjutsu both of the creatures, so...
And Siege, you know how powerful these ninjas are. You were testing ninjas a lot.
Yeah, especially the one that comes into play. You can bounce it, and then you can ninja jitsu it back out again.
Yeah, it's crazy. The one that makes illusion tokens is really good. I don't know if there's a home yet for it, but I'm interested. We were talking about this after the fact, like Okiba Gang Shinobi's, like just a fully dedicated ninja deck.
There is definitely multiple decks out here. Like there's blue-white, there's blue-black, there's definitely mono blue. There's definitely different ways you can play this deck.
She can still ninja the deep hours here on the Fairy Miscreant, which is really, really crazy. It's like, yeah, still lethal though.
Oh. Jeez.
Yeah. That just showcased the power of the ninjas. To be sure. Holy crap.
That's crap. When all your win-ones out there.
Yeah. Bonkers. But you can see Sam's list here. We bring it up. That's the key to the deck is to get on the board while still somehow keeping an infuriating amount of cards in your hand. So Paul should go first for this one. So when you challenge him, this should be up at the top like a coin flip option. He won coin flip. Yes. Yep. So that'll let him go first. Oh, maybe he set it up for you? Cool. So yeah, her deck definitely very efficient at what it does. We'll jump over to that right now. See if Paul can steal a game here from this aggressive flying deck.
I see a flyer and I see a ninja.
Yeah, already sounds bad, doesn't it? Paul starting right off with milling 4 spells. Oh wow, what a draw.
Sometimes you're better lucky than good.
My goodness gracious.
So I saw another version of this deck floating around, but it's blue A red with the Voldir and
Epicure.
Epicures, and you're bouncing and dealing 1 damage every time.
That's interesting. I don't love the lack of evasion from the Epicure, but I do like the blood for the times that like you could flood out. Having just blood token feels really good. Nice.
The sentence "I do like the blood" is very funny to me.
I do like the blood. Paul with the nice little Scry 2 on top, huh?
And I do like the Fairy Seers more than the Fairy Miscreants, because I feel like I never draw multiple Fairy Miscreants.
It feels so bad when they draw a card off Fairy Miscreant. I'm playing against Sam, and she goes Fairy Miscreant, and then the second Fairy Miscreant, it's just like, I hate this game. I just hate it.
They're luckier than me, because I never get to see that second one.
Oh my god, it's so infuriating. But yeah, the Seer just every time being a Scry 2 feels awful.
I was muted because I was just doing something else. But did CJ just use the term "somebody's luckier than him"?
That's what he said.
He did.
That's what he said.
Okay.
Luckier than me in that respect, because I never get to see the second one.
That's yeah.
I think it's is it Valkyrie? Is it Ninja? Is it Seer? Seer's the most efficient. It adds to the board while drawing cartridges. Like that's the reason why. Like it kind of is the unofficial mascot of this deck, because it does everything this deck wants to do. Puts flyer on board, draws card.
Ninjas are just value.
The ninjas are good value.
I was gonna say 1 blue was kind of rough, but she got out of that at least.
A lot of options here on this turn. Still gets in with the Seer. Is it like just as simple as Moon Circuit, Ninja, and then recast the Seer? This seems to be the line she's on.
Are you recasting the Seer, or are you trying to get like the 2 1/1s out? Silver Raven, Fairy Seer.
I think you probably
only 1 blue available.
Yeah, 1 blue available.
1 blue.
Yeah. If she was on mono blue, I probably would have went 3 small flyers, because it's harder for Paul to deal with. But I think given the texture of the mana, I think her line's the right one. But I think you're right, Cooge. If it was blue, it was a whole different story.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is the most access to white mana we've seen her have all night.
I agree. It's been the best mixture of lands and spells as well. Like, most of the time we're like, oh, she has to do this because of the way the mana lined up. Now it's like, but she's got 100,000 options on her hands. This hand's a great example of it. What do you do? Is it Cloud Concealer, Ninja, pick it up? Is it just play a bunch of stuff? She's interested in the Ninja. Two damage, draw a card. There's that second Fairy Miscreant.
Don't get wide.
That is, in fact, what she's doing.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of cards on the board, lots of cards in the hand. The hand is full. She's on a full grip. Paul is not. And look at the difference in the number of non-land permanents on the battlefield. Look at the number of permanents on the battlefield, period.
Yeah.
She has more cards in hand and more permanents on the battlefield by, nearly twice as many? Or exactly twice as many? That's kind of the hallmark of this game. Five unblockable right now. She can get really aggressive with the texture of her hand. She could pacify a Safekeeper. She could you see a guard approach on one and attack for 9 and not have any blocks, so you draw loot. And then still have follow-ups after that, which is just ridiculous. You see a guard approach. So this is the line. So pacifism into you see a guard approach. Into combat for 9 damage here. A strong play because it puts Paul dead in the air. So the follow-up likely a flyer of some stripe. think you just want almost any flyer down here just so that you can get as close as you can to presenting lethal.
Fair godmother says lethal.
Yeah, right? In a world where you're like, Mole Drifter, not good enough. Paul needs some instant speed interaction to handle this. Giving the old ninja some ups. Ninja says, I need uppies. And Sam says, okay, I got you. And we'll see how combat goes here. Paul can run away on the ninja and unsummon the Valkyrie and live.
No, because then the ninja can just come right back down.
Oh, right, yeah. Mm-hmm. Showcasing the power of ninjutsu once again.
Yeah, bounce removal is just not good enough against the ninja deck.
Still lethal. She can pick up a Fairy Miscreant, no less. Even if things are a disaster, she gets to recast the Fairy Miscreant and draw a card.
Yeah, that's what we in the business call rude.
That's what we in the business call the business.
Paul says good game.
Paul says good game. Very cool. That was a tough road to hoe for Paul, no doubt.
Yeah, no land there. Hit too much on 3 land.
No, that's crazy. You're running the most. I think you and CJ are running the most land by a decent clip in the tournament.
A lot of bounce. I could have just played more than one spell a turn.
I don't think I am, because I messed up on my land. I'm only running 21.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so Paul, you're running by far the most land in the tournament.
My curve's super low too.
So
4 is the highest thing I got.
So we worked our way into a bit of a rematch here, I do believe, right? We have Kirby Krabs. Or no, I moved Sam too far. We have Dan playing Sam. Which has already happened once, right? No.
Nope.
No?
No.
Okay.
No.
Cool.
No, Dan played me, and Dan played...
Cool.
I played Sam.
Siege.
Yeah.
So we can watch this from Dan's perspective.
Either way, I go into a rematch.
Yep, so you're facing off against an aggro deck, Kuj, whoever you play against.
Both of which he has already defeated.
Mm-hmm.
Behold the power of Crab.
That's right.
Snip, snip.
Yeah, crazy. So let's highlight the decks we're about to see. So we have Sam with Flying deck. So again, small creatures getting on the board, attacking in the air. And then we have Dan, who is on, I don't want to say sort of the same deck, but is on this red aggro strategy here. And it is pretty darn powerful if it can pop off the way it's intended to. So, very strong, and Sam on this flying little creature deck, and we saw the synergies are picking things up, putting them back down with the ninjas, drawing cards, always seeming to have a near full grip. So, it is definitely a force to be reckoned with, I think, from that perspective. So, let's take a look at our bracket, too. Close that down. I got our bracket back here. So the winner of this will face off against Kuj. And then the winner of that will face off against... Who am I sliding over here?
Well, when the bracket's actually visible for me, I can... So,
yeah, it'll be a bit of a delay.
Yeah. So, for this, if CJ wins against Dan or Sam again, he just wins it all.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yep. If he loses, then it's just they play again.
Okay.
Whoever wins this Dan-Sam matchup.
Okay.
So CJ has 2 bites at the crabapple winning.
Mm-hmm. Crazy. So Siege, a lot of shots to win it.
No pressure.
So I'm guessing we want to watch Dan since we just watched Sam?
We do want to watch Dan, yes.
Cool.
So that is, so that's going to be the bracket. I'm interested to see how it shakes out. I'm kind of hoping that, so I mean, it's going to be a tough matchup for Cooge, so I think we're going to get probably the full length of the end game here. But Cooge has been able to kind of throw some combos together. We saw him beat Sam earlier, so we saw him beat Dan earlier. We'll see if they can pull up a little bit and kind of go, hey, let me see if he can kind of go, hey, you know what? I can hold my own, or if the one coming for redemption, in fact, earns their redemption. Pretty exciting. Yeah, we tested. Gosh, how many decks did we test, Cooge, when we were playing? We tested.
I can tell you this right now.
Had like 6 different decks we tested.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 decks I had.
It was a lot. We did a lot of testing for this. Mediocre Matt and I have done some fine tuning for this. Sam and I did a bunch of practice games. She was between 2 decks she wanted to play for this one. You were on one of them, Cooge, the black-white life gain style deck.
Black-white life gain, Storm, two different versions of ninjas, Blink, Goblin combo.
Yeah, crazy.
It's just there's so many decks in the format. You just want to play them all.
Right, and it sneaks up on you because you're like, oh, I have enough common wild cards, I can build some stuff, and then you just like burn them super fast. Because you're like, oh, all these cards come out in like the Historic Horizon set or some of the Jumpstart product, and it's just like, crap. I don't have enough wild cards now to build with all these cards.
It's rough, and like I was saying before, there's no like booster packs you can buy to get them.
Right, exactly. So it's just kind of like you're either playing in events when they offer them, or you're just burning wild cards. It makes it tough sometimes.
What I've been doing is buying packs for the cards that I can get, and then just using for the wild cards to get the cards that I can't get out of packs.
Yep, it's difficult when they're. It's difficult when there's. Like, you have to go for certain ones, and then even when I play a lot of limited, I still probably have to burn like 3 or 4 wild cards on a common if I want to build a deck. Because it's like, I don't want to just take these picks higher than I should in a draft just because I need them for a deck. It's tough. It's tough. But what's nice is there's so many cards that are an approximate close version of a card where it's like, all right, I'm not playing the exact optimal card here, but I'm close. So you can really kind of make it work pretty well, I think. But I do want to take a minute as well to make sure that we shout out Child's Play and the Gamers Give Back charity. We are halfway there on our donations. We've had some incredibly generous donators kicking over money to Child's Play to help with that charity. They help children acquire games, video games, different kinds of entertainment for these kids who are in children's hospitals and now in other situations where they can't get a hold of these things. And it's become it's interesting that like, you're like, oh, these kids need a video game, but it just helps, you know what I mean? We all had we're all to an age, I think, where a lot of us have grown up on one video game console or another, be it, you know, all the way back to like the Atari era or up to current. And it's just kind of a way of life now. It's the same as having a television set at this point. You kind of need some access to playing games. We play games all the time on our phones, so it's just a nice way to escape and a nice way to keep these kids entertained. Obviously teaches them hand-eye coordination and reaction and quick thinking skills that are very critical. So while it seems a little ridiculous to be like, oh, they give video games to kids who can't get video games, it really is super important. And the kids they're targeting, especially early in the run of their charity, were some of the most important, some of the kids who needed it the most, and now they're just able to expand that, which is wonderful.
Yeah, the advances that they've been able to do, especially in the hospitals, they've been able to like get VR headsets for kids who have to go into surgery, because they found that some surgeries were better served having a kid go into VR versus using an anesthetic, like putting them under.
Right.
And they just numb the area, and it takes them out of it enough, and it's a lot safer because they're not putting them literally to sleep.
Right. Yeah. No, it's a huge
the
deal.
VR advancements that they've been able to make in that field has just been incredible to watch. Obviously, yeah, Child's Play is just huge when it comes to that.
Yeah, it's a definite huge jump, and like you said, life-saving at this point. It's not even, you can't really say anything other than that. It's a life-saving thing they're doing, which is so cool. And again, when you say, they're getting video games to kids, it's like, all right, shrug, but it's like, when you put it like that and you think about all the things they're doing, it's like, oh, holy cow. This is nothing short of, like, some of the most important things you could be doing with a charity, so...
Absolutely.
Why wouldn't we support that?
Video games, great distraction for kids who have to be at the hospital almost 24/7.
Seriously. Yeah, you're looking at the same four walls constantly, same bed.
I mean, I've been in the hospital for like a week before for my leg, and it's just like, there's nothing to do here.
Right.
But video games, though, great distraction.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. This is pretty awesome. So, we'll take one more quick peek over the decks because we are just waiting for Dan to get himself online here. And we have Sam with the blue-white flying deck. That is who we're going to see square off against Dan for the privilege of trying to knock down Cooge 2 more times.
I mean, he's got the emote.
It's going to be an interesting one. These are two very fast decks. This match will go very quickly. He does have the emote. I think I don't know, it's hard to say. It's really about the texture of the hand and who can get the better start. Sam will definitely have enough cards. She can definitely make up some headway with things like You See a Guard Approach and Pacifism, where Dan isn't really interacting too much. Dan's deck has some other cards that do interact. He has a little bit, but it's kind of minuscule. It's mostly in like Shock and Skewer the Critics, both of which are good enough. So it's light interaction versus light interaction, both very proactive, play to the board, aggressive decks. So
it's definitely going to be a race.
It is 100% no way to say it better than it is going to be a race. So I am stoked to see who is going to win this one, and that it's not just like a red pun thing.
Do you think Sam is just full tilt attacking here, or does she leaving back any blockers?
It really depends on Dan's board. The crash throughs make things really tough. The one card Dan's not running is the Ancestral Anger, which gives a creature trample and a plus X plus O, where X is the number of them in the graveyard. That helps. The amount of the trample really helps in these decks because you're trying to run over the opponent. So I value the trample really highly, and then the Warlord's Fury to give first strike, so your creatures, when you make these kind of suboptimal attacks, can still survive through because of first strike damage. But it's tough. I mean, right now, I think the card that's kind of the flex slot in the deck is that Lightning Visionary. I don't know how many of those is correct. Like, I don't know if he goes down to 3 Lightning Visionary, 2 Burning Prophet to try to bump up, and maybe drops the maximized velocity, but the velocity's so good. But he could go maybe like minus a Prophet, minus a Visionary, minus a Weird, then minus, maybe it's that velocity, and then he goes for Ancestral Anger to give him the extra trample he needs to get over it. It's all possible. It's really hard to say what's the right one.
And it's definitely possible for him to get wide here at the end. Sam only has 3 pacifisms.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, she needs to nab those creatures. She needs to figure out which ones she can handle, which ones she can't. And it's really a question of, like, how many cards does Dan have in hand? How many creatures are on the battlefield? And will she draw the cards, right? There's the possibility she may just not get to those removals. There's 2 You See a Guard Approach and 3 Pacifism. So there's high probability she may not see them. Or maybe just one of the 5. And she has to make that work. So Fortify, definitely a key card for her as well, being able to kind of do a version of what Dan's deck's doing with this burst damage. So if she can get to Fortify before he can pop off with all of his spells, that's definitely a help as well. So I think that is really critical to the game plan completely. So we have to kind of see how it shakes out. And
yeah, definitely want to be seeing some pacifism. Definitely want to see some Fortify.
Yep. The white spells are more important than usual for Sam in this particular matchup. I think the only one that really doesn't matter, the only two white spells, the Skyfisher and the Valkyrie, are kind of just like, they're fine. They're not bad. They're fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't
know if the game's gonna be long enough to see any Mole Drifter or Stalwart Valkyrie though.
No, I think we'll see an evoked Mole Drifter maybe if it goes that far. Winged Words, perhaps, like, you might get a chance to do it, but like Frost Trickster looks pretty good to keep things tapped down. The Network Disruptors aren't doing a whole heck of a lot.
Frost Trickster, didn't know that card existed. I was surprised when it came in and tapped down my creature.
Yeah, Flying Frost Links, you like that one? Sure. Cost the same mana.
Yeah, it seems fine.
Yeah, seems alright.
In the world where you can't get the Bounce Ninja, Frost Trickster, definitely good.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's interesting too that we're whittling it down to an aggressive deck versus a control deck. It's like very classic Magic. That is where we're gonna, no matter what, right? One of these two aggressive decks are going to face off against the control deck for all of the marbles, which is pretty exciting to see.
The Pauper format right now is very, very aggressive.
It can be, and I think it has been through the life of it. We talk about this a lot. If there's a video on, if you follow the many links Jared's dropped in for our link tree, I did a YouTube video recently about how to brew a Pauper deck, and one of the things you really got to keep in mind, there's a link again, one of the things you really got to keep in mind are kind of the big three decks of the format. Control, be it Dimir or Mono Black, the red aggressive decks, but be it like Dan's style Prowess or just like a spells deck, which looks a lot like the Koldath Boros deck that Jared played, just minus the white plus burn spells, and the blue-green or white-green, I think white-green is the superior one right now, hexproof deck.
Man, that was the deck you play testing with it. That deck was so fast and nasty.
Yeah, those are the three big pillars of the format, and they're kind of a rock paper scissors. So you want to make sure that your deck at least has game against two of those three decks. Like if you can't beat those three decks at all, like you're just cold to those three decks, you're high odds that your deck probably isn't constructed in quite the right way, or it's not doing enough to be that good. So it's worth considering that for sure. I think that's definitely something to bring to your thought process while you're working out if the deck's good or not. If you can handle two and then you probably throw in a couple flex cards to deal with the third, you're in about the right place. And I think that's
there's definitely a lot of good flex cards in the form of that, especially in black, because it's either you can sack enchantments or make target player sack a creature, one or the other. There's a lot of flexible cards in the format. It's like choose one.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. I think the ability to be able to they go Jungle Board Pioneer, you go Davriel's Withering, and then Det to the Kami to make them sack their hexproof creature is something only black can do. And that's the reason why I think if you're going to play control, to an extent you're playing black. I don't know if you're playing just black or you're playing blue, and I keep pushing for possibly red at some point, maybe. But I'd love to see those two decks, and I think that's part of the reason why Mediocre Matt's deck is so interesting, because it does lean on the flex slots that black provides and uses them as like a graveyard toolbox to help him kind of cobble together a path to victory.
Yeah, I think if you were going to like add red into your like black control deck, you might want to go like almost like snow. And get the bolt in there that goes to 3 damage when you have more snow lands.
Yep.
There's that wizard that comes into play and gives target creature -X/-X to the number of snow permanents you control.
That's a black card, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's very good. I saw a like zombie control deck during one of the Pauper events that was playing that, and it was really cool. I was like, oh, this is so cool. Snowlands and this like zombie that's very cool. I do like it quite a bit, so. Do we think that Dan has perished at some point?
I don't know what may have happened to that man. Because was the message in the secret chat the last thing he said?
That was at 10:43?
Yeah, it's over an hour ago.
Yeah. Yeah, I texted him while we were talking about the matchup.
Did he perish on the toilet?
Maybe he went full Elvis.
He said bio break, so
Yeah, I texted him that he was up, so I don't know what he's he could have perished.
help! I've fallen and I can't get up.
Yeah.
Well, we can run an exhibition. I can play Cooge with another of his decks that he was playing around with.
Yeah, if you want to.
Yeah, let's do it.
If you're good for that, just to keep it rolling right along. Because
Yeah,
I'm
I
also
think so.
listening to the Muppet soundtrack on my side.
I like it.
All right. Yeah. So, Cooge, if you want to. Well, hold on. I forgot. I closed Arena. Hey, let me suggest something. Crap! Why did I suggest this? Yeah. Well, once you see me in there, just I'll just. I don't think we have to deafen. This is exhibition.
Yeah.
We're having fun.
You never go full Elvis. Well, I mean, Elvis did. Let's not forget, Elvis himself did that. That's why we're calling it that.
I guess I'll accept this challenge from Siege Tank.
Don't forget to stream with me or share your screen with me.
Yeah, I'll share.
Okay.
I have shared.
I'll go with something a little fun.
Ooh, fun. I just want to play a little bit more of this Boros deck, and considering you're destroying the world.
It is. Your deck is a lot of fun. I told Max earlier I was looking into multiple ways to make that.
Oh, yeah.
So I was looking at the actual Pauper version of it. And looks
Yeah, when me and Max were workshopping it, I was just like, this deck is going to be so much fun to do.
Yep.
And this hand is not fun to do.
Nah, it's not a good enough hand, unfortunately. On the draw, it's like almost you want to try it, but it's like if things can go so bad so quickly. Deck's mean, but this is a keep, I think.
Yeah, I can. It sucks.
Probably just put back a 3-drop, yeah.
Go.
It is true mediocre, Matt.
At least the good thing about the Boros deck is that it draws so many extra cards just incidentally. It kind of unmulligans itself pretty well.
Right.
Ooh, this is also convenient. Because I like to hold on to those if I can.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh. This doesn't really do much against that at all. No.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I don't think you wanna offer that trade. It's a good draw.
Yeah, I like that. Thinking this now.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair.
That 3 is a bit much.
Yeah.
That is fine.
Yeah. Yeah, still being able to add mana is a little annoying, but it's whatever.
That's damage.
Yeah, yeah.
The nice thing about the archer in this deck is like sometimes you just need the extra points of damage.
Yeah, sometimes the 2/1's just as good, like better than the 1/3 in that case, but
Right.
I'm a fan of having the 1/3 as a thing,
Blocker. Yeah. The deck's such a synergy engine. The blockers just.
I approve of you using this version.
Yeah, it's great. The old crack it to draw a card.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, no doubt. That's the way to go.
Man. Rawr. Hey, what's it doing?
Yeah, what is it doing?
I mean, maybe he did what I did.
Both just cycling artifacts to draw cards.
Yeah. I like cards. I like land, too.
Yeah, you do.
Okay. Ooh. Do I have any reason to not just do this?
I don't think so.
Eh.
Unless you need to fix mana later, but that's seems like it's not going to be the case. Definitely not now.
Thank God. Come on.
Give me them spare supplies. I want to draw a card now. I want to draw a card later.
They're one of my favorite ones in this deck, for sure.
Oh, spare supplies was a revelation for this deck.
Yeah.
CJ also likes to draw cards.
Yeah. Oh my. Yeah, alright. Well. Alright.
Sorry about the clickety-clacking out there.
Somebody's typing. Yeah, sure, why not? Okay.
Oh my God. All that land, he's playing the E-Man. First day.
Oh, is that what we're doing here?
First day. Into sciences.
Huh. Yeah.
I'm interested.
Oh.
Got a little mini squirrel army here.
I am a fan of what's happening to me.
Get some safe blocks with your 1/3s.
Yep.
Probably just soak up some damage and take the rest. I take it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the direction I'd go too.
No, wait. Are they blocking different creatures? I swear to God, I hate the way this thing... Yeah, okay, they are.
Yeah, it looks like you have 3 blocked creatures. Yeah, I agree with you. It's on a close limited game. There's nothing worse than straining your eyes trying to figure out who in the world are you actually blocking and who's getting through.
So can I embarrassingly apologize for running real quick to try to get the child back to sleep and falling asleep in the chair?
I mean, that's kind of what I thought happened.
And
Yeah,
I
that's what happened.
think you should donate $5.
Do that.
It's all right. We were doing a little exhibition match because Cooj wanted to show us one of the ones he was considering playing for tonight. So it worked out. You made it in the nick of time.
Yeah, because I think I'm about to either attack and just...
I think you got him, right? He's 1 blocker. So he blocks the archer. He takes 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, I'm dead.
All right.
Oh, I'm dead.
I don't think you're dead. I don't think Jared can attack. I don't think you can attack, Jared.
No.
No. If that prophetic prism were spare supplies, maybe.
Oh, the Firebrand Archer has summoning sickness.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, I can. You'd block this one, and you would take 2, 3, 4, 5, and No, I gotta hang out and see if I can survive enough.
First day.
Well,
it's my first day. Scry 2.
oh hell, I'm dead now.
These are big creatures if any enter the board. Oh my.
Storm works. I think we figured it out.
Given the time. It is a slow storm, though.
Yes.
It is a slow storm.
Alright, so I can block... Yeah, let's see what happens. Hold on. Okay.
This is definitely not the better. This is the worst red, blue, green version. Naya. Green red is definitely better.
Courser's pretty expendable here. I think the only thing you care about is keeping your damage dealers alive, right? Or as many damage dealers as you can.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the math real quick. I have a... That's not time to match, I guess I can kind of do whatever.
You're taking 10 off the 2/2s. That's... I don't know if you can live no matter what. Maybe optimal block, or like optimal blocks you have to just block all the 3/3s. But you're still taking 10, 12, 14, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're dead no matter what. Or maybe you're just... You would go to...
15? No.
14?
14.
So... That blocks all of them, so let me... I take
12?
12.
Okay. That's got to be the block then.
Oh, well, no. So because it's 12.
Oh, you can go off a 3 and go to a 2, right?
Yeah. So 13?
Yeah.
Unbelievably close.
Yeah. Good good little class and block, like doing your blocks, don't just scoop them up. Come on, spare supplies, get there.
It comes into play tapped, so... Okay.
Come on, clue token, get there. Holy crap, if this draws any non-creature spell.
Any playable, castable.
Oh, mountain! Wow. Well, doesn't get much closer than that.
Crap, good, amazing game. I love it.
Yeah, that was excellent.
That was something else.
Wow.
Block the Electromancer. Ooh. I am so happy with the Storm deck you were able to put together, sir.
Again, it's all it takes is like some kind of foundation, right? That's the beautiful part of Arena Pauper. It just takes a foundation, and then you can start to work on it from there. And as cards come out, it just gets better.
It does. It's great.
All right, now let's get back into the bracket.
Yeah, so we have Sam against Dan. Dan, if you would be so kind as to share your screen with me, I will. I'll open that up and we'll get through this, and then we'll move on to the winner of that taking on the Crabman himself.
Oy.
As we get into this aggressive fight, Mono Red Prowess versus the Blue-White Flyers deck. So, pretty exciting stuff. We've hyped it up enough. Let's see how it plays out. Dan's got what looks to be a very keepable hand.
You're absolutely correct. Dan should be playing elves, but Red Prowess is also pretty much a Dan thing as well.
Wow, Squee. Good to see your name pop up in the chat. Hope you're doing well. Dan did talk about elves. We did like some play testing and stuff, and he landed on the Prowess deck. I do like elves.
You never go full elves.
Oh, Dan always goes full elves. Miscreant coming in for 1.
This is gonna be interesting. I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm super excited to see what happens.
Yeah.
Dan's got a lot of burn in his hand to get these small creatures out of the way.
Summers of Monsters sending the nice Unity hands. Appreciate that. Ooh. Says no thank you on the shock.
Alright, I'm watching the freaking stream instead of the preview. Huh? Oh, Jesus.
The stream is very far behind.
A little bit. I mean, it's not like it's still in the match between me and...
No. Cloud Concealer here. Again, Sam showcasing exactly what her deck wants to do. Dan starting to get to the work to the point where he's showcasing what his deck wants to do. Dan missed out on a point there with the Burning Prophet.
Weird.
We'll see if that matters. Jared,
yeah.
I count on you for this.
What? How did he miss a point?
Couldn't he have attacked with Burning Prophet?
Oh, maybe. Again, I think I may have been looking at the wrong thing.
I think he could have attacked with Burning Prophet there.
Pretty safely, yeah.
Yeah, because 2/1 was the only available blocker.
Yep.
Sam coming in for 4 damage, knocking Dan to 13. Dan creating a bit of a spectacle here. I think that's good enough to keep on top for sure. Oh, Dan's not fooling. Throwing lots of damage at Sam. So she's got to block that 7, right? Because then she takes 7 and goes to 3. There's no trample here. And we talked about that in the deck tech. Yeah, no Ancestral Angers for Dan here. Can Sam pull this out? All she has to worry about right now is the Spellgorger Weird before Dan's cards in hand. She doesn't know what's coming from Dan. On board, the Spellgorger Weird's the problematic card.
Yep.
So it's really a big question of, can she deal with it? Can she add to the board? Can she defend her? She still has to worry about any spell pumping that team. So
there's that pacify we were talking about.
Yep. Yep, that's exactly the card we were talking about. So what can she attack with? See, so she's Dan at 13. She takes a safe line and goes just 1 creature attack. Dan saying, goodbye, Eye Kite. I'm not dealing with this.
If she has the pump spell here, she can get it, right?
Yes.
She still has to block.
No, she can't get it because she has to block, right? She has to block She has to block Kiln Fiend.
She can double block the Kill Fiend, right? Isn't that first strike?
She can double block the Kiln Fiend and get it off the board. She elects to... This would lead me to believe that she has the win, or at least could cobble together a win. Now remember, Dan's out of gas, right? He's scryed to the bottom. He has no cards in hand. So as of now, all Sam has to do is manage the board. She cannot take a single point of damage at this point. So we got to hope that she can spew off a lot of little creatures here. You see a guard approach can help obviously tap things down. Another pacifism can wall something up like the other Kiln Fiend there. Winged Words is a rough draw. That doesn't commit to the board. It doesn't do a whole heck of a lot.
Another land.
Land's good. Of course, Skyfisher, she already made a land drop. She doesn't want to pick up a non-land permanent, so I think probably just picking up a land is correct here. So as of now, the board's at parity. Silver Raven helps. That means she gets in an attack here. She scries to the bottom. She can get that Cloud Concealer in for 2, and the board's at parity. Oh boy.
Yep.
That's the thing about this deck. It cooks off. I think that is that's a tough one. I think it's probably just good enough, but I could see going either direction with that. It seems better than Mountain, but it doesn't seem great, so I can see why Dan would bottom it there. So Sam is obliged to block. She can put the Core Skyfisher on the 2/3 and keep it alive, And then she just goes 1/1 in front of the bigger creatures, yeah. Unless she wants to kill the Killing Fiend, as CJ pointed out earlier.
Well, first strike means no.
Oh, yeah, first strike. Yeah, don't forget about first strike. See, Jared, you're the master of first strike. We talked about this on the last stream.
That's true.
Let's preserve damage here. She's 1 point off of winning with Fortify here, which is insane. So Fairy Guide Mother into Fortify would do it for the same side.
That would be the nuts play.
That'd be amazing.
Yeah, that's the win con here. Fairy Seer to start things off. So again, the board has been answered as it sits. But you can't get an attack as of right now, and that's pretty damaging. She scries 1 to the top. Cloud can see her.
Draw the said card.
Mm-hmm. Means she get an attack again with a Cloud can see her. I like the Core Skyfisher back on blocks because it can just go 1-for-1 with the Burning Prophet. That was a rough draw for Dan.
Yeah. I mean, it's good because adding to the board might be enough for next turn.
Oh, he scoops. 2, 4, 6, 8, 7 in the zone here. Yeah. If he attacks there, I mean, I think she's obliged to block. I think he could have staved off.
Is, but there's an argument that game might go like a turn or two longer, but
yeah,
I cannot believe how little I'm drawing the card draw spells these last couple games.
That is,
it was the match against Cooge that was the only thing that could have saved me, and now this.
Right.
That's frustrating. So.
And not even a nap could help you.
That's right. You're coming into this one fresh. You're fresh as a daisy.
Oh, I would not say I am fresh. I'm far from fresh.
No, I can't. You know why I don't nap? Because I always end up feeling worse.
This was an accidental nap. No, those are not good.
No, it was bad.
You wake up forgetting what year it is.
Yep.
All right, well, let's try another game.
The year.
Back into the breach.
Yeah, let's see how this next one goes. If Sam can take it down. And the winner gets to go after the Crab Man himself. Here we go. Game 2 of this match. This is to square off against Crab Master Cooge. Dan with an acceptable hand.
Yeah. Could immediately cycle or just hold it until it gets at least the Crasher out.
Mm-hmm. I like the I hem and haw myself personally about Skewer the Critic specifically.
Yeah. I think I like Moonrager's Slash more.
There's a few cards that I like.
Maybe because you have to be in the wolf in the day-night deck to make it happen, but
it's a tough one for me. That's the slot I'd probably put the Anger. Just because I don't so much want the interaction. Or maybe Pillar of Flame. Sam, very low on cards in hand there. Double mulligan, it looked like.
Mm-hmm.
Network Disruptor. Tap that mountain. Dan going for Festival Crasher here. Sam's deck capable of digging herself out of a mulligan pretty effectively with the cards that replace themselves. Like a Ninja here starts to do some work. Fairy Miscreant. Second Miscreant here is pretty good.
Yeah, that would have done it.
No follow-up after the Miscreant, though. Dan setting up for a... he can get an attack in here, yes, and he sees it.
This could turn out to be very rough.
Yeah. If it was a hard keep at 5, and she adds nothing to the board here, that could be disastrous. Hopefully there's at least a Ninja coming down in this attack. See the attack, it doesn't immediately go to damage, so it feels like there's a Ninja coming. Okay, Ninja of the Deep Hours could help. Draw an untapped blue source, get to recast the Network Disruptors, at least serviceable. Draw a white source, we're into 2 colors. Looks like we're still missing land. See what Dan can do here. Big old Skewer the Critics on that. Now, see, that's why I just like something a little bit more mana efficient here. Imagine that, and then you get to follow up with the Visionary or the Prophet.
It would have been efficient if he had attacked first.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. That is a little bit of a misstep for him.
Yeah.
Good call, Jared.
I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, definitely wanted to get definitely an additional permanent on the battlefield here.
You just really wanted that ninja off the board.
You know what? Don't we all?
That's true. I'm not. I didn't fault him at first, and I was like, wait a minute.
I would also pay full cost to burn a ninja.
You know what? Like, the only person who wants a ninja who does not want a ninja off the board is the person who's controlling the ninja. Even then, they kind of feel bad. Like, they know. They're just like, yeah, I know. I'm really sorry about that. It's real good. Spellgorger Weird's particularly problematic for Sam because it continues to be that big. It's not just like a one shot where she can hope for like kind of a less gas turn from Dan.
Yeah, and crash through here is going to be rough.
Yeah, she's definitely in for a difficult time. But I mean, that's every mold of 5, right? Like, we've all had molds to 5. It happens.
It's just the way Magic goes.
That's Magic. You got magicked. That's what I say. It's going to be a tough one with all this trample coming through. Sam can soak up 3 damage. Dan right now has way more than that coming in. Got it. So that's game 2. Going to the red deck. So we're going to have a battle here. This is as close as it gets here.
That was a little more like it.
A little bit more like it. Sam on the play this time, though, is going to be a toughie.
Sure is. Let's get back in it.
Yeah, man.
If there's no mulligans, it's...
Yeah.
Yep. No blowouts tonight, just fights.
Fight. Once again, big thanks to everybody who's hanging out with us for this charity stream. We've had some incredibly generous people donating. We've had some wonderful people hanging out and interacting with us in chat. We really appreciate it as we bring you this fantastically fun Arena Pauper tournament. We've been having a blast.
It's been great.
Yeah, love this. Dan's got a decent hand. The big question of Dan's hand is, what do we do with that Dwarven Mine? I think I play it out tapped. Sam kept 7, so that's good, and she gets the immediate scry too, so this is pretty good for her. She's just got to be discerning about how she wins. She needs a clear path to victory, and if the thing doesn't help, then it don't need to be there. But 2 cards on the top.
Still blows my mind that's a common.
Fairy Seer?
1/1 flying scry 2.
Yeah, ETB scry 2 with the ability to pick it up so easily. Fairy Miscreant.
Ooh.
No second land. Begs the question of what did we scry to the top?
Yeah, Dan might have goozled himself a little bit, so there's time for her to second Miscreant.
Okay, she's crashing in.
Never punished.
Dan's got a bit of a bottleneck here.
He did get the 3rd mountain before he had to play the mine, though, so...
Sam thinking about a block. I don't know if she can afford to block. Like, worst case, he's going to deal 4 damage to you. Like, I don't think that's that big of a deal.
No.
If she can pacify here, that's not a bad play. If she can... I mean, just the little chumps. If she can continue to add 2 creatures block with 1, that's not the worst math ever. She's 1 top, 1 bottom here. Fairy Seer. 3 Fairy Seers, so she has a full house of fairies here.
Yeah.
Bob Saget would be proud.
1 top, 1 bottom again.
Yep. Okay. Oh, big draw from Dan there.
Oh, boy.
Got the mine working. Never punished, as Jared just said. Dan going, okay. I like the way Dan's rolling here. Will Sam trade 2 Fairy Seers for a Kiln Fiend? No.
I absolutely would have. Oh, no.
If this is a Fortify, though, holy crap. This is really crazy. If this is a Fortify, Sam wins. What? No way. Dan had the win there on the next turn.
Yep. Played the
Wow. Wow.
Can't beat this woman.
Wow.
Played to make him have it, and she had it.
Unstoppable.
Wow.
So when did Sam become a hacker and get into the code of Arena?
When she started playing Moon Circuit Hackers, I guess, is the only answer.
Son of a bitch. It's right in the name.
It is. It's right there.
Hacking the system, man.
That's right.
I was so close. I was so close.
You were so close, sir. You were so close.
Oh boy.
So now we have the crabs versus all the other I guess the water versus the air is a good way to build this one, huh? Got the water versus the air. Let's watch this from Siege the Tank's direction. In case he wins, we don't have any more games to be played. So
I mean, yeah, and we started with the crabs, so why not end with crabs unless he loses, and then we'll just switch back to Sam.
That's right. I love that.
I'm gonna go continue that nap.
Yeah, no problem, buddy.
Thank you everybody so much for the
actual
support
sleep
this evening. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you everybody so much for your support this evening.
Woo!
This is
Yes.
fantastic and wonderful and was a ton of fun. We
It
need
was.
to make this a more regular occurrence.
I agree.
It is a lot of fun.
Couldn't be more positive an outcome.
Good luck, Sam. Beat his ass.
Wow.
Thank you.
Well, I gotta root for one of the people that beat me, and I'm not gonna root for the dang control deck.
There you go. The deck with flying men is the one Dan has put his money on. Well, in this case, fairies. They've kind of changed, but yeah, Summer giving the love to Sam there for the win. So we are looking for we got 2 matches potentially here, depending on how things play out for match 1. So 2 potential best of 3s between Sam and CJ. Siege the Tank, again, follow him on Twitch here. Siege the Tank, variety streamer, check that out for sure. Fairy Seer here, Scry 2. 2 to top. Always 2 to top.
Always.
Double white. Plenty of little creatures, which is kind of what she wants against Siege, to kind of gum the board up, to not fall prey to all those debts to Kami. And those similar edict effects. Siege the Tank running hard on the edict effects, which is like an interesting strategy coming into this. I was like, man, he's really deep on the 3 mana edict effects, but it seems to be paying off here. Paying a lot of respect to potentially somebody playing the hexproof decks. So we'll see what Sam can do here. Wing Words is nice. Cloud Conceer is great. Starting off with a Fairy Miscreant. See if that resolves. I don't think Siege really cares about this. Gonna debt to. I appreciate that. If you're gonna go for it, get one of the non-summoning sick 1/1s off the board. I can appreciate that. Miscreant on the battlefield. Do we have a follow-up Miscreant? Fairy Guide Mother maybe to put some extra beats in. I'm curious what these 2 cards are. Could just be land. We haven't seen that much from Sam tonight, but that is possible. She's land flooded.
It should happen to everyone.
Siege gets that land draw there. Very nice. Very timely.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what Sam can do here. All right, this is a counter. This is a counter-worthy spell here.
Yeah.
Trying to get her pump on the eye kite, very wise.
And also, once you get to for against a bunch of 1/1s, like a 3 or 4 Serpentine Curve might be enough.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, the Serpentine Curve going off at 4 is so key because he's playing Undercity's Embrace, so gaining that life is so critical for him.
Yep.
4 life against Sam is that's like a time walk almost.
Mm-hmm. That's wild.
Ooh, Valkyrie.
Yes.
Debt to Kami. Probably just a Fairy Seer gone because Miscreant's more important on the board.
Yep.
The 3/2 flyer coming in. See if there's any follow-up here. Still giving her priority in her first main phase, so minimally she has at least a spell in hand. We're not on mono land. Silver Raven, Timely Scry 1 here. And what's nice for Sam right now is she's actually pretty strong against a Suffocating Fume. She's not super soft. She loses 2. There's the 5/5. So we're talking about that in concert with the Undercity's Embrace.
Yeah.
If Sam can draw cards here in her first main phase for that Eye Kite, holy cow, things go south for Siege really fast.
Or just Fortify here.
Fortify. Oh yeah, let us not discount. Just simply Fortify. 1 to top. That's Always scary from Siege's position. Down to 4 life. Now Siege does have the opportunity to double his life total. We'll see if Sam has a follow-up. No follow-up there. 5. It's like the easiest 5 damage Sam will ever take.
Yep.
Winged Words. What say you? I mean, it's got to resolve. There's no choice. Now you have a giant eye kite you have to worry about. I think this is lethal no matter what, right? He undercities, goes up to 8. She swings an 8.
Yeah.
I don't think he has anything he can do on 1 mana. He just sacks a Silver Raven and just, that's good enough. There it is. Game 1 to Sam. Wowie zowie. The Blue-White Flyers deck continuing to be a thorn in the side of Cooge. Little tiny thorns just needling him, needling him, needling him. Love it. They're getting right back into it. They absolutely can. See if Sam can take this one down. It's going to set up so Siege himself gets to go first here. Because he is, in fact, the loser. Ha ha ha. And we're going right back into it. Very exciting stuff. And big thanks to everybody again for supporting the Child's Play charity, supporting our stream. It's our 4th year anniversary. Just saying. Today, according to Dan, who I believe, because he's much better with dates than me. So, really appreciate everybody supporting the stream, supporting the charity. It's just been awesome. Yeah, wowee. Yeah. 4 years. Long time. Sam gets Fairy Miscreant here.
Interesting keep.
That is a tough keep.
But,
oh my goodness.
Ice Tunnel helped a bit.
Ice Tunnel was a nice draw. Oh, free ninja hit here is big.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the problem is, like, Siege wants to go hard evidence, but, like, what does that do?
It blocks a ninja.
Stuck on, being stuck on the blue mana, you can't even, like, follow up and at least be like, well, these secrets are the key.
Yeah.
Next turn, at least, he gets to hard evidence into Embrace if he needs to. Board's clear right now, which is good news. But Sam's ability to flood the board with little creatures is so strong that it's going to be tough for Siege to do. She's taking a rather conservative turn here. Just 1 Winged Words. Or, yeah, just Winged Words and 1 creature.
Suffocating Fumes, pretty good draw for CJ there.
Yeah, really nice draw. Having the hard evidence there, clue potential. It's such a nice set of reactive plays that Siege gets to make from here. Fairy Miscreant, what say you? And he say unto you, nay, no card for you.
That's kind of funny.
Yep. No life gain there is kind of a win for Sam, though. Like, that's not that bad. It's a straight 1-for-1 trade. CJ traded 3 mana for 1 mana. That's pretty much positive across the board for Sam, if she has a decent follow-up.
Another Fairy Miscreant.
That'd be nice. Core Skyfisher. I don't know if she's made a land drop or not yet. But probably feels like just a land here. That's what she's electing to go for. She did not make a land drop, or she did? Fairy Guide Mother. Not bad. Get the creatures down while you can.
Yeah.
Get them underneath of the counter magic. A pretty big attack step here. Siege going for one of the marquee cards against Sam. Suffocating Fumes. See if Sam has a Fortify. Might see the rare Fortify a Butt.
That's backbreaking.
Yeah, Fortify a Butt. Who's going to make another clue token. Siege takes one in the air, but trades a card for a card instead of one card for 2 cards. Oh my. Okay, yeah, this is a big blowout here.
Oh, that's real good.
Yeah, the hacker puts her back up a card, so she so in the wash, Siege went down a card, and that's a huge problem for the control deck. She has the opportunity to make the hacker fly now. There's a lot of things that can go. This is an uphill battle for Siege now. He's going to put 3 cards back.
Very good ones.
Yep. This is not bad here. It allows him the opportunity to block the hacker potentially, depending on obviously the texture of Sam's hand. Pacifism.
Yeah.
And she's going to get her loot on. See what she does not want.
Probably an island.
Island indeed.
Exactly, island. So, CJ does have the ability to sack the crab at least. So
yeah, he can. Yeah, he can dispute the crab is nice.
Yeah,
dispute on the crab's probably where I'd start, and then decide if I want to cast that secret, flashback that secrets, or just investigate. It's nice timing on this too. Draw something that's reasonable. Might be able to interact. Okay. Will he get a 2-for-1, or does Sam have a second fortify?
He does have the counter up because he's got the treasure and a clue to tap.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yes, very interesting.
That's fine because that's not.
Yeah, a little bit of a misstep there. He's giving all the creatures -/.
Yep.
So Sam turned that unfortunately into a 3-for-1.
Mm-hmm.
That's okay. That's how you learn lessons in Magic.
Yeah.
Winged words.
I would counter the hell out of this.
Yeah, I think the position, because the battle's over cards now and resources are light, that's the time you want to think about targeting or countering the card draw spell. Normally, I'd say counter what they get off of it, but Cooge doesn't really have the benefit of doing that. So, kind of has to just create a choke point, and the choke point's got to be cards. I wonder if... Would you have cracked a clue there just on your turn in case you drew a land? I probably would have went with one myself.
Maybe.
But there's value to flashing back secrets, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's like, how many clues are on the... Like, how much time do you have to be, like, popping clues, you know what I mean, against a deck that's pressuring you the way Sam is? This play says to me that Cooge is comfortable with his board position. She's like, now he's just cracking the clue anyway. And there's the land he could have... Yeah. Yeah, I think he should have definitely... Not, I mean, obviously, hindsight. We talked about this before the land was drawn, so... I think just giving the thought of what CJ's role in this particular match is, I think I would have probably gone for a land drop there, or at least a draw to give myself more information at that point. Nice Essence Scatter here. Yeah, really powerful Essence Scatter there. Still 2 damage though, so it is a tight game.
Ooh. When is it too many suffocating fumes?
That was a shuffle from Devious.
Yeah. Well, that one may have been, or the other one.
Right.
Because there's already one in the yard at this point.
Network Disruptor. Gets to tap the Ice Tunnel, maybe? Just because it's the only land that's a single.
Easier to target.
Look at that snow mana. See if we get a phase change here from Sam. And Siege going to use that mana available to flashback. Yeah, Secrets also looks really good in this deck for the same reason Hard Evidence does, but I think Hard Evidence is just the better version of it. Being able to create the Disruption Protocol clue helps a lot. Kuj once again in the position where he has to... Oh my. Was that an evoke or a cast? Oh, that was a hard cast.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kuj in a tough spot now.
Oof.
Is it Fumes into debt?
Yes. Oh, this is a little bit better for him.
Oh, boy. Lets it resolve. I guess because they can mop it up a little bit.
Yeah, the fumes can happen.
That card is rough, but I mean, I guess there's no real way to... I think you're right. I think the better way is to just take my 2-for-1s. And I do want to highlight Siege doing this before he's passing to blockers.
Yep.
Very smart for ninjutsu reasons.
Yeah. Before that step, a creature is neither blocked nor unblocked. Oh.
So the backwards fortify. Snap him off a counter. Two damage here.
Yeah.
Siege still has work to do. Love sacking the clue while it's tapped. Feels very powerful.
Yeah, it's always nice.
Okay. We don't have enough mana to do all the things.
No, but you can get rid of 2 cards.
Oh my goodness, Kuj, what are we doing?
Dying?
Bad. Siege clears the board. That's a big deal.
That's huge.
If Sam can Muldrifter, if she can Cloud Conceer. Yep, there's a Cloud Conceer. These are rough ones for Kuj. If she can rattle off another follow-up here, she's in good shape. Follow-up's an island. It's not precisely what I was talking about. Mystic Sanctuary is a nice draw for Kuj here. Going for Embrace. I wonder if Embrace is better. Like, do you take the risk and go for Fumes?
I mean, the 4 life might be more important here.
That's true.
I was going to say she probably finally has a use for a pacifism here.
Right. I mean, she's not dead, but neither is he. Unless she has a fairy guide mother or something.
Yep.
Nope. Wow. Yeah. Kuj back up to 5. Wow.
Empty board again.
Yeah, this is a big deal. Kite. I mean, Siege long to draw some land, so we'll see if he ends up hitting a flood at an untimely spot. Sam's a lot less likely to draw land, but she's also appears to be flooding. So it is anyone's game here, and we're just watching them exchange lands.
Yeah.
There's a Fairy Seer that's going to prevent Sam from drawing land here. This is, I mean, Siege needs... It's not much, but any draw spell now makes the Kite potentially lethal after the swing in for 1. 2 to top? Oh, boy.
That spells doom.
Siege wishes he had the crab that milled. God, that crab's just doing nothing here, no matter what. 1 more damage ends this game. Looks like Sam's going to combat.
Ninja.
Ninja does it.
That's what I'm calling right now.
Looks like it. There it is. She became a hacker.
He has it when she needs it.
She does. And that's
so good.
That's match 1. Wowie. Zowie.
Oof. Let's go again. Let's go again.
Seriously. So let me fix our bracket here. Can Sam take down?
DJ's immediately going into the next match.
You don't mess around, that man. So we have for the finals. This is it. This is the stream, right? Maximum amount of games. So we need we need a 3-ball here.
Hanging on Siege's view.
I think we can stay with Siege. Siege has got a lot of decisions to make in this game, so he can proceed whenever he is ready.
Yep.
Your next one.
Yeah,
we're gonna hang on your view.
All right, so it is. This is it. This is for all the meat and potatoes and whatever else you win. They don't win anything. They win bragging rights, really, but. This is for all the bragging rights. Sam can be the most undefeated, having cinched a win for both of the tournaments. Or Siege can come in and say, nope, crab people. So it is going to be a tight one. I saw a mulligan up top out of Sam. While they make a decision here on their hands, just want to thank everybody for hanging out with us tonight. We really appreciate all the views. Really appreciate all the chat interaction we've been getting. Really appreciate the donations for Child's Play. Holy crap. Over $100 donated from everybody who out there. Just amazing. The Komata crab people. Yeah. Sam, light on cards here. But that's okay. Doesn't need much. Scry 2 here helps kind of dig her out of some problems a little bit. 2 to the bottom. Siege's draw. I think you might want to play that here, sadly.
The worst island for him to draw at this point.
Get you to double blue. You're never going to, waiting on all the islands to come. It's just it just seems like a little bit of a flight of fancy. There's the hacker. The hacker hit is so rough.
It's really good.
It is.
I'm so happy it exists. No, be fancy. Choose enchantment. Funnier.
That is a way to always get that ninja off the board.
That's the kind of little tiny play I would make just to be funny about it, but then there's times where that's actually what you need to do.
Oh, I watched you rearranging your 1 damage triggers.
Yeah. I forgot I did that. Mm-hmm. It's been a long day.
It was cried, but Dan's like, why is he rearranging his triggers? I was like, I'm going to be honest with you. I would do it just to make sure I knew which one went off first, because I always screw it up on Arena. Yeah,
it's mostly just because I can. And yep. I turn that feature on. I'm using it.
Absolutely. It just helps me. I'll do it sometimes when it's arbitrary, because it's let me just make sure I understand this should resolve first, right?
Yeah, so you'll see which one actually happens, the order, because it could matter.
You're absolutely right. It's absolutely worth a counter, I do believe.
Yeah.
Gets the ability to use the clue. This is why the clue that's why Hard Evidence works so well in this deck with the curve, because now he still gets to sack the clue token here while it's tapped. It's just very good. Very mana efficient. Definitely what makes me want to revisit my my version of this with those little synergies in it.
Third island being second Mystic Sanctuary
is rough. And you can see a lot of respect being paid to that Mystic Sanctuary. Definitely wants to get the maximum value out of it. So it's this is a rough spot though, because I do think that Sam's gonna present something where removal may need to be used.
Yeah.
But maybe not. Maybe if it's not a ninja. Ooh. What do you do here? He's gonna go for it. This Withering's nice because it makes the fairy fizzle, and she just can't even be used on her other side.
Yeah, that's kind of a 2-for-1 right there.
Yeah. So that's a nice little win for Siege there. What's Sam's follow-up? Nothing. That's a little scary.
Yep. And here's a 5-power Serpentine Curve.
Wow, Serpentine Curve.
So
putting the shields down here. Sam could resolve a Mole Drifter, could do Pacifism plus something like a Cloudkin Seer. There's a lot of options here.
I'm expecting just a Mole Drifter.
There's the Hardcast Mole Drifter.
I'm so good at this game. I'm also really good at guessing.
You are. Mogus's Favor is a decent draw for Siege here. It's not amazing. This is not the easiest 5 damage that Sam's ever taken. That was the other game, but this is not a blocking situation for her.
Yeah. I think I would have used favor on the fairy here.
I think so. I think I would have my turn probably would have been favor and just given up on the sanctuary dream, because I just don't think I'm ever going to get to the scattered thoughts underneath of what Sam's doing to me. Because I'm not letting something like this resolve, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, just not doing it. And she's ahead enough on board that this is problematic. And the scattered thoughts kind of showing us why they're not as good as Behold the Multiverse. Fairy Miscreant coming back down. Just a lot of cards on the board now.
Alright. Bit of a race.
It is a bit of a race. We'll see what Sam can do to try to pull ahead here. The ninja now gets checked by the crab. Unless she has a fairy guide mother, of course. Eye Kite. Finally getting into scattered thoughts here. My god, that was not a very good one. I think it's just island cruelty.
Yeah.
Just 2 damage here. Pacify the 5/5.
That's big.
It's a huge deal here.
Send that Muldrifter to the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, that's where it's going. That Obnixilis is cruel.
Where's that going, buddy?
It's going aggro crabbing.
Alright.
You heard of the aggro crag? It's like that.
Why not get rid of land? Interesting.
Doesn't matter for the curve purposes, but I agree with you. It just gives you more robust options for your sanctuary.
Mm-hmm.
Lands aren't coming back no matter what, unless you have a devious cover up.
Like Endavriel's minus is pretty good.
Yeah. It's cheap. And double spelling against Sam is really important. So she can swing for 3 here. Knocks down to 6, unless she has a ninja or something that skews math. But just hitting with the deep hours is so good here.
Yeah, that's enough, honestly.
Now the Eye Kite gets bigger post-combat.
Perfect.
Damn Eye Kite. Scry 2 here after that feels rough. One top, one bottom. You rarely see a 2 to the bottom. That was a nice draw. What do you get back here?
God, I think it should be removal, honestly.
Yeah, I think it kind of has to be. Nothing here is stellar.
I would have gone with the targeted removal. Well, I mean, there is a bit of...
You see a guard approach as a question mark.
Yeah.
Sorcery speed. Don't know if I love that. We could have gotten a block with the crab. If she was just trying to force a trade with the ninja or something. That situation becomes a lot more favorable for us. Winged Words pumps the Eye Kite.
Winged Words... Gah. That's dangerous.
Yeah, it is. A lot of cards. This is rough. Yeah, curve feels slow. Any pump here. Fairy Guide Mother, Fortify. No, he has to block if Ninja comes in. It's just Kite coming in. Oh, nope, Ninja coming in as well. Will Cooch snap off a block? Kind of has to here, right? Can't just be like, yeah, I'll take 5, sure.
Yeah. Ooh. I would have held that until blocks and then just given +0/+2.
Yeah.
Trade still would have happened. And the clock would have been the same. Spending a draw spell.
So Siege can work his way through this, perhaps. He's got mana finally to double spell.
Yeah, and one creature just snap off that debt.
Wow. Can Siege claw his way back from 1? Gotta do this pre-declaring blocks. Like, Siege has been doing it cleanly.
Interesting. Easy 2-for-1 for CJ.
Mm-hmm. No follow-up here that needs to be dealt with, so Siege gets to draw cards. That's a huge deal.
Yeah.
Sam's having a tough time clawing back from this based on the texture of CJ's hand, too.
Yeah.
Siege has to... The good news is Siege has to deal with every single thing she does. The bad news is, at this point, he can deal with any single thing she does for a couple of those.
Yeah.
Which
that can be a problem.
Yeah, that's a real problem here. Even just the Mogus's Favor shuts down 1/1s. I think I would have held that and gone for the Mogus's Favor myself on anything with 1 toughness.
Can't do anything about card draw.
No, see, that's why I like holding the Devious and just Mogus's favoring any 1/1.
But depending on, like, if she goes for 2 creatures, just double debt.
Mm-hmm.
But instead,
there we go.
This.
Showing off why the Singleton Favor is so good here. So anyway, I started blasting. That's what Favor does.
I think I would have doubled it.
The curve? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because any pacifism here.
Actually, no. Pacifism doesn't do it because debt.
Yeah. Yep, so he had it cinched up. You see a guard approach. So there's the reason for it, Jared. You called it. This won't do it. We know the Mogus's Favor's in the yard. What's the other card? There's the Favor. Woof, Mogus's Favor, what a beating. Is that like 4 for 1?
That was, yeah.
Wow. Wowie zowie. So, right now, Siege is up 1 game in the final match here. And you're welcome to start whenever you're ready.
Just jump back into it then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
But don't play jump in. So Sam is going to go first. I think she's in a position. I mean, we watched her kind of deal. The last match, she kind of held CJ off pretty easily. So she, on the play, is definitely a tough position. Siege stealing that first one was a big deal for him.
Slow but good.
Yeah, it'll take time. So gotta hope that, for Sam's sake, she has to hope that she has. If you're supporting Sam, you want to hope that she has a lot of threats quickly. But I think that's kind of just what you're hoping for if you're rooting for Sam most of the time.
Yeah. I mean, this deck is just like, if it gets going, it's going to keep going.
Absolutely. Okay. Yep, the slow hand. So Sam can go like critter. That's pretty good for her. Ooh, was there a ninja? That ninja hit pretty brutal here. Oh, and it's the hacker, so the guide mother can still come back. And if there's
wow.
If she draws an island here, she can go Guide Mother Island Silver Raven? No. Okay, so it wasn't as bad as it could have been for Siege, but it's still pretty bad.
Mm-hmm.
Sam looting away a network disruptor. So it looks like she's looking for land is the big hit for her.
Yeah, I believe both of them will be.
Yeah. Yeah, in this situation that favors Sam a good deal. Discard the Scattered Thoughts, I'd say. Deadly Dispute, I guess you just straight up cannot cast at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Thoughts is just so expensive, I feel like I'm never casting it anyway. Cruelty on the hacker. Lands. Looks like could be another ninja here. Jeez. Deep Hour's coming down. Which means she picked up the Guide Mother so she can do the ninja gets flying next turn. Can she cast a single? Yeah, so she can cast a single blue flyer here. That's just such a huge deal.
Yeah.
She's backed up now. She can do what she needs to do. It's going to be a hard match for Cooch to win. Looks like this one's going to go to 3.
I believe so.
Don't want to speak too early, but it's looking like it's going to be a tough road to hoe. Doesn't have to use the Guide Mother here if she doesn't want to, because there's just nothing on the board. But she certainly can if she wants to push damage. I think the best thing for her here is something like a X2, like a couple Eye Kites or a Core Skyfisher.
Mm-hmm.
Another ninja plus would be pretty crazy, especially if it's of the Deep Hours. Yeah.
Always of the Deep Hours.
Yeah, this is a huge deal. It just plays so nicely around Suffocating Fumes. And look at the hand. Like, holy.
So many cards in
She's more cards than Cooge, and she has cast way more spells than he has. She's got a full grip, and she just scryed another card to the top. She's playing out the Guide Mother. Yeah, that's GG. No single removal spell will do it. Serpentine Curve. Serpentine Curve keeps him alive technically, but she has a full grip, so.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oof.
1-1 in the finals. Maximum amount of games.
As it should be.
My goodness. Coming up on the 5-hour mark for the stream. Very cool. Ready whenever you two are to get into the finals. Just want to take one last chance to thank everybody for their donations, for their time, for their attention, for their interaction. Really appreciate all of it a good deal. It's awesome to see.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Very cool. I think this is a keeper. It's not an easy keep, don't get me wrong. But I do think it's a keeper.
Got the withering up just to...
Damn seer. I think I wait till after she scries to do that, because now she's a little bit more information. It's a very, very micro edge, but one of the reasons I like Pauper so much is because it's like limited, and those little micro edges sometimes add up. That could impact her scry. Again, very minimally, but it's always worth thinking about. Did you maximize the play completely? And I think in this case, could have just waited for the scry to end. She would have been like, "Oh, I have my fairy, go," and then you'd be like, "Okay, now I gotcha." But likely with the deck she's playing, if the play's good, the play's good. Or the scries, the cards she needs are the cards she needs. She's gonna just do it. Secrets of the Key gonna have to get played by Siege, I do believe. So at least he has a clue up to attempt to make a land drop. Network Disruptor coming down. See what land Sam chooses to target. Going for the black source. Make a clue token. Doesn't even bother to float that mana. Not even trying to scare her.
Nope.
What a polite guy. Okay. Rough one for Siege so far. Sam going to draw 2 cards here, just uncontested.
Yeah.
No land, though. It looks like it just proceeded right to combat. Yep. This is going to be another one. I think the no land situation does favor Sam.
Yeah. The curve is just, ironically enough, lower for the deck that doesn't run curve.
That's right. All about the curve this game.
Here's the ninja.
Yep. A lot of cards in hand, though. Hopefully she can draw a blue source to recast that Network Disruptor. It's discarding card. Oh my god, yeah, it's going right to end step. Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah.
That's a little bit of a loss there. And that ninja's not going to be able to crack back in, most likely. Oof. Yeah, it's a rough spot.
2 cards gone?
It looks like it's a discard 2.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a discard 2 cards. That's rough, yeah. Maybe Ninja wasn't the best play there. Because I feel like no matter what, these cards are going to... these... what do you discard here? I guess creature removal? Yes, she discarded a Guide Mother and a Mull Drifter.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's rough.
Oh, and then there's a Withering.
Yeah, this is brutal. Siege still not making his land drops, though, is the thing. It's all rough.
Mm-hmm.
Rough on both sides. Who can make the most of it's the question. Sam does get the ability to use the Network Disruptor here. So Siege kind of... the sucky thing here is Siege kind of has to use the Withering on the Ninja. Whoa!
Interesting.
Things I did not see coming.
I mean, he still has the black open.
I know. It's... wow. I figured that treasure was a little bit more valuable down the road, but... if this is a UC guard approach, Kuj is in such big trouble. This is such an all-in play here. Yeah. Yeah, it's rough.
Yep.
That's good. Sam kind of needed that after the last turn. She had a rough turn. Now Siege is having a rough turn. Scry before the draw feels even meaner. You're landing the suffocating fumes for Siege to stand a chance here. I think this is a tough one. Do you play the tap land here? I think you play the tap land here. I don't think that to the Kami's super important.
Yeah, it's probably correct.
Yeah. Also means there's no creatures in the yard for the Stalwart Valkyrie discount if she draws a white source.
Yep.
So it impacts the ability to double spell. Over to Sam. Looks like she's going to go straight to combat. Another ninja could be problematic. Yep. And it's the cheap one.
Back to a full grip.
Yeah, holy crap.
Ugh.
Okay.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Yikes.
Oh.
This is bad news bears for Cooge. Oh man, the suffocating fumes can't even get him out of this now.
No.
This is a very, very tough road to hoe. And we know Sam has a play because 2 of them are showing.
Yeah.
And like the Silver Raven's a scry. Oh, she's going for a scry too? Oof. Essence Scatter helps, but I don't know if it helps enough. There are 3 ninjas out.
Yeah, I mean, he does have a blocker for one of them. He could have also played a curve here. I think that may have been the play instead of holding up Nicholas' cruelty, I guess.
Yeah, it's like he wanted to hold up the removal plus secrets, maybe. Scattered Thought's just showing that it is a little too shabby for this deck, in my opinion. And again, not to you use the card, you gotta play with the cards you have in your collection, which makes Arena Pauper another interesting aspect of the format. But
yeah,
it's still, that one's a toughie. That could have been anything else. Think twice. It could have been opt. It could have been anything else, I think. I do like the synergy of it putting a lot of stuff into the yard, but it could have also been curate.
And why is Network Disruptor so good in this deck?
Because Sam's always on the front foot.
My god, it's so good.
Yeah, Disruptor, when you're on the front foot, looks unbeatable. She gets a draw and a loot here. This is going to be hard for Cooch to come back from. I think it starts with Suffocating Fumes is like the only way he gets back into this game.
Yeah.
There's got to be a Suffocating Fumes to clear the way here. He's got to take some pressure off his board state. If there's even a halfway decent follow-up here.
Okay, she played a card, so never mind. I was going to say the Fortify mana was there.
Yeah, I don't know how we get out of this now. Ice Tunnel's a tap land, so it doesn't do it. Serpentine Curve, like, he's going to draw, but into what? That doesn't do
Nothing.
it. Yeah, 2, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, he's got to scoop him up. Wow.
Oof.
That will do it for Sam. Again, taking down another Pauper event with this Blue-White Flyers deck. Wow. Holy cow.
Unbeatable.
Deck can't not win. If there's a Pauper event and Sam's in it, she's winning with this Blue-White Flyers deck.
So good.
So good.
I knew I was going to get beaten by it.
It is a tough deck to contend with. Let's pull up the deck list for the winning deck here one more time. That is the Blue-White Flying deck, if anybody. Yay, go Sam. We like to see it here. Like to see the happy. Nobody wanted you to win, Cooge. What's the deal with that?
I don't know.
I wanted to see Cooge win.
Oh, okay, all right. You had a supporter.
Sam off her pedestal. Jeez.
All right, you had a supporter, Cooge.
You know, it's fine. We're crab raving over here.
Yeah, I know. I think what's cool is you've made me reevaluate some things. I really like the hard evidence in the deck. I really like the secrets. I think that could possibly push Disruption Protocol over the top because I couldn't find it. I was using Chromatic Sphere to help kind of do it, and Witching Well. And
I definitely didn't like. I was on the fence about it. I took him in and out of the deck. Was that draw spell for 4?
Yeah, I think that was weak.
It was. I think it was too cute for playing with the graveyard and putting things in and then getting back out with other stuff.
Yeah.
I will allow Sissy. And Sam is going to give Ellie a treat. Let me do that. Is Paul still alive?
Yeah, Paul's awake.
Hi, Paul.
Hey.
Did you also nap?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What are you
There's tons of.
Come on. Come on, lazy. Get your treat for the end of the stream.
But you weren't supposed to feed them after midnight. That is a gremlin, right?
Kind of like a big gremlin. Just like several of them together. With less cigarettes. So, yeah. So that was the Blue-White Flyers deck. Taking down yet another tournament. I really, I want to say, I liked Paul's little interaction with Mill and like the bouncing stuff, because I couldn't quite get it with my version of Mill. So, a couple decks I want to revisit, and I think, like I said, the big thing is their foundations here. When you like, oh, it didn't quite work out. What did it miss? I think that's a proper thing to evaluate in your deck. What's missing from it? What can we do to add to it and make it better? I think that is definitely the goal. So I will end the stream. I don't believe I need to sing the song to anybody, but I'll sing the song because we did a thing that was really cool. And I will just thank everybody in a big group who was here. Appreciate all the chat support. Really appreciate the generous donations everybody made. That was awesome to see. You can see Ellie in the background here with me.
Well, I recommend every one of you instead of everyone I knew.
Okay, I can do that. So we will sing the song, and then we will be out of here for the evening. We really appreciate everybody being here with us and doing everything they did. Thank you all who are still here with me announcing this whole thing, for playing and announcing and all that, and not napping. So slops to Dan.
Slops to Dan for taking a nap.
That's right.
Taking a nap while actively playing it.
That's right. There's a first time for everything. All right, here we go, and then we will see our way out. Thank you again, everybody, and we hope you have an awesome evening and wonderful end to your weekend.
And raid as well.
And I'll let you do that, yeah. And if we threw a party, invited every one of you, you would see the biggest gift would be from me, and the card attached would say, thank you for being a friend. I don't know what the word biggest is, so let's go raid somebody.
I heard giggest, so that's what we're going with.
You
giggest, a computer.
Giggy.
We are going to raid a streamer named Voxy.
Oh, Voxy.
Yeah, fairly popular.
Yeah, oh yeah.
She's streaming Elden Ring. She's also a Magic streamer most of the time.
Yep.
She's also celebrating her 3-year partnerversary. So
excellent.
From our streamiversary to a partnerversary.
Very cool.
So everyone have a great night.
Bye.
Bye.